Good morning. Let's start. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to the International Conference of our Observatory for Combating Poverty and Deprivation Policies of Spatial Planning for Sustainable Development. We'll start right away with the greetings, and then we'll make a brief presentation of the Observatory. We have the honor of having Regional Governor of Crete, Stavros Aranautakis, and Director of University of Crete, Mr. Georgios Kontakis, with us today. Miss Regional Governor, Director, okay, you have the floor. Director, you have the floor. Regional Governor, representative of the Archbishop of Crete, professors, ladies and gentlemen. In the context of the outstanding and long-standing cooperation between the region of Crete and the University of Crete, we hereby welcome you to the proceedings of this conference on addressing poverty and deprivation and the development of social and spatial dimensions for sustainable development. The University of Crete has developed two very successful organizations with the help of the region, the Observatory and the regional mechanisms for monitoring labor market. The above organization, which have been based on research, focus on a series of issues from material deprivation and poverty and the labor insecurity and unemployment, and combined with new endeavors like the health and society workshops and other research activity, contributes considerably to the social dimension of regional development. The information regarding the level of poverty and inequity in Greece show that the phenomenon has now taken up alarming dimensions following the recent energy crisis and the resultant increase of prices of products. The Social Inclusion Observatory contributes to shaping focused social policies at regional and national level, specifically at a period of stress in social and economic inequality and the regression of social cohesion internationally in our country. The diagnosis mechanism of the observatory uses the findings of social research, plans fair social measures for social inclusion in the direction of improving social and economic life of citizens, enhancing international and leveraging international and local funds. I would like to congratulate Professor Yannis Daimakis at the University of Crete, the head of the Regional Observatory for Social Inclusion of the Region of Crete, Ms. Katerina Vlasaki, and all the colleagues from the University of Crete and the other universities participating in this observatory. Special thanks for Regional Governor Mr. Aranautakis, who is always assisting us in such endeavors. And to conclude, I wish to express my wish for best success to the observatory and the very best of success to the proceedings of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rector. And I would like now to call to the floor the representative of the Church of Crete. This is a request from the regional governor, actually. Or rather not. Good morning, Director, dear members of the academia, colleagues, Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm very happy to welcome you to the International Conference of the Regional Observatory for Social Inclusion of the region of Crete, which focuses on combating poverty and the policies required for the social and spatial planning and sustainable development. Dear participants, your presence in this conference helps us shape the region's policy for years to come to combat poverty and social exclusion. We're here to talk about them who cannot be heard because, contrary to other social groups, the interests of the poor, the interests of the long-term unemployed, those who feel socially excluded, are not highlighted in public debate. And given the fact that continuing crises in recent years have exacerbated social and economic inequalities, as regional governance, we continue to tap European and national funds in order to reverse this long-standing situation. And along with the municipalities of Crete, and with various organizations, develop a specific, realistic nexus of policies that will include the lives of our fellow human beings who are at the weakest points. Let me just say that with resources from the European Social Funds, we ensured the operation of 50 organizations providing social services and social goods. We also financed the care and hospitality of more than 12,000 children in nursery homes. And hundreds of children, disabled children, receive daily support in order to be able to continue going to school. Dear members of the academia, ladies and gentlemen, from the podium of this conference, we reiterate our conviction that we need to help society develop, but the first ones to benefit from this development should be the non-favored citizens, and we cannot await the restart of economy. Poverty and deprivation require a specific approach, specific interventions. We need to strengthen the social state by ensuring social cohesion. In this direction, local and regional governance bear the greatest burden, because in recent years we have had to handle the consequences of an unprecedented social and economic crisis when the lack of decentralized policies limited the scope of our intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to congratulate the staff of the region to organize this conference and thank all the distinguished speakers, since through their own interventions we will be able to support the social protection index in the years to come, and of course to strengthen the role of the region in the path to sustainable and quality development. When we have colleagues like Ms. Vlasaki and her colleagues, we can indeed achieve the target. Thank you very much.
Θα ήθελα και εγώ να ευχαριστήσω τον Περιφερειάρχη για τη βούληση και την καθοριστική συμβολή του στο σχεδιασμό και την υλοποίηση αυτού του εγχειρήματος του
I too wanted to thank the regional governor for his kind words. Let me welcome you once again and thank you for being here with us. I will make a brief presentation of the chairman of the observatory. The Regional Observatory for Social Inclusion is the new organization that was included in the social structure in 2016 with a policy decision of Law 4545. Based on this decision stipulates the creation of similar observatories in all regions. This follows the direction of the European strategy, Europe 2020 and now Europe 2030, which are based on the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. These principles are integrated in the European Regional Strategy for combating poverty and social exclusion, which were adopted in Greece for the first time in 2015 through the national support framework and the respective operational programs in 1914-1920. There are four key pillars of the observatory: combating poverty through access to goods such as health, energy, income, increased access to services, open care organization, preschool actions in the community, and introduction to work and the development of economic activity through the social and solidary economy is one key factor, and the strengthening of governance, of strategic governance, and the observatory plays a leading role. The relevant groups are vulnerable groups, Roma, populations in remote areas, migrants, unemployed, long-term unemployed, and others. The observatories coordinate and monitor the policy in their own geographical territory based on the data from research. They inform the central governments, the ministry, especially the Ministry of Labor, and local and first and second level local governors, municipalities and regions, for policy making. Thus, they support this strategy for social inclusion and the presence of local governments in social policy exercise. Specifically, social policy as an organic part of the development policy for specific areas. Specifically, what do regional observatory do based on their competences? They follow and coordinate regional strategy. They highlight local needs in terms of policies, solidarity, etc. They map spatial dimensions of poverty and social exclusion and activate actions such as the preparation of an annual regional research in order to ascertain the repercussions, specific policies in improving the quality of life of residents in the region. They develop tools and monitor indexes for the local strategy, especially on issues that have to do with labor market integration and development and financial activity. They monitor and record social phenomena, and they monitor on how to address social problems, especially among vulnerable populations. They collect statistics, they process statistical information, and implement actions and thus all this information can be found in the internet portal. Now, how does the observatory in Crete develops its work and activity? It does that through four research axes. The first has to do with income and living conditions of households in Crete. The second has to do with the evaluation of social inclusion programs in Crete. The third identifies and analyzes local deprivation and poverty pockets in Greece, and based on that we map poverty through interactive maps and the contribution of the geospatial system in Crete. And the first axis is the mapping of the needs of programs and services for social policy in Greece. The research project of the observatory is supported by the Laboratory of Social Analysis and Applied Social Research of the Sociology Department of the University of Crete, which cooperates with academia and researchers from other universities such as the Pantheon University, the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, the Harakopian University, and the National Center for Social Studies. What are the outcomes of the work of the observatory that we've had so far? The observatory started working 3 years ago and will be finalized by August 2023. We have been monitoring 200 indicators of living conditions in Crete. We have mapped poverty and deprivation in 786 small urban and rural communities within the municipality. We have 50 interactive maps that depict the spatial deprivation through the Crete GIS. We have 2,000 entries of social policy services and program. Again, through the Crete GIS, we have information on infrastructure and the benefits in Crete by municipality and regional unit, 20 research documents, local consultation to record local needs. We prepare evaluation reports. We provide information and studies to other organizations planning social and sustainable development in their areas. We participate in local and supra-local and European cooperation through the co-finance programs of European Union, and we apply dissemination and information drives throughout Crete. The objective of our work is to strengthen spatial policies that are based on the participatory design and the principles of social justice. Our contribution considerable as regards the social and spatial design in the region of Crete and the overall design of sustainable development in various areas. You can get more information on the Observatory's work in all our portals. We have a portal, we have applications, and you can get all the information that's available on the work of the Observatory. Well, that was the work of the Observatory in brief. So let's go to the first session of our conference, and I would like to ask Mr. Christos Papatheodorou, Professor of Social Policy and Vice Rector for Finance, Planning and Development at the Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, to moderate the first session. I'd like to thank all the speakers of the first session that have come, some have come from far away, and so we'll start with our conference and its sessions. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Let me welcome you to the first session, the first panel of speakers. I'm not very good with introductory remarks. Regional Governor, Your Reverence, representative of the Church, Vice Regional Governors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. During the first part, we will talk about the policies to address poverty and deprivation, the international experience. So here we would say that contrary to what prevails in the public dialogue, that would like to talk about poverty and deprivation mainly attributed to finances, the experience has shown that differences can be seen mainly when it comes to social protection, that is, how the social welfare state interacts and is facing this phenomenon. So it is a significant part to see how this experience may be conveyed from other countries. What is the international experience when it comes to addressing poverty and deprivation as a system holistically and specific facades like the housing policy? So in the first part, we have 4 distinguished scientists in the field. 2 come from Greece and 2 come from abroad. I'm going to present them shortly. Let us start with Ben Grieve. Professor Grieve is a professor of social policy at the University of Roskilde in Denmark. He is well known about his analysis on social welfare state, how the welfare state is structured and how it evolves mainly in Europe. And he is well known about how social welfare state, when it comes to deprivation, poverty, that is facing social problems and how it can promote social well-being. Well, in Greece, we're using the term social state. The most appropriate term would be a state of well-being or prosperity, because this is a better translation of welfare state. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor straight away to Ben Grieve. Ben, the floor is yours. He's going to talk to us about his experience and the experience of the Nordic countries in tackling poverty and deprivation. And until now, to us, this is a model. That is, Nordic countries are a model to us because they are the most effective countries in facing the different problems in society. It is very effective they are very effective in tackling poverty and deprivation. You have the floor, Ben.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to discuss this important topic, which has been, so to speak, on the European agenda for at least the last 40 to 50 years. So in a sense, it's not a new topic, and therefore one could discuss why has it not been possible to do something about it. I have promised to say something, and I'm sorry I do not speak Greek and I do not understand Greek, and so I will continue in English. And I hope by my presentation can say something to you about the success in the Nordic welfare state, but also that even in successful welfare states, there's sometimes a problem with reaching all the goals. And I mean, let me start with the last point on this slide. I've also been writing about happiness. And the 5 Nordic countries are among the 10 countries in the world being the most happy countries to live in. And the first time I spoke about happiness, someone asked me, how can you be happy in the cold, dark, northern part of Europe, and not in this warm, cozy, sunny side of the southern part of Europe? And I think part of the answer to that question is, in fact, and that was also a reason why I originally started analyzing and writing about happiness, is that the Nordic welfare states, by providing citizens with a good standing, a good way of living, ability to achieve the goals they would like to have, and ability to live in a good way, is part of the reason why the Nordic countries are so happy countries. It has nothing to do about what sometimes has been said about football players in the Nordic countries, which is not so good for the time being. But nevertheless, the distinct elements of the Nordic welfare state are also presented here. We have a high, strong degree of universality, not without any demand that if you're unemployed you have to search for a job, but we have an access, relatively easy access to benefits. We have a high level of state financing. We have a high degree of decommodification, which is implying that you are able to have a decent living standard. And in fact, someone using the interpretation, if I'm speaking too fast, say something and someone will have to slow me down. I have a tendency when I first start speaking to speaking too fast. This implies that you are able to have a good living standard without selling your work on the labor market. Of course, you have to try to do it, and we need to have a high labor force, and we need to have a large number of people. And we have, in fact, a high level of labor market participation, and not only for men, but also for women. We have an increasing number of people working above the pension age. We have an increasing number of people having full-time jobs, but we also have a large number of people being able to have part-time jobs. We have a relatively high degree of equality. It's not, as I will show you later, as good as it used to be, and we have it economically as well as between the gender. We have still, compared to other countries, a high degree of generosity of welfare benefits. When I'm sometimes in Denmark, hear a lot of criticism, and we do that more or less every day in the newspaper discussion, that something could be done even better. I'm also saying if I go across in Europe and meet people, they also look to the Danish welfare state and Nordic welfare state, and I think that's in a way correct to do, but also saying that it has sometimes things which takes time to develop. And it has been increasingly welfare state not only looking into benefit but also to services. This includes by now that all children go to daycare with very few exceptions, that we have a good educational system. We also have, although also criticized a long-term care system and a well-functioning, most of the time, healthcare system. So, also, despite the discussion in Europe, there's no overall sign of austerity in the Nordic welfare states, but of course there might be variations. We have a relatively, in Denmark, regional structure implying that the living standard across municipalities might not be the same. There might be differences. It is. However, there has been reduction in the replacement rates since the last 20 years. And there has also been a reduction in the level of taxes and duties, and in part also, unfortunately to my mind, as a researcher, looking into inequality, a reduction in the highest tax rate, implying an increase in inequality, which I will show you on the next slide. And we also see a kind of xenophobia and a tendency to welfare chauvinism in the Nordic countries, implying that there is an ambition mainly to give benefits to those who have been living and working for a long time in Denmark, and there has been a criticism of migration and whether or not these people are integrated in a good way. And I know you have problems with this in Greece, but all I'm saying is that there has been this tendency to be more chauvinistic in who should have access to the benefits. What I'm saying today is something I normally would spend at least an hour about. So therefore you can only have highlights of the information for 20 minutes. But here you can see a figure showing for the last, since just before the financial crisis, and the blue line is indicating the degree of inequality in the most common way to measure it. And you can see by now it has been gradually increasing the last 15 years, indicating a higher degree of inequality. And of course, sometimes this can be difficult to explain. And here you have something which is, part of it is due to what I said about the replacement rates and the lowering of the high income taxes. But part of it is also in fact due to that we become elderly. And when we become elderly, as men dies before women, an increasing number of women are living alone, and they have a low income, often living on the pension alone. And this in itself, therefore, part of this explanation is a demographic reason, one about the elderly, but the other one is that it seems to be increasingly so that people with low level of education live together with a person with low level of education. People with high level of education live together with a partner also having a high level of education. And this cohabiting about people with the same level of education in a sense also increase the degree of inequality in a statistical way. And poverty has in fact, after being increasing, been slightly reduced in the last few years. It's about 8% of the population using the 50% of the median income, which is the European way of doing it. And I think this indicates that despite we have a generous welfare state, we still have people living in poverty. Some of it is due to some people are not always eligible for benefits. Some of it is due to that we still have albeit a limited part of the labor market with low income, which give problems. An issue I will return to shortly to indicate one of the new pressures on the welfare states we see. And who is it in fact living in poverty in Denmark? Increasingly, which has been a new tendency, is the young people not able to get a strong foothold on the labor market. I know this has been a problem for Southern Europe for many years, but in Denmark this is a new tendency. It used to be so that young people got education, with some exceptions, entered the labor market, had a stable labor market career, but it seems to be slightly more difficult, has been the last 15 years. The pension system has in a sense implied that we have relatively few elderly people living at risk of poverty, which in, and it's a long discussion, but shortly said, we have by now a combination of a state universal pension with occupational-based pension. So those who are on the labor market save money in a pension fund besides. And this combination of an occupational-based pension system with a state pension system implies that very few people reaching the age of retirement are living in poverty. Of course, we still have some at higher risk of being unemployed, and we have some where they have difficulty in being more permanently on the labor market. So we have, in a sense, still a group of people, not to the same degree as others, integrated on the labor market. And here you have the figure for, I was in doubt whether I should take them with me, but I'm sure you know the figures that Greece is not doing as well as the others. I don't know whether I can use this one. Can I use this one? No. Ah. I thought I could, might be fine. But you can see the third one is Greece, which people at risk of poverty, social exclusion, been around 25%. And Denmark is close to around a little bit more like 15%. So I mean, there's a large discrepancy still in Europe between countries with a high degree of poverty and risk of social inclusion and others with being better. It's also implying that it's good that you have an observatory who are trying to deal with what measures do we have, what can we do to reduce inequality and poverty. Is this one working? Ah, this one. Ah. So here you have, I'm not good at this place to do this, one can see. Here you have Greece here, and you have Denmark around here. So you can see that there is differences, but there's also a need in all welfare states to do something about it. And in general, you could say that the role of the welfare state is to mitigate the consequences of the market activities, or whatever you call market failure and market failures. It's also, in classical welfare state analysis, try to help in ensuring options for all. In sense, understanding, having the necessary capabilities to do and live a life you would like to live. And we're also talking in Nordic countries about the welfare state from cradle to grave. For to use a Beveridge expression, one of the founders of the British welfare state, which I think developed differently from what he would have liked to do. And there are what we call Mary Goods try to have a more paternalistic approach, saying this is not delivered in a good way, what can we do about it? The role of the welfare state is not only about economic equality. I think it's important to emphasize this, because this has been the main historical discussion about the role of the welfare state, but it's also something about health equality. And we have in Denmark a strong inequality in access to healthcare, despite we have a universal system. Despite we have, in principle, that everybody can be treated, it seems to be that people with higher level of education, they live longer, they have a better health, they have easier access to the healthcare system, they might be better to explain to the professionals why they need treatment, and those with low income are often saying that we do not buy the necessary medicine because we can't afford it. Because there are user charges for medicine and other things. So despite you can say that we try to do something about economic inequality, we have not solved the question about health inequality in a Danish society. Some would say we have still not solved the gender equality. There are still differences in the wages of men and women. Something can be explained by education attainment, how long you've been on the labor market, the working time, etc. But there are some unexplained differences between men and women's employment. We also still have differences in employment equality, with more men having a job, also in the private sector with a higher wage. And then as a new tendency, we have the opposites in educational equality. Women by now have more education than men in Denmark, which has been a trend going on for the last 15 to 20 years, which might imply also changes on some of the other issues here related to equality, but it is something we can do about it. What we should think about is that the welfare state should make the health system more inclusive. We should try to avoid, I mean, even if you have good measures, I mean, the European Union, when it was started, it says that you should be the same wage for men and for women. There should be no discrimination. It's against the European law to have discrimination. We still see it. In all European countries, there's still discrimination at different levels of different activities, but it's important to be aware of how can we do that. It's also important to be aware of ensuring job security. And I think one of the lessons in the Nordic welfare state after the financial crisis was it is important to save money for a rainy day, so to speak. Because if you have money for a rainy day, you can use the welfare state to expand the demand and increasing employment. And what is going on in the European Union strategy right now after the COVID-19 has in fact been to use money to make infrastructure activities, public activities, to reduce the level of unemployment in a lot of European countries. Education is still more important. It becomes also with artificial intelligence even more important than it has been before. It becomes, because there are, due to technological change on the labor market, a high risk that people without education will stand a weaker chance of getting a job in the years to come. It's important to have a decent income, not only from working, but also from the welfare state in case you do not get a job. And it's also important, and this is also important with regard to how happy you are that you trust the government, that you trust the legal system, that you trust that the democracy is working well. And this is something we do in the Nordic countries, but we do also trust each other. There's a long ongoing story saying that a king 500 years ago lost a gold ring on a road in Jutland. And some of his civil servants said to him, "Shouldn't you pick up the gold ring?" And he said, no, I trust it will be there when we return. And the gold ring was there when he returned. I'm not sure it would be there today, but it was there at the time. So there is also trust in each other and make a deal with other people, which I think is an important issue. This one I won't have time to go into detail with, but I think I would like to mention just one new issue where I think we have new challenges in the welfare state. This is about what we call platform workers, or solo self-employed. We have an increasing number in Europe of people saying they're self-employed, but they're only employed by themselves. They have no occupational agreement to cover them. They have typically low income. They do not have a full-time job. And the platform workers, I've also seen people here in this city driving for Volt, etc. And this is I know the European Union is starting to do and thinking of doing something about it, but it is an issue that some people are dependent on having these kind of jobs with no stable income, with no stable provision. They get no sickness benefit, no. They do not get any unemployment benefit because they are called self-employed. So I think this is one of the challenges for the welfare states in the years to come, to cope with new technology and how this influences the position on the labor market and different people, besides, of course, the hidden economy, what's happening in these ones. So this is an important issue. And how can one cope with poverty and inequality? I mean, one, as I already indicated, is to ensure education for as many as possible. And not only ensure education, but also ensure lifelong learning. I mean, I'm so old, I've been following European social policy for so many years, that I know that in all countries there will be at least once a year, 1 or 2 persons talking about the importance of lifelong learning. That will be beautiful speech about the importance of lifelong learning, but they do something about it? No, not really. We still see that if people have reached the age of 40, 45, they do not in reality get further education. And given the transitions on the labor market, lifelong learning becomes even more important than it has used to be. There need to be good income transfer. I will not go into that one, but I would perhaps say that we should try to think about also some kind of services. And just to give you one example, in Denmark we have by now what is called a leisure passport. A leisure passport giving to families where the family cannot afford, for example, that the child can participate in sports activities or leisure activities, And by giving this leisure passport, paying for perhaps being a member of a football club and other sports activities, these children can be socially integrated with other children where the parents can afford to pay for these activities. So here it's something where you say it's not the income transfer system, but try to think about how can you ensure that children can be together with other children, not only when they are in the primary education, but also during ordinary day, so they can feel that they have a life with others. Also, as we know by now, very, very strongly, that a child growing up at high risk of poverty, low income, have a lower probability to get an education. So investing in children is one of the long-term issues with regard to ensuring that children can have a good life also in a longer time span. And the last thing I'll say about this one here, to keep my timing, I know that we have seen, we know for a long time there has been a lot of elderly people being lonely. This is part of the perhaps more weak family structure in the Nordic society, but there is that every elderly person about the age of 80, around 20-25% of those are feeling lonely and do not find that have someone to talk with if they are in need of having it. But we also see an increasing number of young people saying they're feeling lonely. And this is a challenge, because if people are feeling lonely and do not feel they are integrated, this can be a hindrance for also having a stable labor market attachment and having the good life. So here I think we also have a new social policy issue. How can we, in a more broader sense, ensure that people have the opportunity and ability to be together with someone else? So my conclusion, I mean, the history shows that it is possible to do something and reduce the risk of poverty. It's also possible to help with the social inclusion. It's not something you can do with one size fits all. It's not something you can do with just a one fix to solve it. It takes a cohesive, sustainable, long-term intervention to do something about it and become concentrating about how you can find those groups and how you can help them as best as possible. And early intervention, prevention, is still the best way of solving it. And this includes make sure that the children are taken care of in a good way. And then the social transfers are important, so you can start to live an independent life and the life you would like to live. So I hope you, by having this conference, also can ensure that more people on this beautiful island can have a good life. Thank you.
Let us thank deeply Bent Grieve. Thank you so much for this very interesting example that gave us from the Nordic model, the Nordic example. It's very interesting to say a few things at this point. First of all, that the main characteristics to keep in mind is the part of decommodification, the part of universality and generosity. The decommodification means that we must focus in different services in kind, a series of goods and services that we need, that households need to be reproduced. And this is something that we have greatly achieved in the Nordic systems of well-being. Now, I'm saying so because we see that in the public debate, we focus on money. But here we have different results in directness and poverty. It is very important to focus on the following point. In spite of the fact that Nordic models have lost their efficacy in tackling poverty and inequality versus the 90s, because back then they were more effective, nevertheless, we must see the indicators of poverty and inequality that measure incomes. If we also measure the indicators of deprivation, that is the ability of households to tackle or meet a series of needs for their production, we see that this is quite low. In spite of the fact that there might be indicators of poverty and inequality similar to other countries, they have lower indicators in deprivation, which happens due to decommodification. because many of the assets, many of the goods that the households need to be reproduced are offered through the social welfare system. Thus, income is liberated to cover the other needs. And another point is what he said at the end, what Ben said towards the end, that we should focus on education. But during the first phases, we believe that focusing on education should be done in universities. However, a series of studies has shown that the growth of brain is taking place during our youth, our early youth. So we should even invest in preschool years to create an environment of safety and security for children, and thus their skills could develop. This is even more important than the university education, where we focus on in our country on talking about education as a whole. Now, in order not to lose our time, let us come to the second speech that is going to be delivered by Dr. Jordi Bosch, which is about research on housing exclusion policy in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. Dr. Bosch is Deputy Director of Urban Habitat and Rehabilitation from the Secretariat for Housing Government of Catalonia. So I think that this speech is going to be very interesting. It's going to convey their experience, what they've done in Catalonia in terms of housing. You have the floor, Doctor. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. How are you? I come from a pretty similar country, Spain. If you remember the figure about the risk of poverty, Spain and Greece were competing from the same position. I have a very, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here, deeply happy. And I have a massive presentation over 40 slides in 20 minutes. So I will jump over some of them, but you have my email. If someone is interested, can ask for the whole presentation. Also, if the organization wants to share it or to put it online, no problem. So I'm going to give a mixture. I've divided my presentation in 3 parts. The first is about the role of observatories, of housing observatories. The second is about the Metropolitan Housing Observatory of Barcelona, how we work, what we do, and finally some data, brief approach to the housing exclusion in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. First part. What's the role of an observatory? I think that it's a key question that any observatory should make. In terms of housing policy, I mean, in this slide you have the figure of policy making process. There are different theories, but this is one of the most simple basic approaches to the policy making process. And any observatory, from my point of view, the main goal is to provide knowledge to all or at least some or at least one of these stages. In most of the cases, it's information, analysis, research for policy formulation. But depending on the goal of the observatory, on the funders, it can be in the first stage, in the agenda setting, in order to introduce certain issues in the political debate, and also in, I would say, mature political systems. It can be, the observatory can work also to evaluate the effectiveness of the policy in order to analyze, because nothing is perfect, everything can be improved, and part of the work of the observatory is to analyze the implementation, the results, and also the needs, the changes that has to be made. A few weeks ago, we had the International Social Housing Festival in Barcelona. We had a meeting of European observatories, 11 presentations, 11 observatories just focused on housing. Through that link, you can you will have access to all the presentations. The topic was about affordability, how to deal with affordability indicators in the field of housing, considering the differences between territories and also in a context of inflation. Just some information if you are interested in it. And there are many observatories. There is a growing interest across Europe at regional level, but also at national and in certain cities to develop further research on housing through observatories. Many of them are in a gray area between the academia and the public sector, and that's something important because it's an undefined area, depending on the goal, depending on the funding, but it's always between the public sector and the academia. So it's important to develop collaborations, cooperation mechanisms through both sides, through all the public administrations involved and also with the academia. This is the European Observatory Housing Europe. It's a non-governmental organization that analyzes Europe through the lens of social housing. And they publish many reports. You have the link there if you want further information. There is another observatory in Luxembourg, which is funded by the government. So that observatory has a particular goal related to the policies implemented by the government. And Dublin is a quite new observatory, very interesting in terms of coordinating the data with the whole government, also in the field of housing. And they have a very powerful viewer mapping the evolution of the market and also analyzing what's going on in Dublin. End of the first part. I think that yeah, I have my time, the time I've spent, 6 minutes, I'm fine. One part, 6 minutes, 3 parts, 18 minutes. Let's see. This is the institutional framework of the Metropolitan Housing Observatory of Barcelona. It's a very complex framework because this observatory was funded by 4 public administrations: the city council, the regional government, the province government, plus the metropolitan area government. So 4 with different parties, in most of the cases in power. We have also an associate partner, which is the Association of Social Housing Managers. We have an advisory board made up by third sector organizations, also from important members of the academia in the field of housing, and also made by private actors, in the stakeholders in the field of housing. And the observatory is located in a research institute, which is the Metropolitan Institute of Metropolitan Studies. It is the one in the down, the Barcelona Institute of Regional and Metropolitan Studies. So in this context, you can see that you have a lot of people to give explanations, to plan our annual project of research and all these kind of things, but also it's helpful because in order to harmonize the data and the work among all public administrations, so we are in the middle. We spend a lot of time and energy dealing with all public representatives, but it's also very helpful to improve the work of all parts. Our goal, to sum up, is to contribute to provide evidence-based information, knowledge, and research to improve the effectiveness of housing policies in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. And someone asked me about giving more information about databases and indicators, because the information and the data is something needed to carry out our research in most of the cases. If we are talking about quantitative research. The key thing is there is a lot of information, a lot of data. In some cases, it's not exactly the data that we need, but there is a lot of ways to improve the quality and the amount of data available. We have one challenge is through the big data. We work with real estate websites. They can provide us some information. We are not good enough yet to analyze this data as we did with the traditional survey, but we are improving. So that's something that we have to work on. It's part of the future. Artificial intelligence is also another process that will contribute us to improve the data. Collaboration with the academia, because sometimes the academia, the universities, they have funding to carry out research. So we collaborate sometimes in order to include some questions about housing, and then we support them. And on the other side, they will give us some data to analyze. So there are different ways. And also another strategy is through the public sector. There are a huge amount of information that the public sector has. Not just in the Department of Statistics, because the e-footprint is everywhere. So for instance, just analyzing the profile and the amount of devolution of applicants to certain housing benefits or for social housing or people in the waiting list. There are a lot of ways to improve the information and the data available. Once we have some information, we have to decide which are the best indicators that we will work with. So this is a big debate. I'm going to jump quickly, otherwise I'm going to spend too much time in this slide. But it's very important to decide the indicators, because it's key to have good indicators, not too much, but at least few of them, they have to be good enough to last over years, because it's the way to analyze the evolution. It's impossible to capture any social aspect of housing affordability, for instance, through any indicator. So the most important thing is to develop a good one with information enough to analyze that issue and to keep on the same indicator over time in order to analyze, to assess the evolution of the problem. This is a short story evolution of our observatory. It started working in 2018. First 2 years were more or less a starting point. Consolidated in 2019, and now we are going through a new phase, let's say. It has been consolidated in the media, also in the professional environment, and among all the public administrations I told you before. And we are also working on internationalization. Maybe that's why I'm here, I don't know. And improving coordination between all stakeholders in the field of housing. And we have a lot of things. Our areas of research are these 6: population and households, housing market, affordability, housing policies, housing stock, and urban and housing renewal and rehabilitation. These are broadly the 6 areas in which can be grouped our research. And this slide is the one, our preferred picture, is the galaxy. I don't know if it's very useful, but at least it's beautiful. We divide the galaxy in these 6 broad areas, and we also, each circle is a year, so we can identify what has been done in each year in each area. It's a way to explain, to show the world, the different areas, and the trends of our research. We also are developing in the observatory interactive maps, interactive data. It's part of the future. It has to be friendly for new generations. It has to be friendly for researchers, and you have people. It's important to give the chance to adapt the indicators and the territories and what other variables that you prefer. We have also a viewer, not just a data viewer, also mapping viewer. We develop different kinds of cartographies. That's the city of Barcelona. That's our website. And things that we do in the observatory, we organize every year at least one conference in Barcelona, sometimes two. We are also involved in some European conferences, like the INHR conference that takes place every year. And these are some of the laboratories. Laboratories are, we call laboratories the main project research that we carry out by ourselves, by our team. We are a team of 6, 7 people developing all these projects. And one of the projects is related to the rental market. We are, to be honest, we are pretty good analyzing the rental market. It's one of our strongest points. And this is a piece of research based on data from real estate websites. We have an agreement. They give us for free the data. We analyze, and we always say that they are very nice. The average price of the rental market through this source always shows a higher price than the official one. That's normal, because the difference sometimes is the negotiation, but other problem is we are not able to clean the database as good as it should. But the most important thing is the trend. We can anticipate the trend that will follow the market, because that's before the agreement between the supply and the demand. So these are the trends before the agreement. We have also analyzed the structure of the housing property in the city of Barcelona, particularly the number of dwellings owned by large landlords. And that's important because in the last 8-10 years, most of the legal initiative to increase, to support people with affordability problems are based on a legal approach to the problem, increasing the social responsibility of large landlords, large companies owning more than 5 or 10 properties in the city. So that's important because we need to assess to know which will be the impact of these measures in the short term. Maybe it's too technical anyway. And we have also analyzed in the city of Barcelona the energy performance of the whole housing stock in order to provide information to the city council to ask for next generation funds, this big EU funding system. That's very important, and also to identify which are the most important areas where the investment will have a biggest profit in terms of improving energy and in terms of the income of the local population. And finally, our last project was one of the more controversial projects in the last year. We evaluate the impact of the rent control mechanism that was implemented in Catalonia from September 2020 until April 2022. That rent control system, to sum up, worked. Our results confirm that it worked in terms of moderating, lowering a little bit the rental prices, particularly in the first couple of months. After that, the price was stabilized or even went a little bit up. Our hypothesis is probably, given that the lack of control mechanisms, many renters increase the rent over the legal ceiling, and we didn't find any impact in terms of supply reduction, which is something that it might happen according to the theory. I think I'm a little bit behind. Let me check the timer. I close it. 3 minutes? Okay. It happens always. Just some information to close my presentation. We are pretty similar in terms of housing. We don't have social housing. Our housing stock is at the end of the, comparing European countries. There's something very important. We could talk and argue about trust, the meaning of trust in the public sector by citizens, and different considerations about trust. That's something that have to be built from many sides. We, in Spain, we also have between 5 and 6 times lower public expenditure on housing policy in comparable indicators. Probably Greece is something like that, or even in a worse situation. So our housing system, I would say the Greek and the Spanish one are among the weakest housing systems in all Europe. We had a massive housing bubble. It burst in 2007. We had a mortgage crisis from 2007-8 until 2013. And after that crisis, the economy started to recover. But after 2013, we had, and we are still in this huge rental crisis. It's one of the big issues in the housing market nowadays. You can see the evolution of the mortgage executions with the higher rates between 2008 and 2014. There is, due to the credit crunch, the more limitations to apply for a mortgage, many households go to the rental market. So that's one clear consequence. In fact, the share of households in the rental market increased by 10 points in all territories in the last 2 decades in Catalonia and Barcelona and metropolitan area. And all, not all, but a big share of them really struggle to meet housing costs. In fact, Spain is among, or sometimes the first, in terms of the share of that households in the rental market, the rental housing cost burden. That is the share devoted to cover the housing costs in terms of household income. The share in Spain is over 30% of the household income, and in Barcelona and metropolitan area is over 40%, and the most recent data points out something like 42%. This is a huge, and given that the evolution of the people applying for a social housing are increasing, the waiting list is increasing year after year. We have a huge crisis of affordability, mainly in the core of the metropolitan area, mainly in Barcelona, but not just in Barcelona. Tourism is a big issue. Many coastal municipalities, they have a big pressure due to tourism, due to short-term rentals, and also to nomad travelers that spend half a year, 1 year in certain cities. This is a way to look at the affordability, setting up an income ceiling, and the darker municipalities are where with the higher affordability problems. And we are also able to monitor the evictions, most of them among renters. We can follow them. New statistical data is available after the crisis in 2013, 2014. The National Institute of Statistics developed some new data. One is the mortgage evolution, other is the rate of evictions. And we can analyze through different territories, and also analyzing through the factor, the driver that led to that eviction. You have the information, and you can ask me whatever, you can ask for the presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Jordi Bosch for his very interesting presentation on the housing problem in Barcelona. He gave us a very detailed presentation on how this works, how the Housing Observatory works in Barcelona, the involved organization, and also gave us a set of data for the housing situation in Barcelona and in Spain in a comparative analysis with other regions and areas and regions of Europe. I think that the housing problem is a problem that will continue to increase in years to come, since we have a considerable increase in property prices. We have a considerable percentage of the if housing takes up a large part of the household income, much higher than in the past. And in Greece, we have a very high percentage of income goes to housing costs and to rent. And it's a very good issue to look into. It's a very good experience to convey similar practices in our country. Now, the next speaker is Professor Maria Petmezidou. I met Maria Petmezidou in Crete. I think it was 1996. Yes, 1996. I was a PhD student in England. Maria was a professor at the sociology department here. 5 years later, we found ourselves, 4 years later, we were in the same department in Democritus University of Thrace. We worked for many years together. We worked together in research. Large part of our research has to do with the effectiveness of social protection system in poverty and deprivation. She is an academic with very influential in shaping a public debate in our country and internationally. He will discuss energy poverty, transportation poverty, and just transition. Issues like energy poverty are things that have recently appeared in the public debate, especially with the increase of energy prices in recent years. So we are very happy to hear Ms. Petmezidou. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the region. It's a great joy for me to be here in Crete, because I have a big experience of 10 years in Rethymnon, so I'm very happy to come back to Crete. My issue is quite timely, given that during the last 1 year and a half, we are living an energy crisis in Europe and overall. And my speech consists of 3 parts. First of all, I'm going to talk to you about energy poverty, and mainly I will reply to the question whether we have an overlapping of poverty and energy poverty. Why should we talk about energy poverty? In other words, does it not suffice to talk about poverty? Here we must say that there is not full overlapping. It's not just about households that have an income less than 60% of the equivalent bringing us to poverty. We shall see that, especially in Greece, even some average people have problems right now. I'm going to talk about indicators of measurement in a nutshell. Later on, I'm going to show some data that highlight in a comparative way this problem in the European countries, and I will come to the end with some remarks that pertain to the policy at the European level, given that the acknowledgement of the problem of energy poverty by the European Union becomes more and more intense throughout the last year. There have been many discussions. We see in the framework of different directives, there is also the issue of energy poverty, and this is deeply linked to what we have been listening throughout the last years from the EU vis-a-vis green transition and digital transition, that is fair transition, just transition, and how this transition will create no inequalities and how this is linked to energy poverty. Let me tell you that there is no common definition of energy poverty in the EU countries. Until now, there has been no common definition, and there are some countries, of course, I will mention the UK, which is not these days a member of the EU, but is a characteristic example of a country that in every opportunity, they're using a different measurement to measure poverty. There's another indicator for Wales, another indicator for England, another one for Northern Ireland and Scotland. It is a matter that has been discussed, but there is no common indicator. Overall energy poverty is the incapacity of households to guarantee a socially and materially necessary level of energy services. A critical role is heating and cooling, of course, lighting, appliances, access to the internet. We could add to that transport, with the difference that we can say we have a different poverty when it comes to transfer, because this is linked to an individual. Within the household, a person might have the possibility to have access to labor, to different leisure activities, and so on and so forth, compared to another person. That is, poverty of transfer can be defined based on individuals, so it could be seen in the framework of a household. Now, the socially necessary level meets the standard of services allowing for a living in dignity, whereas the material strand is about health. First research conducted about energy poverty under fuel poverty term in the UK, it was late 70s and early 80s. This research focused exactly on the problems of health that can be created by energy poverty, mainly related to the respiratory system, cardiovascular problems, and so on and so forth. Many times, energy poverty is defined as a technical problem, but it's not just a technical problem, it's a political problem, and it is an issue of inequality vis-a-vis infrastructure, inequality linked to infrastructure, and we can have three strands of this phenomenon. That is, energy poverty is, of course, related to the income inequality, to a low income. It's also related to high energy prices and low levels of energy efficacy in dwellings. And of course, state policy is involved in that. A policy on the services of households, housing policy, then the building stock and social policy, spatial planning. As I said before, the problem emerges for the academic community in the UK. It was the 80s, mainly, with a very significant research conducted by Brenda Broadman, who defined and gave the first definition of energy poverty that was implemented at the level of policy. Furthermore, I said that lately the acknowledgement of the problem seems more and more to become obvious at the level of the EU. First of all, this issue is linked to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Target number 7 is related to access to modern energy for all. Furthermore, you must have into account the European pillar of social rights, which is a beacon and a compass for social policy amongst EU countries. It consists of 20 principles. They are not just rights, they are principles because they have no institutional nature. The 20th principle is related to access to main services of good quality. It does not mention energy, and here we might say that the European pillar needs to be remodeled because it does not reply specific problems that have been emerged lately during the last years, especially vis-a-vis green and digital transition. The European Green Deal brings at the forefront the issue of energy poverty, mainly pertaining to just transition, and a series of other decisions, directives, etc. And last but not least, the debate about the review of the directive on energy efficacy lately in the European Parliament maybe leads to an effort to find a common definition of energy poverty. Different measurement indicators of energy poverty. Until now, there have been two types of indicators. On the one hand, objective indicators, which might be based on an absolute threshold that can be linked to how a household consumes energy-wise, what percentage of the overall consumption turns to energy, or there can be a relevant limit, a relevant threshold. We're going to see that later on. And the second group is about subjective rather indicators. Some indicators are needed at the level of the EU to have a constant flow of data about household budgets is of utmost importance. Unfortunately, we get this data every 5 years to make a comparison. Consequently, it is not that easy to make a comparison constantly. At the level of the country, of course, one may use domestic data. So usually, we are using subjective indicators. We will come to them later on. Now, objective indicators first. One was defined by Boardman in the UK, the rule of 10%. That is, if a family, if a household gives away for energy more than 10% of the available income, then this is believed to be in terms of poverty. To maintain, that is, the temperature needed at home, then it gives away more than 10%, which means that it is in a condition of poverty. We could also define a standard of energy adequacy. It's more difficult. That is, the WHO says that during winter time, people should be at a temperature of 21 degrees Celsius. This could be a standard of thermal adequacy, and based on that, we could see to what extent each household deviates. Then there is a methodology, AFCP, which went beyond this Boardman's rule. A household is in condition of energy poverty if the income is less than 60% of the median income, but alleviating the cost of housing and energy. If we skip that, and if again it's less than 60%, then we believe that there is energy poverty. Now, the relevant indicators, there is here a principle which is a value, which is the median price of energy at the national level. And we are using either the double, that is, if a household gives away double of this median value, then it means that it is in a situation of energy poverty. Yet, this does not define the secret energy poverty, that is, the people who don't heat their houses. So we can get even the half of this median to define the hidden energy poverty. Now, the subjective indicators are the ones used quite frequently. One of these is the referred non-covered heat necessity used in Eurostat. Each year, Eurostat is publishing data pertaining to how each household sees whether they can satisfy the needs in heating. And second, the incompetency to pay the bills of utilities companies. One would only see the data of energy, but mainly the ones from Eurostat are about all bills overall when it comes to utilities, of course. Anyway, a more integrated and global approach of energy poverty would be good to link both objective and subjective indicators, but also other data, as for instance, the conditions of housing, the humidity problems for the walls, water, leakage of water, etc. Now, when it comes to transfer poverty, as I said before, this can be seen under the energy poverty indicator. More often, it is linked to an individual level. It is linked to accessibility, different choices to transfer, and it is a matter that refers to the individual level. A definition that recently has been given by the European Parliament is the following: a transfer poverty may exist when every individual or every household, to meet the social economical needs, gives away a high percentage of the available income for transfer, or is facing a limited availability of accessible public means of transport. Of course, this is taking place in remote and rural areas. Now, let's see some indicators by way of comparison. Here, I am using the subjective indicators that I mentioned before. These two graphs, the first one that we can see here towards the left is about the competence to adequately heat housing. The second graph is about the arrears to utility bills. The red lines are about households that have an income less than poverty threshold. The continuous line about Greece, the dotted line, the average of the EU of the 27. The blue line is about the households that have an income more than the threshold of poverty. Again, the continuous line about Greece, and the dotted line is about the EU countries. What we can see here is that for households that are under the threshold of poverty, the gap between the median of the EU and, of course, the Greek reality has become bigger. It is bigger than the gap pre-crisis, before the crisis. During the crisis, we had a huge increase of energy poverty in Greece. Since 2015, 2016 onwards, a decrease. However, this is following an ascending course since 2019 onwards. Similarly, the gap for households that are above the poverty threshold between Greece and the average of the EU is bigger than it used to be before crisis. Before crisis, we had convergence of these two trends. Here, the gap when it comes to arrears is even bigger between Greece and the average of the EU, for sure, for households that are below the poverty threshold, but also for households who are above the poverty threshold. So what I told you before is going on. Energy poverty may also touch some of the average income levels. Here you see the percentage of energy poverty for the totality of the population. We are measuring the competency to adequately heat a place, and this can be seen in the bars. We see here the percentages of Greece, and Greece is a marginal situation when it comes to the arrears. You can see here the arrears by the rhombus or the diamond sign, but we have the highest percentage of houses, at least twice per year, they cannot cover the bills, and this is measured by Eurostat. And even more frustrating is this graph pertaining to data from the European Foundation of Social and Work Conditions. This is data coming from 2022. So it covered the crisis of the pandemic, that is, as well as, to some extent, energy crisis. We can see here that on the one hand, we have towards the lower axis the arrears. In the vertical one, we have the incompetency to adequately heat a house. You see that some countries of Southern Europe, like Spain, are ranking low. So very few households are saying that they cannot pay the bill or heat the house. Greece is an extreme condition of, I'm wrong, says the speaker. The arrears can be seen here in the horizontal axis. And here you see the prediction about the future. I mixed that up. What are the predictions for the future? In the future, things will become better or worse. And we can see that by 60%, they believe that things will become worse in the years to come or in the future. So it's not just about the actual situation, but what will happen in the future as well. Here we have two different graphs pertaining to the incompetency to adequately heat a house and the arrears. And we make a distinction between male and female, but we're only talking about households with one member. I will make the link with what Bent Greve said before. What we see is that women, in the first graph, women have a very big difficulty in heating the house. We see that in many countries, at least in the ones with high rates of energy poverty, Bulgaria, Lithuania, Portugal, and here you see that mainly these are countries of Southern Europe and some countries of the Baltic Sea or countries of Eastern Europe. In these houses, the building stock is quite old, but women have a bigger difficulty in heating their houses, obviously, because in these households of one member, women alone are quite old. And as Ben said, they have a lower income than male when they are older. On the other hand, men have arrears. These might demonstrate that women want to be okay with their bills and they're paying the bills compared to men. And this characterizes many countries. But here we might see the difference in gender, especially in one-person households. And a last slide, I will not stick to that, said the speaker. This shows that in Greece, Greece is here. You can see it here in this circle. There is a big gap between urban and rural areas. In rural areas, we have a bigger rate of households that give away a big percentage of their income in energy, contrary to urban areas. Here we are using an objective indicator about expenditure. I will stick to this graph because this graph is showing what I said before, that there is no overlapping between income poverty and energy poverty. Here we have graphs about two different income categories. The first one, the first quintile, that is the lower income quintile in Greece, and the third income quintile, which is average income. We have the lowest ones and the third one, which are average income. What we see here in the first quintile, these countries that have arrears, that is, households cannot pay the bills, and respectively, they cannot heat their houses. Again, these are countries of South Europe, Balkan countries, countries of Eastern Europe, and of the Baltic Sea, with Greece and Bulgaria being the extreme cases having the highest percentages. One would say that in this low quintile, obviously, since the income is quite limited, there would be a problem of energy poverty. But let us go to the average classes. We see that even in average classes in Greece, Cyprus, Croatia, Slovakia, Lithuania, people are saying that it's difficult to heat a house or pay utility bills. This is interesting. If, of course, we visited the higher quintiles, then the majority would be here. The majority would be here. That is, they wouldn't have any arrears and they would be able to heat their home. We see that this range becomes smaller. But what is interesting is that in some countries, again, Balkan countries, among which Greece, of course, there is this problem. So even some middle classes have problems. We can see that here in this graph, I will be very, very brief. The speaker will come to the end because I have 1 minute left. Based on the expenditure out of the overall income, we see that there is a gap. Here we have the first quintile, third and fifth quintiles. We see that the third quintile, again, middle classes, that is, give away a higher part of their income that is close to 8%. For the lowest, it is 10%. And we said that this is the threshold for energy poverty. And the gap for the fifth quintile increases greatly when it comes to energy poverty. And some words about transfer poverty. Here, this is defined based on the expenditure on the use of individual means of transport. Here, I could say that for the lowest income, we see the big difficulty gradually to use an individual means, that is their own car, their own vehicle. This percentage decreases the percentage of households that cannot use their own car. I will come to the end with a generic remark when it comes to the European social policy. I said before that quite largely energy poverty is linked to green transition, and the Green Deal on green transition brings at the forefront this issue, mainly tackling inequality that will be created by transition, because transition will create inequality. Vis-a-vis this problem, we can say there has been a narrative that is expressed through the motto, leaving no one behind. That is, we can have a transition that will be inclusive and will include everybody. This is quite generic, I would say. And when we come to a level of realistic policy, we see that until now, the European Union has created a fund, a just transition fund. But this is just about the areas of phasing out, that is Greece, Kozani area, and Megalopoli in the Peloponnese. In other words, we see that this rage of leaving no one behind, this wide narrative, becomes smaller, and we focus only on the problems of energy poverty in these areas that will come through a lignite phasing out procedure. Then the budget of JTF is limited, and of course, you might know that since 2027 onwards, there will be a carbon levy on houses and transports. If we're still using oil, for instance, or petrol, these houses will pay a tax of carbon. And respectively, if we use obsolete cars, this will mean that we must pay a tax. This has incentivized Europe, the EU, because this will create huge inequalities, and they created the social fund on climate. Allegedly, this fund would would give some benefits, some allowances to the families that are experiencing energy poverty. Yet, the budget is quite low. It's about 5 years' time. In this budget, only 30% will be about subsidies. The remaining part will be about investments in infrastructure. So an element is that we have a wide narrative, a wide rhetoric, which at the level of realistic policy becomes smaller, and this becomes smaller and is targeting specific activities. Moreover, energy poverty is dealt with in a fragmented way. We see that there are many programs drafted, like the National Plan on Fighting Energy Poverty. On the other hand, there is the National Plan on Recovery and Resilience, and so on and so forth. In other words, we are creating a fragmentation when it comes to tackling the problems. If you take, for example, the National Plan on Recovery and Resilience, the Greek one, you will see that in energy poverty, it just talks about the so-called areas of just transition, which are Kozani and Megalopoli. That is, the issue of energy poverty becomes smaller, and it's about only a few cases. So there is a fragmentation of different policy measures that cannot lead to a cohesive tackling of this phenomenon, of the phenomenon of energy poverty. And this will be the end. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Petrezidou, because your presentation was very important on a topic which is dialogue in Greece. And of course, I remember that first indicators on poverty have been seen in the early 20th century. In the main basket of goods, there has been a definition of energy poverty. Back then, they were talking about coal. In the past, coal was significant, but energy played a critical role in the past. Furthermore, it is equally important that during the crisis period in Greece, households that cannot warm their house doubled. In 3 years' time, from 2009 to 2013, households doubled. The households that could not warm their houses. And last but not least, it's very important, the fact that when it comes to transition, which households have difficulties, that is, they have houses that should use lots of energy, obsolete cars, and what are the middle classes which have a better housing with better insulation and modern cars, perhaps electric vehicles. Let me add something to that. It is interesting. Please closer to the microphone, the speaker. Please closer to the microphone. Well, you will see Thank you so much from the booth. Now, a just transfer is the creation of different refueling stations or terminals for electric vehicles. But the ones of lower income, can they buy electric vehicles? And this is just transition. So it is a distortion. It is a distortion of just transition and just as a whole. Yes, and it punishes with taxation the poor households that have obsolete cars or cars of past technology. We shall come to the end with Thomas Maloutas, Professor Emeritus of Geography of Harokopy University. I know Thomas in the late 80s from the department of the university. You have the floor, Thomas. Thank you. So let's not stick to the dates.
I see here that the aesthetics of my presentation, I think this is reminiscent of what we're talking about now, so I'll try to avoid it anyway. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to attend now. My presentation is somewhat linked with the previous presentations. Let me just say that after my presentation and any discussion, we're going to have a break, so be patient. What I'm about to tell you have to do with housing inequalities. I'm going to specify the information as regards our country, and I will conclude by making some comments about the new direction of EU housing policy. Let me start with the fact that we are in a world that's becoming richer and richer. Can you see the figures? Well, the total global income in 2021 rose to record heights in excess of $500 trillion. But at the same time, this is a world that's becoming more and more unequal. According to the data of Piketty in his schemes, it appears that in terms of income, again for the same date, the 10% of the richest persons had 52% of total global income, whereas the poorer 50% held just 8.5% of total global income. And things are even worse if we don't look at income, or you see it wealth. 10% of the wealthiest person held 76% of total wealth, and 50% of the poorer held 2% of wealth. This is also related with housing, because wealth in the greatest part of the planet wealth is reflected in property ownership. And these inequalities are also fed by two things. First, inequalities between countries, of very advanced countries and very developing countries, and inequalities within the countries. And this inequality is fed more and more by inequality within the countries, within the social systems that we have in each country. And this is reflected by the fact that in 1980, the in-country inequalities fed 43% of global inequality, whereas in 2021, this percentage had risen to 68%. what I was saying earlier between wealth and income can also be seen in this graph that is pertinent to the that pertains to the United States, but things are not much different at global level. Income, grows at some rate, whereas property prices rise at a different rate, which is much higher. This creates a housing problem almost everywhere. And this situation, this evolution seems to be starting from the 1970s. There are specific historical and political factors that led to this development, to this opening up of the gap. And one of the main factors is the deindustrialization and the turn of investments to real estate. Indeed, this is an international problem, housing cost, but it is an international problem which presents itself in different manners in different parts of the world. As we heard in the first presentation, things in Northern Europe and possibly to a large extent in large parts of Western Europe have resulted from the commoditization in the sense of stopping the decommodification, of the end of decommodifications, these policies of the welfare state that gave housing an essence which is much less that of a commodity and much more that of a social benefit, a social provision. The weakening of such welfare systems created this problem in those countries. The problem of commoditization became worse by the stock exchange, if you'll allow me, this stock exchangification, if you will, because it's not enough for a house to be a commodity to cause enough of a problem, because a house has always been a commodity centuries now. But the point is the shift from a residence, which is something that one owns and consumes as a value for use, to a house which one holds as based on its exchange value, and you're trying to make money in a very short period of time. So you convert it into an investment product rather than a value for use product. And this is something, and this shift in the use and the exploitation of residences is something that we've experienced in Southern Europe, where because of the tourist waves and because of the increased demand for houses and the short-term leasing platforms that are a catalyst in this shift regarding the use and the handling of properties. In Southern Europe, we did not have this commoditization of residences that North Europe and Western Europe had, because we never had developed welfare states. We had used other solutions to our housing problem, which I will not go into details now. Therefore, we had a somewhat premature commoditization, but a late stock exchangification of property, which has arrived, and or rather not a monetization, if you want, a monetization of the housing that that has become a great factor in recent Europe, in recent times. Now, in Southeastern Europe, in this part, we think that we're alike, but we're not. If we look at the data for housing condition as regards the excessive debt of households, in the first graph, the one in the middle, actually, the red line is Greece, which shows the percentage of households that they have excessive housing spending compared to the other three large countries in the south of Europe, which are more or less close to the European average. Even in the first quintile, the richer 20% of households, even there, our households from the crisis onwards, they don't experience some huge problem, but they stand out from the other households of South Europe. And we also have the highest percentage of households with arrears in bank loans, and as Maria Petmedzidou said before, overdue debts, utility bills and other expenses that are related to the household. And another view of the same thing, overburdened households. Again, we stand out from the other South Europe countries as regards a household that have their own house. They own the house and they do not, they're not in debt, they don't have any outstanding loan. And those who do have still outstanding debt, and those who are, this applies to all. We are much higher than the other countries. Along with all this overburdening that we see, the Greek reality presents low cost indicators compared to other European countries, housing cost. And we are still at a level of approximately 70% of the average, of the EU average, whereas we started in 2004 from 80%, 80-something percent. And at the same time, we have very low production costs for new buildings. So there's a very good investment reality because we are cheap, there's low cost, and our properties are cheap. We have cheap property production cost, but not for us. Our property reality is attractive for investors who come from other realities, and at the same time, this cheap housing market is linked, is connected with this overburdening and this failure, our failure to be able to respond to the prevailing conditions here. How should this be addressed? Well, that's a difficult thing because there is a history of lack of welfare policy. We're not Denmark, we're not Sweden. We don't have we have neither the background, the history of those countries. We don't have the structures of those countries. We don't have the know-how. All these are lacking in this country. In the past, we've used traditional ways like using having our own home or giving out the land plot to a developer to develop the building, and we got an apartment. And this solved somewhat the housing problem, but not anymore. We are now at a transition stage where there is no stepping stone to help us go forward. There was also the mediation of the crisis, which destroyed anything we had. We also abolished the two social and public housing organizations, and we went through a phase of monetization, which again exerts its pressure on the housing market. And the policies that are developed in housing, there are very few housing policies being developed, and not enough to meet the needs that have arisen. How long do I still have? Well, okay. At EU policy level, the European Union has never seen a house, the residence, as a policy pillar for historical reasons, because when it was established, when it was created, a large part of Europe, Western Europe and Northern Europe, had their own very clear and specific housing policies within the framework of their welfare states. Eastern Europe was not then part of the European Union, but the countries of Eastern Europe were in the model of state socialism, and the problem was being resolved in that way. South Europe had its different traditional solutions that it used. We also went through the prevalence of neoliberal policies and theories from the 70s and 80s, which would not introduce into a Europe that was changing the very costly element of housing policy. Therefore, a housing policy remained along with the overall social policy. It remained in the realm of subsidiarity. Namely, the European Union would do some things that would help that would assist the national policies of its member states to go just a little bit further, to do something more than they used to do. But for the European South, which had not developed any housing policy, this was distractive. So this subsidiarity is not such a problem for Denmark, but for us, it's a huge problem. Now, there's a new wind blowing in the European Union, and there's a feeling, there's a sense that something needs to be done in the direction of the social aspect of the of housing. However, this doesn't start from purely social objectives. Its starting point, it's mostly energy and sustainability and energy transition related objectives, which, however, does not decouple this effort from its social element. It starts from the fact that, according to what von der Leyen has said, that our housing stock generates 40% of gas emissions, which is a problem, and we need to intervene. And that the objective is next generation EU to start a wave of refurbishment and make the European Union that part of the planet which will be energy neutral from 2050 onwards. So, in this logic includes a program that is called a general program that's called New European Bauhaus, which has three key pillars: sustainability, the quality of experience, having to do with aesthetics, the sense of belonging to your environment, and inclusiveness. And goes from the old Bauhaus, where form followed function, and now we go into the new program. The new European Bauhaus is this triptych of together, sustainable, beautiful, which is, and the program, what it's trying to say that all three elements have the same importance, but in reality that is not so, and this can be seen from various elements, but I don't have the time to discuss them right now. There's already considerable literature on this, and there is one element that is trying to create a tool to enable the evaluation of each new housing program, whether it goes in the directions, it deals with the directions of the program, whether it is sustainable energy-wise, whether it offers the quality of the experience, and whether it is inclusive. However, it is something that is still in the realm of subsidiarity. It is not something that's a decision. It's not something that's a program that finances a transition in this direction. It is more like motivation of those involved to go in this direction, understanding that if they don't go in this direction, this will possibly lead to distraction, or because things will not be sustainable and climate change will become even worse than it appears to be today, or because social inequalities will create many problems. And I think I will close here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maloutos. I apologize, but I have the ugly role of keeping the time. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting to hear about the inequalities. And it's very interesting to hear all these percentages about the wealth and who holds the greatest wealth. In the 1950s and 1960s, where we have the golden era of social state, we had the fastest growth rates in Western economies. At the same time, there was a reduction of the gap regarding inequalities. From the 1980s onwards, we've had much slower growth rates, but almost all benefits go to the 1% of the wealthiest population. We have a very big widening of the gap. All the aspects that we heard about the housing policies that we heard and the new European direction, we need to conclude.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζω στη δεύτερη συνεδρία αυτού του εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέροντος συγκρίσεις και τάσεις. Κύριε Παπαθεοδόρου, αγαπητέ κύριε Αντιπρίτα,
conditions of since 2004, we have good results, and we should increase the sample to and we present the each region faculty when we have the results.
Σε επίπεδο νομού, δυστυχώς δεν έχουμε ακόμα τα αποτελέσματα. Υπάρχει ένα πρόβλημα με τη διάθεση των αποτελεσμάτων σε επίπεδο νομού. Έχουμε όμως τα συνολικά για την Κρήτη, οπότε κάνουμε
some generic comments to see what are the fluctuations of the per capita gross product. These are the first of all, since there have been big influence until 2020, beginning from 2006, the GDP per capita was 7%. Since 2015 onwards, it's not that one this is the in regions, we see that the two regions that are influence in the GDP. I will not say that
με το Λασίθι να έχει τους καλύτερες επιδόσεις και τις χειρότερες να έχει
the sector that is important is activities and agriculture. Even one side of the people should use in the atmosphere with increase two resources, it's all good for therapy. Let's see,
έχει ουσιαστικά αυτό που εμφανίζει σημαντική αξία στον αγροτικό τομέα και μια ποιότητα στις δραστηριότητες που αφορούν το εμπόριο. Άρα εδώ έχει σημασία ότι τελικά ο αγροτικός τομέας είναι ένας τομέας που θα πρέπει να ενισχυθεί και δεν θα πρέπει να υποτιμάται σε σχέση με τον τουριστικό στην ανάπτυξη της περιοχής. Τώρα, εδώ βλέπουμε τις διαχρονικές τάσεις στο επίπεδο της απασχόλησης από το 1983 μέχρι το 1922. Θα βλέπουμε ότι υπάρχει μια σημαντική πτωτική τάση του επίπεδου απασχόλησης στον πρωτογενή τομέα.
The different types and the developing possibilities of the region. There is a big increase in the different activities of the tertiary sector. Now, this is good, but let's see how we can compare the GDP per inhabitant vis-à-vis the EU. Now, it's good to see how these variants evolved. If we see since 2000, there is an increase up to 2003. Then there is stability with small decreases. Well, look, this is in comparison with the average, with the EU average. If the per capita GDP is 100, how Crete can be compared to that? We shall see that here there is a gradual fall, a gradual decrease that is, which happens upwardly. It stabilizes in 2013, but it still decreased, and there is a slight change in 2020 onwards. So this is the situation when it comes to the GDP of our country per capita. If I translate that into a value that can be comparable to other countries, if I help it is purchasing parity standards, since 2012, the per capita GDP in Crete is lower than the one of the totality of the country. And of course, this is lower than the EU average. You see the blue line of the EU, the orange line is for Greece, and the gray one is for Crete. Since 2019 onwards, there is an upward fall, and this is the impact of the pandemic. Now, let's see how Crete is placed vis-a-vis regions. We shall see that Crete is almost in the middle of region when it comes to the country, that is, when it comes to the per capita GDP. But if we see that amongst the 290 regions of the EU, it ranks 22nd. That is, it's quite low if we compare that with the EU level. What we see there chronically is that the share of GDP corresponds to each dweller of Crete. It goes lower than the EU average. In 2009, Crete was 83 of the EU, or 83% of EU average, the per capita GDP. In 21, it is 52%. It is interesting to see that because later on, when it comes to the poverty indicators, we shall see that Crete is delivering quite well. The poverty indicator evaluates the median income of each year. It's not a stable indicator, that is. Now, it's very important to see what happens with consumption. Again, it shows prosperity in the living conditions of households. The blue line is for the totality of the country. The gray bars are for Crete. For Crete, we have data from 2014 onwards from the research that was conducted then. We shall see from 2008 to 2016, there is a significant decrease of the average monthly expenditure of households in the country, and then there has been a slight increase, and it decreased abruptly in 2019 and 2020 due to the pandemic, and then in 2021 there is a small increase, but it is lower than 2008. We see that expenditure decreased by 34.3%, which is a big decrease. It's a decrease of consumption, and it is greater than the decrease of the GDP at the same time. That is, consumption in households decreases at a far greater rate than the national GDP. Imagine that the decrease of consumption has an impact because it affects products and the financial activity, investments, etc. We shall see that here we separate the population in quintiles. The fifth quintile is the 20% with the highest income. We shall see that if we see the shift of consumption between the years 2014-2021, there's a different pattern between Crete and the rest of Greece. We shall see that Crete, which is the blue bar, we have an increase only in the lowest quintile, which is logical to have an increase there, but a decrease in all other quintiles. Contrary to the remainder of Greece, we have an increase up to the third quintile and a marginal decrease in the fourth and a lower than Crete decrease in the fifth. We see that the decrease of consumption was far more important than in the remainder of the country. Here we have some indicators showing the imbalance in consumption in different categories of products. To win time, I will skip these slides of the speaker. Here you can see a part showing how we can structure the overall consumption on average for the period 14-21. The most important part is products of diet and non-alcoholic drinks. We should say here that the more important is the food rate, the worse are the living conditions, and vice versa. If we had here at the peak hotels, etc., this would mean that we are talking about more wealthy households. I will not stick to these indicators. They're very interesting, showing the differences in consumption and the imbalance in different categories of products and in each quintile. Let me continue with some indicators that can be well understood. An indicator is the indicator through which we are measuring inequality, S20 to S20. It is the ratio between the 20% of the poorest and the 20% of the richest. What should we see here? Here we should see that vis-a-vis the EU, Greece has a higher inequality versus the ratio S80, S20. Here we have all the regions, but Crete has the smallest imbalance, which shows that we're doing well. We have a lower imbalance when it comes to this indicator compared to the totality of the country and to the totality of the EU. We might say that this indicator might fool us a bit, because usually, if you can remember the discussion we had in the presentation of Mr. Maloutas, many times this deviation is about the high income. That is, the difference in the gap is 2, 3, or 5% amongst the richest part of the population. Here you can see a very interesting fact, how social transfers have impacted on income. Here we can see two categories. One is pension, and the other is the different allowances, social allowances. Here you can see a diagram called Lorentz curve. The farthest we are from this curve, the bigger the imbalance. Before all different income, we have this gray line, this outer gray line. The red line is about the following: if we add the different social benefits, but not in classes, and the blue line is after pensions. That is, we shall see here that inequality does not shift out of the other social transfers. On the contrary, the decrease of inequality is taking place through pensions, which means that the social welfare system and the system of transferring into money, that is allowances of pensions, has no redistributive role. It doesn't help in the decrease of inequality, which means that this is a problematic system, something that verifies findings of other studies in the past. Now, let's see the different poverty percentages. Here you see the percentages of relative poverty. In red, you see Greece. In blue, you see the EU of 27, and the gray line is about Crete. The most important conclusion here is we shall see that we have an increase of imbalance since 2009 onwards, that then decreases, okay? Also have quite a low, it is at a low in 2019, it increases in 2020, and it decreases back in 21. It is higher than the EU of 27, but we don't see a great performance. Crete in 2017 starts higher than the domestic average. It decreases, and in 21 it is at a very low level. Let me here open a parenthesis. Usually when we see some indicators, we must not draw conclusions. We don't know how these indicators are calculated. This is the classic error. We have been listening about it from journalists and politicians. Why? We said that this indicator is estimating poverty with a 60% of the median income yearly. But what is important is to see how social protection system has an impact through money transfers. We said that money transfers are of two types. We can group them in two types, pensions and other. Here we have all the regions of the country, as well as Greece and the EU. The red line The red dot is the poverty percentage. We see that in Greece, the poverty percentage is 18.8%, whereas in the EU is 16.5%. But we see that Crete has 10.1%, lower than the domestic average and lower than the EU. So things are quite good. So somebody could argue that we're doing well. So what did you show to us before? Yes, but as we said before, we shall see how this is estimated. The blue dot, it is a round dot, blue dot, saying what would be poverty like if out of the income we alleviate, so if we hadn't alleviated social transfer. And the green dot shows what the impact would be, what poverty would be if we had added pensions, but all other social transfers. So the distance from the blue to the green dot can show the impact of pensions, and from the green to the red, we see the impact of the other social transfers. Centrally in Greece, the impact of other social transfers is quite small related to Europe. This is the median of the EU. If we had compared with the Nordic countries, the difference would be larger because their other social transfers have a bigger impact, even bigger than pensions. So here we have a problematic system of social transfers, which is being repeated throughout all regions. But we see that Crete has a risk. Already, it starts with a lower inequality in income. So it starts with lower rates of poverty when it comes to income before social transfers. So not an impact of social transfers, the poverty in Crete, but it starts from a different starting point. Here we see that other social transfers have an impact. This is one of the flaws of our system, of the Greek social protection system, that we have seen in many different studies. And here lies that all efforts to modernize the system of social protection in Greece, especially lately, what are they doing? They're weakening transfers in kind, that is service, etc., and they focus on money and allowances. Furthermore, we focus on targeted services, contrary to what happens in the Nordic systems, where we have universal services and more generous systems with a better redistributive impact. And now let us come back to what we can see here, that is relevant poverty. As we said before, the blue line shows the relevant poverty of Greece. The fact that we start in 2018 from 19.7%, we reach the crisis period 23.1%. It is preserved and then it drops. We reach 18.5% for 2017, lower than we were in 2008. And we have it at the same level until these days. Crete, we start with 21.4, but it goes down to 10% approximately, lower than the EU average. So we should all be happy. Why are we discussing about it? One might argue. But we said that this poverty is estimated as 1% of the income. 60% that is of the median income. What's that? If we include all income, we can have the average. This is the median income. Okay, but what do we have now? We have a dramatic fall of income. Since a dramatic decrease of income exists, we have a decrease of median income, which means a decrease of the poverty threshold. So we're not talking about the same objectives. We must not have a same poverty ceiling across the years. We can see here the bars. This was the ceiling poverty. In 2001, it was 600 euros per month for one person. If we see that in 2014, it was 376 euros. And then gradually it increases. Today it is 476. Or to put another way, a person who had income of 180 euros monthly, 480 euros would be poor in 2008, 9, 10, but the same person with the same income would be non-poor from that time onwards, which is absurd. and irrational. What do we need? We need rather an indicator that would be stable. If we set the same limit, at least for income, how many athletes can jump higher than 2 meters? This could be a threshold. How many households can be can go more than this specific living condition limit? Who is going to offer such an indicator? This indicator is the one based on the poverty ceiling of 2007. Going to 2008, here, let me open a parenthesis. The data that you see here are taking into account the period 2008 to 2021 and are about the research from until 2022. The income data pertain to the previous year. That is why in the public debate, many people are committing errors, journalists and politicians, not quoting the exact date of data. Now, if we use this data, poverty from 18% in 2009 is at 48% in 2013. That is, many households were poor in Greece, and then it still is at the same level. Since 2020 onwards, it goes down 24%, 21, a very significant fall, I would say. Nevertheless, very higher poverty ceiling compared to 2008, that is today. We are at a much worse condition when it comes to poverty or poverty risk compared to 2008. The relevant data about Crete are better. It starts from 38% and it reaches 16.8% 2021. There is an upward change in 2021 in Crete and in the country, which is demonstrated by recent data, the data that are 1 month old. Now, another point is this poverty gap, which means how poor are the poor. Here we can say that Crete is delivering quite well. We have a smaller poverty gap than the average in Greece and the lowest between all regions in the country. This data is good, but what about income? An interesting way to see it is to use the indicators of material deprivation. This shows the possibility of a household to cover main needs and services critical for their well-being and the living condition. Okay, the recent indicator, which is about material social deprivation, is using 13 services, that is extraordinary conditions, vacation of one time once a year, the possibility to cover loans and public utility bills without a problem, proper nutrition, heating of the house, a series of things, and there have been some social activities, for instance, meetings with relatives and friends, outdoor activities, etc. We are saying the following: if this person cannot cover 5 out of their 13 needs, we have then social deprivation and material deprivation. If they face at least 7 out of the 13, then we're talking about intense material deprivation. Now here we can see that if we are based on this indicator, here we can see a dramatic status of our country vis-a-vis the remainder of Europe. We shall see that in Greece in 2021, rather 21% of households are living through social and material deprivation compared to 12% for the totality of the European Union. So Greece 21.2 and almost Greece 29.2, almost triple risk of social deprivation. And if we take significant deprivation, in Greece we're talking about 50%, in the EU it is 7%. Again, triple or approximately triple difference. If we take Crete as an example, it's even worse. In Crete, we're talking about 32.7%, higher, the highest in Greece in 2019, and 15.3%, which is the average. What about these indicators? They study how some needs might be met. This indicator is not based on income because the poverty indicator is related to what extent, rather how much the income of each household is related to the median income, but the latter can be quite low. The most recent data on Greece, coming back from 2022, are showing a better image in Crete, but much worse compared to the EU average. It is 12.7 in EU and 26% in Crete. It is almost triple. So in Greece, the risk of social deprivation, material deprivation is 3 times more. This data shows, you know what, we cannot be complacent. We cannot just be based on poverty indicators. By way of conclusion, we have the indicator AROP that combines data of poverty and data of working exclusion and material deprivation. Here, Crete is doing well vis-a-vis the EU, the median of the EU, and compared to Greece. That was all. I tried to be brief in order not to steal your time. I think that I kept my time, and thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much, Professor Papatheodorou, for a very impressive speech that he delivered. And he presented reality, the evolving social, financial reality or topography of Crete compared to Greece and Europe. I would have many things to say, but my role is just to be the moderator. I would just say that in Crete we have lower imbalance, lower poverty, but a bigger horizontal deprivation in income, in consumption, etc. Mr. Papatheodorou explained how we should read indicators. His analysis was brilliant because he had some methodological highlights. You know what? Either we like it or not, these comments skip social debate. Now let me give the floor straight away, after thanking him again, let me give the floor to Dimitra Schiatista, who is postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Sociology, University of Crete, and active researcher in the Regional Observatory. I should say that I know her from her work. I know her from very good words. I have been listening about her now. I have the joy to meet her in person. You have the floor, and thank you for being here for the very interesting topic, mapping multiple deprivation and Crete implications for social, spatial sustainability. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon on my part. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here in this wonderful discussion of the outcomes of this 3-year effort. I'm going to present the work on the third research axis, cooperation of the University of Crete with the Observatory of the region of Crete that concerned and identifying social deprivation and poverty pockets. It is the axis that seeks to develop spatial mapping and analysis tools for poverty and deprivation, and therefore be able to see things on a regional level. If we can, from the previous presentation, see the inter-regional differences and the differences within the region when we have accumulations and pockets and relevant inequalities in space. Very quickly, this axis developed poverty and deprivation pockets identification and monitoring. We tried to collect data. It's a major point, data which is available in lower spatial analysis so that they can be depicted geographically. We created a geographic database with data from tax registers of the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, from the Manpower Organization, the minimum guaranteed benefit, And a very important source was the census of the Statistical Authority. Unfortunately, based on 2011 information, but the greatest spatial analysis that's available that we used in the maps that I'm going to show you. From this geographical database, which has 90 indicators, we selected 13 indicators in order to simplify the model. These were grouped into 5 deprivation dimensions. Indicators have to do income, employment, education, housing, care, or dependence on care or services. And we created a total multiple deprivation index. And this information was depicted in the detailed presentation units for Crete, 3 levels of spatial analysis, and 74 postcodes, or some information that was the lowest analysis level we could have, or 25 municipalities. So the objective of this tool is to be able to identify and prioritize. So it's a relevant index. It does not study the conditions of poverty and deprivations, but in relation to all the areas in the region of Crete. It tries to find which ones are more deprived, which are less deprived, what happens in between, identifies various dimensions, focusing on the thematic deprivation dimensions that have been selected. It brings about structures of spatial inequality, of non-cohesion. We could have pockets, or we could have entire zones and areas of deprivation and poverty. And this is a matter also, and sometimes it's a matter of interpretation of what is happening in reality. The setting the spatial dimension with greater detail will contribute into developing more targeted, specially targeted policies, which be focused, which address the most deprived, the groups and most deprived areas. And of course, these information and the databases and the maps have been linked to the Crete GIS, and the objective and the target is to have an open data infrastructure that will be open to society and for research and for policy making overall. And of course, the logic of this tool is to enable its expansion and improvement, because there are various problems with preparing the databases and examining the indicators. And it should be able to expand all these deprivation dimensions and link with other indicators, health indicators, environmental indicators. Health indicators are very important, and we also talked about poverty or issues that have to do with citizens' rights, citizens' participation. This is work that should continue in order to enrich the database. Now, let me just give you some examples and all the maps that have resulted. All the analysis have been posted on the website. This is a map of the overall deprivation index. This is the synthetic index made up from the 13 variables. And this shows that there's an axis. The darker areas are the more deprived areas. The lighter green areas are the less deprived areas. There is a north-south axis and east-south in Crete. It has to do with the differences between rural areas in the mainland or the more remote mountainous regions. Another analysis we conducted was the distribution of these areas, deprivation areas, again in quintiles, as was explained with previous indicators, but from the more to the least deprived pockets, and the verification of the distribution per regional unit in order to check the internal differences. And we see that what has resulted from the analysis that took place was that the South Iraklio and Lasithi unit have the greatest deprivation, with different distribution, more dissemination in Heraklion and great polarization in the Lasithi regional unit. We also focused on two urban areas, actually the Iraklio metropolitan area and the Chania area. For these areas, we have data on greater spatial analysis, and this has resulted into various conclusions for urban poverty accumulations within the urban fabric, either more spread out or more uniform. I'm not going to details about the conclusions. There's analysis of this observation that were made after these mappings in the deliverables of this research. I'm just giving you some indications in order to help you see how we worked and what these maps include and present. And now, with regard to the 5 dimensions that we worked on, the 13 indicators that we used are the beneficiaries of the minimum guaranteed income compared to tax returns, data on long-term unemployed and specialized labor, and the shift in unemployment, especially for the pandemic, in order to see the impact of the pandemic, which also shows a form of work insecurity, work risk, which is also characteristic due to the rise of tertiary area and tourism in Crete. Education issues, how many people are not going into education, or how many people do not follow education on the various levels. Also, housing benefit, how many are beneficiaries according to the 2019 tax returns. Households living in rented properties. The rent, in rent we see many percentages of vulnerability, but it's not only rent, because we see a great poverty among households that have their own house, especially in Greece, that there is a great home ownership in all income categories. The issue of energy poverty, we try to find households without heating. Some of the weaknesses of these indicators, they are not, it's not current. Nevertheless, this compared to the housing stock or the infrastructure, these are things that are not changing so rapidly. Definitely education, it is a matter that needs to be updated, and that's the target. And finally, the access to care services, the dependence, the indicator of populations in need of care among the young 0 to 14 and over 65, and also households that do not own a car, which in a region with very poorly developed infrastructure and public transport, and the existence of many remote areas. This is something that's very important, and it explains the isolation we see in some groups. And very briefly, let me tell you one more thing to give you an idea of how the mapping and processing of these indicators results by deprivation dimensions. Here again we see observations with regard to the distribution in the quintiles and in relation to their mapping at Crete level, the entire island, and in the two large cities. Here, the most striking indicator showing inequalities is heating, and not so much the households living in rent, because this requires greater investigation, because they do not clearly present poverty. This may also have to do with the income-linked allowance that is being provided for rent. So this creates various problem in the utilization of the data, because there are many income that are not being declared. So benefits, there are problems with benefits, and there are problems with the fact that not all income are being declared. These are issues that constantly need to be processed. Now, with regard to increased needs for care, the situation, the indicators are more clear. Although they are old, they're more than a decade old. We see the accumulation of people, of elder people and people without a car, especially in rural and remote areas. Or conversely, the absence of young people in rural areas and their accumulation in urban areas. Another comparison we conducted, you can see in the deliverables are the differences between rural and urban and rural areas. And I think that this analysis, the spatial analysis, shows that this is a big axis, you know, city or countryside, and it should be addressed and should be seen through the perspective of tackling with inequalities, and to a great extent has to do with the need to develop services, to upgrade infrastructure, to improve accessibility to these remote or rural areas. And this is yet another area that should be studied and go ahead and possibly be integrated in strategies and policies. Again, another focus on the consequences of the pandemic and the lockdown, which it appeared, especially the indicator that shows the shift of unemployed from May 2018 to May 2020, when we had the first lockdown. There was a great change of unemployed with greater impact in urban areas compared to rural areas, and undoubtedly this has to do with the nature of work in these areas. Now, this was just a very brief overview of what this work entails. Let me just discuss some issues. First is the limited reliability of data that are dependent on income tax returns. This is a problem. For example, the minimum guaranteed income and the housing allowance are allowances given based on income level criteria. So this is issue because people may not declare their regular income and be eligible for the allowance, and other people who actually don't have any money to declare, they don't get these allowances. So that there is a problem in the analysis of this data. And I think that we can do other types of verifications and cross-referencing to be able to correct our findings and not say things that do not that are not a reality. Another thing, another issue is that we have need for data with lower spatial analysis, and this is not available, but it's something that gradually and with a more systematic cooperation with other public organizations that have registers, that have useful data, we should be able to get this information and work together. Digitization has truly created many databases, and we should be able to tap these databases and be able to view them on a spatial level. And of course, we need better quality data. And since we're talking about the sustainable development goal, we need data that combine the three dimensions of sustainability, environmental dimensions, financial dimensions, social dimensions. And therefore, on this mapping tool, which adopt the logic of a deprivation index, following some best practice from Europe, the objective is to go one step further and discuss the issue of vulnerability and combine these indicators on a spatial level, because it's important to also see the environmental burden, the risks linked to the environmental crisis, the vulnerability or strength of infrastructure, and the impact of investments and developmental interventions such as large-scale projects, infrastructure projects, and strategic investment in general in areas or energy investments, which is a given, and what impact these have on the local communities and how they interact and they affect other social and economic indicators. The issue of inequality, but inequality not only in relation to income or basic material dimension, but also the issues of participation, the discrimination, the rights of the population, and the focus on the most vulnerable group, and how can this be present in these indicators. And undoubtedly an emphasis is needed on the language we use. This is a talk that we have had. We need to be able, through this tool, through these indicators, through the policy and strategy, to have a positive framing, not stigmatize any areas, and head in the direction of empowering communities, empowering local communities. And we also discussed the issue of inclusion. I'm just at 20 minutes. I'm going to spend 1 or 2 more minutes. So in this direction, we see this tool that is trying to map indicators and see the spatial dimension and see inequalities within cities, within the region. And this is very important for reaching sustainability, not only for SDG 11 that has to do with sustainable cities and communities, but overall has to do with how we can combine our spatial policies with national policies and social policies, which are applied centrally. The development of special approach for special development, the issue of equitable distribution of services and benefits. Sometimes, the criteria for the distribution of funds have to do with maturity, etc. But we should be able to discuss how the monies will be channeled to where the need is, and this takes time in order to be able to target that. And also, of course, make use of the local diversity and the differences from area to area. And what's very important for this, because indicators are very abstract, what's important for this, like we said, is the participation of local governments and of the populations themselves to feel that they have a say in these policies. So possibly an issue of the observation, how the observatory is open, is understood, and gives tools and strength to the local communities themselves to claim potentially or express some proposals. And to conclude, it's yet another key parameter for the spatial and equitable distribution. And just to say that the team of the third axis was under the scientific care of Vasilis Arapoglou, Thomas Maloutas, and Stavros Pirelis, to whom we owe these wonderful maps. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Siatista. You and the entire team, for that matter, coordinated by Vasilis Arapoglou, they did a very interesting presentation and going into a special level throughout Cyprus with multidimensional deprivation indicator, which discusses the issue of social sustainability, but goes into the city and various community level. There are various interesting convergences or findings that could be discussed in conjunction with Mr. Papatheodorou's presentation, such as the differences between the urban and the rural environment. As I said, my role is just to moderate this panel. So thank you again. We know the next speaker, all of us know the next speaker, professor and former director of the sociology department of the University of Greece, Yannis Zaimakis, an excellent scientist and researcher and an active citizen at that, who is also head of the laboratory for social analysis and applied social research, and is responsible for coordinating the University of Crete team for the Observatory. A very interesting issue of disadvantaged communities in the rural and urban area and Crete, the challenge of spatial justice. As you see, the issues evolve. One comes at the end of the next, and we are looking forward to your speech. Yannis, you have the floor.
First of all, hello. I shall take the relay of these concerns that have been said by the previous speaker. That is, social geographies, imbalances, and the specificities in the rural area. I have processed some detailed schemes that are under processing and under negotiation. I will give some indicators, but I will not stick to that. Using the material of an in the field and in situ research that brings at the heart the voices of the subjects themselves. We shall try to understand some issues with cultural, social, even historic dimensions. That's why I'm using photos as a sociologist of culture. Let me tell you that the working group that I moderate consists of Nicoletta Ratsika, Maria Pavdaki, Chara Kokinu, and Maria Tamvaki, whom I would like to thank. And let's say a few things. Where should we focus on? We are trying to see social geography of inequalities and their special characteristics, but the utmost goal is to fuel the dialogue, a discussion that is towards the direction of spatial justice and social cohesion, and a sustainable development that, if possible, should start following a bottom-up approach. I'm using some terms, defects, adjust, etc. I would like very briefly to talk about it. There is literature, mainly abroad. Let me say a few words, though. Spatial justice is a notion that stresses the geographic strand of inequality, the dialectic relationship between spatial and social at all scales. Here we shall focus on local factors, and we shall see deviations that exist within one region, like the one of Crete. The debate, of course, goes as backwards to Lefebvre, the right to the city, Makuzi, etc. And the notion of spatial justice is not just a detailed tool, it is an imperative, it is a social imperative that stresses the fair allocation of resources and opportunities of well-being. Let's keep that notion as well in the spatial entities of a society through integrated, holistic approaches that enhance the convergence of local communities and societies. Now, the spatial flow is another interesting discussion linked to three dimensions. First, ecology, the ecology of a community, pertaining to the availability of transit resources, social tools, infrastructure, etc. The second is the spatial concentration in specific areas of a population that has some characteristic of deprivation, can be vulnerable groups, poor people, minorities, migrants, social levels with low income, and so on and so forth. And the third one, which is the most complicated one, it's very difficult to see through the statistical indicators. It is the social malfunction linked to delinquency, to the feeling of unsafety, to the lack of trust. There is a huge debate about the anti-politics, that is the way through which civilians are facing the central government. We've seen that quite recently in Greece as well. And of course, the notion of social exclusion is of paramount importance. Let me say a few words about the methodology used. We adopted the logic of methods based on complementary qualitative and quantitative data. The quantitative ones are linked to indicators and to data that exist in the observatory, but we focus mainly on the income, the employability, housing, social care, but another indicator as well, which is the population evolution, which is quite important. Furthermore, in the in situ research, because it is an undergoing research, we have 62 semi-structured interviews for focus groups with groups of freelancers and people working in the local governments. Then we used informal discussions within the community, within the coffee houses, and the on-site observation, which is paramount important. The goals of these practices are inclusion in research, using the experience of the subjects and the feeling of deprivation, which is quite different from indicators. Furthermore, we need to highlight aspects of social well-being, for instance, the environment, the natural capital, that we cannot see through these financial indicators. And then a third objective is to shape a culture of participation and keep the notion communities of action that have as a name broader changes through what we call community participatory planning. Now, let us see what's happening in the rural and urban area of Crete. You see here a map on which we can see the 4 municipalities in central and eastern Crete that have the higher score when it comes to the indicator of multiple deprivation. What can we see here in these 4 regions? 2 in Messara, the municipality of Festos and Gortinas. Gortina has the highest, 71% of communities have deprivation characteristics. In order not to confuse you with terminology, then there is another municipality of Yannon and the municipality of Sitia, which is the hinterland of Sitia. What can we see there? We see spatial entities close to mountainous regions. That is the mountains of Lasithi, Psiloritis mountain, or the mountains of Sitia, etc., with a big distance from Heraklion, the urban center that is. The different elements are shown here, a threefold dimension and a different level of growth. On the one hand, we see isolated livestock breeding communities with quite old population, with important problems, of course. Second, coastal settlements that depend on seasonal tourism, but not developed that much, nor do they have proper infrastructure. There is a second rural economy with different vegetables, and a third level, which are towns that can be urbanized with better indicators. The same goes for the town of Sitia, and there was a small increase in population. Structural problems in these areas. Excessive dependence on primary sector, and the primary sector which is a bit lagging behind in innovation and processing. Increased cost of transfer, that is distance from the urban cities and the markets, and increase of the production cost. Limited employability chances in specific sectors, and usually low income initiatives. Lack of investment, not just at the private sphere, but also at the level of the private sector. For the private businesses, there is a change, which is about land. I will elaborate on that later on. Another topic which is very important is desertification of small settlements. We have estimated that in Crete, there are 40 settlements, rural settlements, very, very interesting ones, which in the next 20 or 30 years will not exist. Two characteristic examples: Kalami, which had 420 inhabitants in 1951. There is a scale of 60 years, and now it has reached 8 people living there. There is a similar situation for Agios Vasilios village. Now, we can also see deserted cultivations. We see marvelous houses. You can see the photo from Kalami, which is at a 10 kilometers distance from the beach. Stone-built houses. Somebody could think that there could be an ecological village, an eco-community, but they will be deserted. Public buildings that are deserted, and private dwellings deserted. In these areas, there are limited health services, limited education, and the same goes for all small settlements. A problematic road connectivity with the urban centers, quite difficult it will be for an old people, for an old person to move to Heraklion, but also there is a lack of connectivity in the hinterland as well. Then difficulties of access in the health-related services, which are very important there. Let us also say that these social services are understaffed with huge problems, or they don't even exist, as for example in the municipality of Ianos. I'm going to demonstrate some different data. We have low income, lower than in the urban territories, lower than the poverty threshold, high rates of people living through social benefits. There is an incapacity to have access to main goods and a dignitary living condition. Decrease of socializing here. And somebody said, for 3 years, I have not visited the coffee shop. I don't go outdoors because I don't have money to pay for my coffee. And I'm ashamed because 10 people have bought for me a cup of coffee, but I cannot buy back for them a cup of coffee, which means that there will be a lack of communication according to the traditional customs in Crete. Then, a high rate of households without central heating, in spite of the fact that these are mountainous regions, and a very big percentage of households without any car. No matter what this might mean when it comes to social care issues. Something else about gender-related topics, a very low education capital amongst women. Women, not only are they excluded from the local labor market, but their education is quite low. And the exclusion phenomenon goes bigger. Some development when it comes to the registration of unemployed, they are on the rise in a limited labor market. An increase of the beneficiaries for the social benefit in the period 2021 and an increase of the housing benefit. Quite largely, I would say that the beneficiaries of that are migrants who are a very important group. We must think of different policies about them as well. And they play a positive role in harvesting the fields, and of course they can meet some other labor-related works. It is a workers' proletariat. Now, it seems from the narrations of the inhabitants themselves that there's a feeling of social exclusion and the fact that they are deserted from the state and from local services. The limited networks of youth inclusion. There are no places to hang around for the youth. The practice of resilience should be of our concern. People, on the one hand, claim dignitary living conditions, but there's another trend. What we name that they have learned to live with the allowances. Very important is the role of social services, and since here we don't have a serious social welfare state, many times what the state should do is being replaced by the family network, and this is done by the church. Then gender inequality can be seen on the one hand through the patriarchal system mindset that is being reproduced, and on the other hand, this can be seen through the flow and the commitments of women to be included in the local labor market, especially in the rural sector and in the very few services that exist in these small towns. This sense of uncertainty related to the consumption of alcohol, the masculinity in some areas like Mesara, as well as the cases of drugs and other substances. Now, there is a clash between farmers and livestock breeders for the use of land, isolated facts of social racism vis-a-vis migrants, and something that might be of interest for Mr. Papandonakis, limited growth of Kalo, that is social enterprises. And here we could have this type of endeavors. Now, let us visit a bit the urban area. Things are a bit different. If conditions of deprivation in the rural area are linked to social procedures, like, for instance, the decay of raising export, the rural migration in the 70s and the 80s, the difficulties for local economy to adapt to free competition of different products within the EU, and the broader shift of modern economies to the tertiary sector, these are main elements that have affected these communities. In the urban areas, things are a bit more complicated. Here, we can see the shaping in the time of different places. These places are linked to historic conditions. What I'm talking about? I'm talking about the organization of Crete throughout the Ottoman Empire. The Armenians would go elsewhere, the Muslims would go elsewhere, etc., etc. The policy of expulsion for the risky teams and the prostitution throughout the Cretan regime. We see here the ghetto of Lapko, which is a very deprived community, and in Chania, Splatsia, and the lower part of Agia Triada here. Then, the non-regulated development of Heraklion throughout the 20th century for two reasons. First, migrants that settled. Heraklion received a big wave of migrants. Let me remind you that the in-between wars period population went bigger by 35%, and moreover, the installation of farmers in the farming migration period in the 70s and the 80s, where we saw accumulation of a big population stock in a city with no infrastructure. Let me remind you that in 3 decades, Heraklion doubled its population, something that has never happened in any other urban center in our country. I will try to highlight the specificities of these three big zones of deprivation that we can meet in the urban area through some specific schemes. Let us see this typology of the three different zones of neighboring communities that seem like a spatial flow. You see here one zone is located at the southern part of the old city, close to the Venetian walls. It starts from Agia Triada. It climbs up to the school of Anoia, then Fidik Passa, Pediada Street, etc. There we have high rates, especially in Lakos area where we have 60%. The second zone is towards the eastern communities of Heraklion. It is the complex of neighborhoods next to Poros and parts of New Alikarnassos. What do they have? These areas were formed due to the settlement of migrants. Poros went bigger in the post-war era because Poros had both indigenous populations and migrants. And third zone is towards the western territories, which were shaped after the war through rural migration. Later on, we're going to see some different data when it comes to all that info. Here we can see some photos that can show these islets, the islets within the walls. These are very important islets. They have a cultural identity and history, but for many decades, they have been marginalized. In these areas, we can observe some main characteristics of deprivation. There is a high percentage of people who are not specialized, a high number of people without car or heating. Then there is the increased trend of households taking a housing allowance. Here, foreigners are represented in these areas, but also in the semi-urban areas. Then there are migrants amongst the beneficiaries of the housing allowance. And again, here, the areas within the city, but also in Kaminia. Here you can see some more data, and I'm showing to you what happens in Chania with two islets of deprivation, and it is Plagia and Kumkapi, both former Muslim territories that then welcomed migrants. Here we have the following phenomenon. There are some stops of over-tourism, high density and intensity of tourist activity, commercialization of dwellings, because a dwelling from a social good is turned to a commercial asset, as our dear friend said, as Mr. Maloutas said before. The use of dwellings to Airbnb. But what does this mean? This means the expulsion of old dwellers, alteration of the character or the identity of the neighborhood, and a trend of urbanization of deprivation. These are some indicators. Let me skip them because overall I have described to you these factors with a high percentage population without specialty cars or central heating problematic houses. I will open a small parenthesis here because in these territories we can observe some very important bottom-up initiatives, the alternative actions of social solidarity economy, reaction of dwellers against the practices of a superficial gentrification of cities, the demands into a right city to different activities, the improvement of the quality of life, and the maintenance of the cultural identity of these areas. The info here on the slide is more than enough. Now, second zone, suburban dwellings having a folk culture, very popular culture, which used to be quite active. They were shaped upon the settlement of migrants in the in-between wars period in the eastern suburbs of the city. In these areas, and I include Poros in these areas, we have an increased rate of long-run unemployed people, a high percentage of beneficiaries through benefits or allowances of disabled people. In Alakarasos, it's double compared to Crete. Let me here open a parenthesis to say that the enclaves of deprivation in Alakarasos are very, very specific. They are around the Church of St. Nicholas, the old urban ones, as the people used to say, and the region around the industrial zone, which is the settlement of Roma, next to the police station. Then there is a small enclave, not spot by statistics, but is important. When it comes to the slaughterhouses, in the slaughterhouses, living conditions are really preposterous. We see a high density of population, 21,000 people per square kilometer. In Heraklion, it's quite lower. And I would argue that this is for a big part of Nea Karnassos. Now, let us take another complex of neighborhoods. Things are more worrying because these are very important big neighborhoods. I'm talking about Chrysopigi, an old brother neighborhood of migrants. Pateles and Agia Katerini. Here we see a high density of population, 7 times bigger than the municipal zone of Heraklion in the areas of Poros, Chrysopigi, and Pateles. Lack of greenery and public spaces, limited networks of public participation, and this is organized either by Agia Katerini or St. George Church, a sense of unsafety expressed by the different dwellers. Now, let's go to the western zone, the last one. These are very popular neighborhoods shaped in the post-war era from the agricultural migration and from the different popular dwellings shaped by the junta. Some main characteristics, there are some beneficiaries from the lower income, especially in Kaminia, then a high percentage of unemployed in the long run, and disabled people, especially in Kaminia neighborhood. In Kaminia, we observe that, you know what, income in urban areas are better. Even in these areas, income is better compared to the rural areas, but they have a very low monthly income, which is close to 900 euros. Density of population in some parts of Kaminia, we're talking about the big one, it's the highest in Crete, 27,900 dwellers per square kilometer. The same problems with greenery for public spaces, but at least here there are sports complexes and a front to the sea. Here we have some solidarity network as well, but I don't have the time to elaborate. And last but not least, Vilina. This is a settlement of popular dwellings. It is a settlement which was built during the 7 years of dictatorship. Beggars, thieves, poor people, homeless people were transferred here into a neighborhood that was turned into a military ghetto towards the upper left part. Until today, it reproduces this image of the urban degradation followed by other problems of delinquency, domestic violence, a sense of uncertainty, marginalization, and increased phenomena related to social risks. Allow me to sum it up with an image that will come from the era that I wandered, that when we wandered and we strolled to these places. As we wandered and as we strolled around these islets, we're able to see the decay state policies and the forces of the market have left their footprint in place, like abandonment. We're quite impressed at the fact that in some neighborhoods like Splatsia or Agietriada, there are many graffitis on poverty and on what we have been discussing today on inequality, etc. One of these graffitis was using a rime, and it was writing, you can see the left. It says, quote, "The state creates inequalities and communities should have a say." And of course, somebody wrote, "And let us also keep accountable the market." It is, end of quote, it is true that in cases of neoliberal globalized capitalism, these creative resistances, these creative reactions is like a dust in the wind. But these insinuations may give us some ideas so that we can think of action communities, sensitive researchers, movements, social movements that have a claim in the right to a fair and just city, entities of social and solidarity economy, designers of social policy sensitive in matters of social justice. They can make what we call communities of action, in which people should have a say, an important role to play, so that we can be led to broader social changes towards the direction of spatial justice. I hope that these ideas, these types of research, these conferences can contribute to this, and thank you so much for your attention. There is no doubt, my dear Giannis, that yes, they're doing so, because your job, for instance, is quite important. Let me congratulate you. It is a very impressive speech, quite interesting besides, and he talked about the challenge of spatial justice and the right to an opportunity in reality, up to the material footprint of deprivation and the material footprint of a community deprivation. Mr. Zaimakis helped us a lot through the evaluation of a plethora of qualitative and quantitative data, but it was quite fascinating. So we navigated through these communities, rendering urgent the claim for substantial spatial justice following a bottom-up approach. Many things could be commented, but I will keep only one. And it is at the end of an interview, it says, through deprivation and through communities in deprivation, the self-perception of poverty has a stigma. I think that we must not skip that, but my role here is the moderator. Let me welcome Angelos Loukakis, a dear friend, and one of the most dynamic new scientists that we have joined, not only to have him in the University of Crete. He's a colleague in ASOE, he's a colleague in the University of Crete, he's a postdoc researcher at AK, National Center for Research, and an associate of the Observatory. He's going to talk to us about the following: mapping of local needs and services for social and sustainable development in Crete. You have the floor, Angelos, please.
Nikos, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Nikos, I couldn't do it better myself. But let me pick up on something he said earlier. That's why he said that each presentation comes as a continuation of the next. What I'm going to try to do is to show you how we in the observatory, we use the data that we get from the University of Crete teams, and what we're trying to do is document the needs, contribute to policy making, and most importantly, see how we can contribute to securing financing so that the policy that we were supposed to contribute to cover the needs, and see how we also contribute to sustainable development. So what this figure describes is more or less what I'm saying. I'm trying to show you the logic and how we work. The first box on the left shows the work that we're doing, our own research work, which is an integral part of what we call the integrated needs diagnosis, mapping of services. What we do is we try to map the needs, we try to also map the services, the social programs, the social structures that want to cover these needs. And if somebody asks me, and why are you interested in services? Because services are supposedly related to meeting the needs or are not related, to see whether the services are able of covering the needs of the population. The second pillar are the research of the University of Crete. Is all this work that take, takes place as was described by Ms. Vlasaki, and we saw many samples in the previous presentation. So what we do is we intervene and we put the data of our own mapping to the data given by the teams of the University of Crete, and our objective, for all of us together, is to diagnose the needs and to contribute to policy making and funding, of course, as I said. So I said earlier that throughout this period, we tried to map the services, the structures, and the program. The first outcome of this work is the social services and programs list, which is posted on our website, and it is a database which contains more than 2,000 services and programs around Crete, and which can be used by any citizen or policy maker in order to see what exists in terms of social policy services in Crete. It includes 45 different kinds of services coming either from the regions, municipalities, services, the state, the welfare services, the second level local government, the church, etc. So one can go online and see either geographically what exists, so at a regional unit level or the municipal level, what services are available, or the types of level. I want to see the centers for the elderly. I want to see the daycare centers or beneficiary group, for example. I want to see what is out there for women, for migrants, for children, for families. So all these mapping occurs at the geographical level. So we've posted it on the GIS Crete, and it's also available on our website if somebody wants to go in, browse, and see what interests them. This is a sample of the available services in Crete. It's what I said, that we do a mapping by country. You see daycares, regional medical practices, health centers, etc., etc. Another part of the mapping we do, so it's not just to see what services are out there, but we want to see the needs of those services. So we want to see what these services need in order to better operate, because if as you see here in the bar chart, we see that there is a lack in staff, which means that the services won't be able to do their job correctly because they don't have the necessary staff or the necessary specialties. For example, they've been telling us that they don't have baby care specialists, so it means that the structures cannot welcome as many children as they cannot fill their capacity because they don't have the necessary staff. If they don't have a psychologist or psychiatrist, we cannot cover the needs of population in mental health services. Another problem is building needs. Why? Because if we don't have the necessary premises, how can the people working there do their job correctly? And the third is material infrastructure. For example, the elderly units have a physiotherapist or work therapists, but they don't have the adequate equipment, so they can't do their work correctly. And something similar occurs in all services. So what we're trying to do is trying to find why or how we can improve the operation of the services. Why? To help to better serve the needs of the population. We're interested in the services because they meet the needs. Just remember that. Another thing that we look in mapping the services, and we always look into, is the beneficiaries, or at least the number of people that receive services from these services. We see here the beneficiaries of municipal social services in the past 3 years, but don't we look at the beneficiaries, but we also look at the number of applications, because the rate between applications to beneficiaries will show us whether the needs are met or not. For example, I'm going to show you real figures. If we have a very large number of applications and a large number of beneficiaries, this means that many people knocked on the door of the department but were not served. So there is a need there that we see how we're going to fill, either with new organizations or increasing staff. I don't know. But depending on the case, we must find a solution. So it's an important element that we are also examining. Now, we talk about mapping, and often the true mapping, namely depicting the picture services on the map, reveals some things, and it's very clear. So another element of this mapping, as I said it earlier, is the social group to which its service is intended. And for example, we see here the women support services throughout Crete. It's this red marks. What do we see? That throughout the south of Crete, throughout the last city, and in western Crete, there are zero services to support women. So this reveals a need. We need to do something about this. So now, we are also very interested, and it was mentioned in previous talks, we're very interested in the opinion of local communities and what is happening in the local communities. So we get this information indirectly. So we're interested in having the experience of people working in social problems. Why? Because these are the people who live in the local communities that come into daily contact with the population in need. So they have better knowledge of what the problems are, and they know the possible solutions. So consultation with these bodies, and we've organized several such sessions and meetings with bodies working either in the social services of municipalities or the community centers or similar services, reveal what I said earlier, the problems and the possible solutions. Because through this process, we believe that we can have some additional, we can make some societies sustainable again, and we can help them prosper again, because they said that the ultimate objective is the prosperity of local communities. You see here a mapping, as a presentation of the problems, and it's something that was mentioned, a lack of support networks among vulnerable social groups. These people don't have the necessary protection net. The orange, accessibility, was mentioned before by the previous two speakers. Remote areas, aging population, they're not easy to move about, it's not easy to access. Unemployment and poverty, and also the lack of mental health services. Now, the same bodies share with us their own problems. We made a mapping, and through consultation with the bodies, we learn more things. Number one problem, lack of staff. A lack of necessary staff. The organization chart says we need 10 people, we have 5, so 5 of us are not enough to do the job. Second, lack of specialties. We want people who are specialized, who are properly qualified, with specialized knowledge, who will offer more quality services in order to meet the need of local communities. Other issues is a lack of services, lack of training programs, building and material infrastructure, etc. Now, solution. What do these people tell us that we need? We need to staff the services, to create new bodies in the various areas, health and mental health services, child care services, etc. Now, as I said, the second step, we did the mapping. I showed you more or less how we did it and what came about from the mapping. The second step, as I said in the beginning, is to combine the mapping data with the data resulting from the teams of the University of Crete, so as to do what? We will try to make visible what exists in terms of infrastructure, namely the services in the areas of Crete in greater need. And once we see what is there, what exists, and then we verify the need, and then at another level, give a priority to these areas in order to develop the policies that will support these more vulnerable areas. Now, what do we see in this example? We see the total multiple deprivation indicator, and the yellow dots that are not very clearly visible, we see the community centers. The community centers is an institution that was created to support the vulnerable population groups. We see not all municipalities have a community center, which means that citizens in those municipalities will have to go to a neighboring municipality or the center of the prefecture in order to receive services. Number two, in the areas where there are no community centers, usually there are no organized social services. So the problem it becomes worse. Number three, we see in very green areas there is no neighboring community. As Ms. Yatistas showed us in her maps, that in these regions, the population residing there is either elderly or people who don't have a car and have trouble moving about. So we see that spatial isolation becomes worse. And what else do we know? That these services and community centers are understaffed. Therefore, they cannot offer to citizens the necessary social protection net and cover the needs that for which it was supposedly created. So these documents a need, and we need to find solution of how it's going to happen. How? With new structures in municipal where there are no community centers, we need to create community centers. And also, since we say that the population is elderly and they have access problems, we should create mobile units to visit these populations, to provide social protection, to get the social protection to the elderly population. Now, we talked about access. When we talk about access, let's not just stick to the mainland. Accessibility is also in the urban centers. You see here, Heraklion and Chania, you see that there are areas with greater need, which are more remote, and we think that since somebody lives in the city of Heraklion, they get all the services of the big city. But no. And the example I'm going to show you now, it's a characteristic example of the way in which we maximize the data we get and the data from the teams of the University of Crete in order to prepare policies and document the needs, decide on the funding, and at the end of the day to get funding from the Crete program. It is a work carried out in cooperation with the special management service of the Crete program. With Jota Manolaki, we worked excellently. And what was the outcome? What did we try to do? We tried to identify the needs for child care centers. So what you see here is a mapping that shows us all the daycare and childcare centers in Crete, where either public or private. The one you see that there are two municipalities that don't have, the municipality of Ordinia and Sfakia. So we need to create such centers there. So we were talking about various problems, but when there are municipalities without daycare centers, so if young people will stay in this region, these people have to work. And when they need to work, somebody needs to be able to take care of their child. So either the mother or the member of the family will commit to stay at home and take care of the children, or they should turn to a grandmother or an uncle, or find a woman, a lady from the village to take care of the child, but this will place a burden on the budget. So when we talk about sustainable development, we have in mind prosperity, but when we talk about sustainable development, we should bear in mind a network of social benefits that will support society, that will support the financial growth, and we should not just get stuck with the word development. We need to have in mind the social prosperity and social benefits, etc., etc. Now, I said earlier that we see the ratio between applications and beneficiaries, and we see here that the situation is for daycare changes for babies from 8 months up to 2.5 years old. And we see here that in the urban municipalities, in Malevisi, Chania, Irakli, Chersonissos, 1 out of 10 infants find a position in a daycare census. The percentages are very low, and this gives up a great esteem. And if one is observant, see that the municipalities that we see are fewer than the total number of municipalities in Crete, is that there are other municipalities that don't have daycare centers. So the problem is not that there are the problems with the public daycare centers, but there are not enough private daycare centers. In toddlers over 2.5 years old, the situation is somewhat better. Almost half of the babies can find a place in a daycare center in the urban centers, and this goes up in other municipalities. There's another problem with disabled, the access to disabled children. The 50% are not accessible. And now this is a depiction of a disabled person according to their tax return. The darker the purple, the greater the density, and with green we see the daycare centers who are accessible, and the red are not disabled accessible. And we see in Kenya and Rethymno that there are a great accumulation of people with disability and a lot of red color. Again, a problem. This does not mean that the child is disabled. Maybe the parent is disabled, and there is a school festival, and the child cannot go. Or if one parent works and the other parent should go, and they cannot go because it's not wheelchair accessible. And things are not better in the city centers. In Heraklion, the eastern side of Heraklion does not have accessible centers. In Chania, the situation much worse. Only 3 daycare centers are disabled person accessible. So the overall conclusions we drew is that first, there are no centers everywhere, whether daycares or childcare stations. Staff is not enough. There's considerable lack of staff. So if we had the necessary staff, then this would increase capacity, and then would go to bullet number 3, that some of the existing needs could be covered, because as we said, at the level of infants, only 30% of infants, only 1 out of 3 infants will find a place in daycare centers. All the others will have to stay at home or find another solution. And the issue of the disabled as well. So this creates the need for financing for the creation of centers, for hiring of personnel, and to make the necessary infrastructure for upgrading the centers, for accessibility, etc. Now, what else? Let me say that this type of work that we did and the documentation we did with the daycare and childcare centers, we have not only done it with daycare centers, we have also provided data for social economy. We have contributed data for sustainable urban mobility, and have provided data for various development projects in Crete. What am I trying to say is I'm trying to say that the operation of the observatory is not only connected with the development of social protection structure. So it's clear that the information we've collect can be necessary for the more integrated spatial planning for sustainable development, because when we say sustainable development, not just stick to the financial aspects, but we need to bear in mind the development and the sustainability of local communities. And when we say social policy overall, we're not only talking about welfare, we're talking about a policy that aims at the prosperity of local communities and of society as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Loukakis, a very interesting presentation, and I believe, among others, demonstrated the need of the evidence-based needs diagnosis, and through the examples of daycare centers. So the research-based needs diagnosis, to which the observatory contributes, what we called the evidence-based policy making and evidence-based policy implementation. We are
Okay, let's start. Let us come to the ones that are with us, both online or here in the room. Let us move on with the third session of our conference, which is about strategies and funding, focusing on the social and spatial dimensions of sustainable development at the level of the EU and at the level of each region and locally. We had the possibility in the previous sessions to look into the international experience in terms of policies, how we can tackle poverty and deprivation, but also the work of the Regional Observatory for Social Inclusion of the region of Crete that is organizing this conference, which pertains to the recording of needs and data of the region of Crete locally in urban and rural areas. Different elements that we need to highlight as important for the planning of policies, social policies that is, but mainly policies which are linked to the overall endeavor of sustainable development of different regions. Until some years ago, before the creation of the Observatory of Social Inclusion, we didn't have the chance to get some data at such a small geographic area that we can have now through the observatory. And the fact that right now we have this data and we have shaped a stable mechanism on the basis of which we can design policies, only that fact alone highlights how innovative this effort is, the effort done by the region of Crete to create mechanisms to plan policies. And it is a way, this mechanism, it is a way to highlight needs and give voice to different matters and needs of society itself. We have implemented these mechanisms, we have tried to implement these mechanisms in the planning of strategies, for instance, the social plan on Crete, and we have seen how useful this tool is in documenting the need for financing, and mainly cover different needs, mainly in populations and areas that are amongst the vulnerable and are in direct need of intervention. So the issue is to see in this third session, what are these needs that we mainly want to go deep in Crete, see the strategies implemented in the EU and in Greece, as well as in the region of Crete, and what is the funding that may give us the possibility to tackle or cover these needs. We have the joy and the honor to have with us Mrs. Barbara Kaufman, who is Director of Employment and Social Governance from the Directorate of General Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, coming from the European Commission, at the level of the EU, of course, through, or rather, which is based on the principles of social pillar. She's going to present to us these main principles on which we are basing policies, and we can, of course, take funding with a regional development, of course, that we are interested in. Mrs. Kaufman, you have the floor. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. I'm extremely pleased to be here. This is actually my third time in Crete, but I have almost 20 years difference between the different visits, and I think particularly this conference is highly relevant in terms of looking at combating poverty and the policies that are needed in this respect, but also this panel in particular that focuses on the regional dimension, spatial dimension. I mean, it's clear that we need social strategies and policies to promote social inclusion and tackling poverty, and this is something that is really high on the agenda of the European Commission. We need a social Europe that enables and protects its people, and now more than ever we are facing these trends, green and digital transitions, the rapid demographic aging, and recently we have seen two crises, as you all know, the COVID-19 crisis, which brought out new vulnerabilities and also emphasized the existing ones, and also, of course, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, which didn't only bring a lot of hardship to Ukrainian people, but also has had inflation impacts that have been, a big problem for households, especially vulnerable people, but also even firms. So in this context, it's clear that we need a social market economy that works for people. We have to fight poverty, and when we ask what it is this economy that works for people, we're thinking about equal opportunities. We think including equal access to education and training. We talk about access to the labor markets, quality jobs, safe workplaces, decent pay, and all these things, including no risk of being excluded from the labor market and society. And that was the background. Maybe also the feeling that here and there European citizens felt there's a bit of a distance from the EU, that in 2017 the Commission launched the European Pillar of Social Rights, which was then proclaimed together with the Council and the Parliament in Göteborg. And this pillar is a framework of, now I have to push some button, but I don't know what. Voila, a framework of 20 rights and principles that are grouped around the areas that I just mentioned, and it basically works as an instrument to push for upward social convergence, for better working and living conditions in Europe, at the European level, at the national level, at the regional level. And I will go further into what the pillar means, but I just wanted to briefly also give a glimpse on the socioeconomic context. We actually almost escaped a recession over the winter, and now we are in a bit of a softer growth spell. And what you can also see, I think it's quite amazing that we have very resilient labor markets in the EU. And we had, for instance, last year, the number of employed increased by 4.2 million last year, and a record to reach a record of 213.7 million employed people. When we look at the sort of the employment rate, we're now at 74.6, again at the EU level. I'm coming to also some of the details, and which means we are on the way to this EU 2030 target of 78% employment. We even see a lot of labor shortages. I hear even in some sectors, also in Greece, although at the EU level in some member states it's even much more important. And then the curves here are relatively flat, but maybe it's also a good thing, because basically it means that poverty in social exclusion at the EU level has been receding from 2015. It's the blue line on top, because you probably are all experts and know that then there are subcomponents of AROPE, but basically the blue line suggests that we had some decline from 2015, and recently some stability, and let's say only a very slight increase in I think it was 2021. I will not, I think otherwise I don't have enough time to talk about the pillar, but I can say that What has also helped in these last years is that during the two crises, we had really a very effective set of instruments, both at the EU level and member states level, and I guess also regional level, where we had, for instance, short-time work schemes during the first crisis to keep people in the labor market, also financed partly by the EU. We had also the various, for instance, in the last crisis now with inflation impact and so on, we had 430 measures by member states on top of whatever exists, on top of stabilizers, fiscal stabilizers. And that has also helped that poverty rates have not been shooting up, though I mean the jury is still out as regards the latest data. And I also have to say that even if on the EU average we are doing quite well, there are some countries, including Bulgaria and Romania, that have AROPA rates above 30, but also Greece is one of those that has more than 25%. So it's not like we are all in the same boat here, and there is a lot of room for action. And I would say, besides what I just said about countries, there are of course certain groups, children, single-parent households, and so on, that are more affected. Now, I will go into more detail about what the pillar means, what we have in terms of an action plan. But before that, I wanted to say, when we proposed in 2017 the European Pillar of Social Rights with its 20 principles, we also established a social scoreboard, and the social scoreboard measures different areas that are also in the pillar. It's not a 20-20 exact relation, but what I'm showing here on this scoreboard is basically what we have, for instance, an employment rate at the EU level of 74.7 in 22, but for Greece 66.3, so room for maneuver. What you see here in red is also what we show, for instance, in our reports, in the country reports that come out every year. You see that there are some areas where Greece is not doing as well, and it could be either compared to the EU average, but there can be also a significant deterioration that influences this coloring. Now we use this to monitor what is going on, and then of course go for policy actions. I've also brought with you a few slides to show that at some point we started to, for the data that is available, it's not available for all, to design data also at the regional level. So what I just showed you, actually I will show it to you for Crete in a moment, but we actually then constructed, and of course this is also Eurostat, Joint Research Institute, who are doing that, for the indicators where we have this lower level available. Here you can see, for instance, you can see that when it comes to the risk of poverty and social exclusion, well, in Greece you have quite a few regions that are doing pretty badly, yeah? And then you see Crete is doing a bit better, because that's a bit lighter color than the rest of some of these countries. I just go to the next slide. Here, similarly, I think it's interesting to see what is happening at the regional level in terms of long-term unemployment. I'm also saying it because there's, of course, a certain link. If you don't have a job, and especially if you remain out of job, you may also be likely to be at risk of poverty and social exclusion. So we see here quite some challenges, including in Crete. And then I think also a concern, also when we look at the data for Greece, but also for Crete, I mean, the young people who are neither in employment nor education or training is also a particular concern. So I'm just kind of linking that to what we see. And I can also say there's recently, I think in January, the Commission came out with a communication which is called Harnessing Talent in Europe's Regions, where it also has a closer look and says, for instance, they see, I mean, it was especially our colleagues in DG Regio, that 46 regions face a population decline, in low and stagnant tertiary education attainment, and then there are 36 regions that are also affected by the departure of the young population. So there are some serious challenges going on. And now I promised you I would also show you a glimpse of Crete in particular. So here I have the same slide as before in terms of the scoreboard indicators, but now you can see that on the whole, in many areas, Crete is doing better than Greece. However, there's one which I found, which is the severe material and social deprivation, where Crete is doing worse than Greece. And it means there must be some pockets of poverty, of vulnerabilities, where some people are really severely affected by poverty, and that obviously deserves particular attention. So I think we have this for all the regions, and I think this is a useful tool to, of course, there's a lot of more analysis that you may have discussed today, but for us this is also a useful tool to see where is the region standing, what are the challenges, what can be done, and of course, as I say, there are some factors that are definitely linked, which are levers then for action. So I promised I would come back to the European pillar of social rights. At some point, people were saying, okay, you have this pillar and the principles all very well, but how will this be implemented? What is there in there for us? And there was quite some pressure also on the Commission to come forward with an action plan, although the Commission has always said, look, it's up to member states, it's up to regions, up to cities, up to stakeholders to also make this a reality. It's not just up to the Commission. But we finally submitted, I think it was in March 21, we have submitted an action plan in order to make the pillar even more a reality, not just principles and expectations, but we had already started to do certain things, but we then presented an action plan with 75 actions across the 3 priority actions: more and better jobs, skills and equality, and social protection and inclusion. And at the same time, this action plan, I will come back to that also, set EU-level targets to that should be achieved by 2030. And basically, this pillar with its 20 principles then also, and the expectations that come with it, also drives policy proposals, it drives funding opportunities, and it also expects that there is a reinforced dialogue with social partners and also civil society. So talking about this, these headline targets, you can see here that what we had there as a proposal was 78% as an employment rate at the EU level. I already mentioned we're around 74 now. At the skills, it's quite a challenging but very necessary target. It says by 2030, every year 60% of the adult population should be in training. And I'm sure you have also discussed today already how important skills are in order to avoid poverty. And thirdly, there was this commitment, or that was the proposal, that at least 15 million in the EU are removed from at risk of poverty and social exclusion by 2030. So why do you see some green numbers next to it? The green numbers is we did an intense effort to ask every member state to come up with their own target, because they don't all start at the same level. I can say I participated in probably 23 out of 27 bilateral discussions where we, you know, even sometimes had to push a little bit to get member states to engage into their own targets. And sorry, I go back for a moment, and that's why you don't see that the green numbers exactly fit, because in the area of employment, member states were more ambitious. If you add it up, you come to 78.5%. In the area of poverty reduction, this is also true. You come to 15.6, and there were even some member states, such as Germany, that don't use exactly Europa, and it gets a bit complicated, so the numbers could be even higher. And then, on the other hand, on skills, it's considered very ambitious, and I have to say that we don't have so much data, and the last data we had, I think, was 2017 or 2016, and actually we were, I think, at 37%, meaning a huge jump, and still it's considered, if we want to keep the competitiveness of Europe, and if we want to keep the jobs, and you see this also now in the discussions about the green economy and the Inflation Reduction Act from the US, they're investing. If we don't manage to skill our people to support the green and digital transition, is this mine? No. Then we will not make it, so we need it. So basically, I come now quickly to the headline targets for Greece, because I said already, yes, there are then these targets that are being set, and for Greece, we're not quite at the numbers that I show you for the EU level, so Greece still considers it quite a bit of an effort. Now, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised right now about the 71% in terms of ambition and the current level of 73%. So either we have a problem with the number, or Greece was just too modest when it set its target. But anyway, there's still many years to go. I have to say, yes, 40% may not fully do the trick when it comes to making sure that the Greek people have the right skills in order to, you know, compete and have jobs and reduce unemployment and reduce poverty. So, but here it is. At least even that was considered an effort. So now I still have something to say, even though there's no more slides. So let me just go quickly to the end. So I think after I've now talked about the national targets, I cannot say that we have such targets also for regions, but I think in all that, what I've shown also in terms of differences between regions, it is extremely important that every region identifies its particular gaps and needs, and we need sort of regional targeting to address the social inclusion, unemployment and skills mismatches. And as I already mentioned earlier, for us it is clear that in this context local actors are also key players. They need to be helping to shape the policies, and they also need to be there in order to, you know, help implement. And I have to say, the monitoring committee that we attended yesterday, for instance, of course, involves a lot of stakeholders and is such a place where we can discuss how cohesion policy funds in general, and in particular, I'm responsible for the cohesion as a social fund, plus how these policies are being used to support the regions. And here, of course, as I said, a needs assessment is important. And I would also then say that it's quite good to note that when you look at the numbers, that the program that we had just behind us was supporting Crete with 68 million, and now this new program 2021 to 2027 will provide 128, so almost double, which provides for substantial strengthening of policies to help labor market integration, especially also for vulnerable groups. As I mentioned, if you look at the severe poverty rate, you think there is some need to focus and target. It also is, of course, helping for upskilling, reskilling, and also for various poverty reduction elements, including also the child guarantee. Because what I've been saying is that we have this pillar, but then you might wonder, okay, so how are you actually using the pillar to program funding? And the answer is that, first of all, along the lines of the pillar, the Commission came up with various elements, such as a social economy action plan, or individual learning accounts and micro-credentials, or, as I mentioned, just the European Child Guarantee, or the minimum wage directive that we have put on the table and will be enforced by next year in November. And with these initiatives, on the one hand, member states have guidance of what they should do in terms of policies, but then we also use our funding to sort of model different elements in the ESF funding program in line with the pillar principles. So different areas are supposed to be supported to implement the pillar. So I think maybe this is where I could stop, otherwise I'm getting too long. But I can only say that we had a very, good implementation of the ESF Plus program in the past period. So that was the morning of our monitoring committee yesterday, and a lot of things have been achieved. And particularly, if I now may say a word about Crete, I mean, for instance, the unemployment rate went down by, I think it was more than 10 percentage points, it was half. The employment rate went by 10%. I'm not saying this is all due to the ESF Plus or the EU policies, but I still think that these incentives that come from the EU level to the national and regional level can be useful in making a difference in the social situation and in the lives of people. I can also say that as part of what is being funded, I've visited, for instance, a community center in Thessaloniki where there are people that receive GMI when they arrive. They also get advice on different other social services or psychological support. There's another group of Roma who is being then treated in terms of getting more targeted support, labor market inclusion, whatever is the need. And thirdly, there was also the integration of migrant population that is in this community center. And the other example, and then I stop, that I visited was a newly established center where persons with disabilities will be in a daycare center, both in the morning, the adults, in the afternoon, the children. And I think it's important to keep in mind the concrete impact on people and people's lives, including even the parents of the people, persons with disabilities, in how we can make a difference. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaufman. And she showed some data about Greece and Crete in particular vis-a-vis these poverty and exclusion risks. We demonstrated some data in previous pages. It seems that another indicator, which is equally important, was shown by Mr. Papatheodoru. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Papatheodoru. The material deprivation and social material deprivation in Crete and in Greece is triple compared to the EU of 27, with many vulnerabilities in issues, many vulnerabilities to cover needs in the population. We are lagging behind than the EU 27 average. And indeed, the European Pillar of Social Rights is setting all these dimensions that should be kept to tackle poverty and deprivation in regions. It seems how difficult it is at the same time to achieve all these objectives, which should be met in order to tackle that issue effectively. Of course, employment is important, but there are many other issues that should be taken good care of. Labor rights, for instance, is a part of that. Housing, accessibility of populations to different services and rights, income, and all these conditions that should be met in order for our society to be prosperous. What we saw before from the previous data is that apart from the general image of the different regions, of the region of Crete in particular, the overall image might be better than any other regions. Domestically, internally in Crete, there are regions mostly touched compared to others, but the overall image could be a bit better. So we should see the needs that different areas and local societies have. And it is very important, this mapping of social rights, in order for us to see how we can approach it or achieve it locally. Let us now move to the second presentation of this session. We're going to talk about strategic social investments, ERDF 21-27, socioeconomic and spatial dimensions. We have a new programming period, 21-27, which is going to be very important. So let us examine this topic. Mr. Pantazatis Panagiotis will have the floor. He is Deputy Head, Unit Greece Cyprus, Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy, European Commission from the EU, of course. You have the floor, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you indeed. You have the floor.
I too thank you, Ms. Vlasaki, for inviting me to be present here at your conference today. I'm very happy to see that the Observatory has so concrete results on the work that of our work at the European Commission, either DG Employment or DG Regional and Urban Policy. We ascertain that your work is useful for the work that we all have to do together in the upcoming years, and it's very good that the Observatory has received support from the Social Fund and from European funds overall. As you said, my presentation today has to do with the partnership agreement investments through the Crete regional program. But before we go into seeing how investments are made, let's take a look at the overall framework of the cohesion policy. Unfortunately, this is mine. I apologize. I apologize for this. The Lisbon Treaty has integrated in the Union's target the economic, social, and territorial cohesion. And this also predates Lisbon. It was included in the Single European Act of 1986. These actions are amongst the most important actions. The EU budget for cohesion is very high. It's approximately 1/3 of the total EU budget, approximately as much as the traditional EU policy, agricultural policy. Now, agricultural and cohesion policy are amongst the oldest and more powerful policies with very, very high budgets. The cohesion policy in the new programming period is carried out through 5 policy objectives, and the one that we're going to go into today is the 4th one, the more social Europe. Social investments are prioritized through policy objective number 4, while there's a new policy objective that we include them in our social policy, cohesion policy for the first time. Objective 5, Europe closer to citizen, which prioritizes localized actions, including social actions. You possibly know that in the new programming period, we have one central strategic framework, the partnership agreement. This is the term that we are using overall in the structural fund regulations. The PA was the first one approved for the new period in the summer of 2021. And now we have all the programs approved for Greece, whether the regional ones or the sectoral ones. They have been approved with a considerable sum of, actually it's approximately 26 billion, This is EU and national contributions. We compare them with similar sums for the 14-20 period. There was a considerable increase of the amounts given for the cohesion policy in our countries, although the EU budget for the 21-27 period is slightly lower. Nevertheless, and the cohesion policy slightly lower at EU level. Nevertheless, Greece will receive a considerable sum of cohesion in the years to come. And if we focus on social investment, policy objective number 4, we'll see that there's a significant increase there as well, both the sums that will be provided by the ERDF and from the European Social Fund, plus the ESF, plus approximately increased by approximately 25%. And this is very important regarding the importance given to these actions in the years to come, and how the local, regional challenges and the various groups, the importance of all that for these actions in the upcoming years. Infrastructure, supporting infrastructure, whether there's a health infrastructure, education, or social care infrastructure, and their support, this will be supported by the EDRDF, whereas ESF Plus will support the services. Now, apart from the program of the ESF, or Manpower and Social Cohesion, with a considerable budget of more than 4 billion, social action are prioritized as regards the EDRDF through regional programs. Regional programs, ERDF will fund health and education infrastructure through that. What we need to resolve, and that is very important for the success of the relevant actions, is cooperation, is synergies and complementarity of actions between the two funds. We should not look at the action separately as social fund actions or regional development fund actions. The objective is that in the regional programs, actions should be collective, and the two funds will act in a complementary fashion to one another, thus achieving the objectives we've set. Now, let's see what the ERDF is doing, how it intervenes in the programs. One of the key areas of intervention is health, and through the negotiations held previous year, we've agreed that great emphasis will be placed on primary health care. We've agreed that out of the total amount that the ERDF will provide to health infrastructure, 60% of these funds will go to primary healthcare. But one will ask why. Well, the reason is the overall analysis that we've done through the European semester process, and I will mention the European semester process later, is that the health system, our health system, even after all these years and despite the actions that have taken place, especially in recent years to boost primary health care, nevertheless, our system is still hospital-centered. The actions, the spending for healthcare is mostly focused on hospital care and hospitalization. Our country is among those countries where hospital spending is highest, whereas it has very low spending for out-of-hospital care. This creates a big problem, a big issue on how we can provide health policy in the country with a large part of population living away from hospital. We don't have a complete integrated primary health care system, both in urban and in extra-urban areas or in rural areas, and therefore this requires our attention. As regards education, the priorities that we've agreed upon have to do with the equitable and inclusive accessibility of all social groups, and primarily vulnerable groups, to education. Great priority is given to the accessibility of disabled persons, and mostly focused in areas and spaces where there are great there's a great lack of schools, and primarily kindergartens and pre-primary education infrastructure. The country is lagging considerably behind, although now kindergartens form part of formal mandatory education. And as regards social infrastructure, the priority is dealing with the great problem of institutionalization. So there are actions for deinstitutionalization, and there have been considerable infrastructure for deinstitutionalization. We have the community centers, we have the elderly care center, the supported living centers, and the creative care centers for children. In years to come, we'll place special emphasis on that, and specifically on the institutionalization. But social infrastructure and actions intended to combat poverty and social exclusion are not limited just to policy objective 5, policy objective, not limited to policy objective 4, because there's also policy objective 5 with actions that are spatially centered. There are actions that are jointly developed with local communities, with municipalities, with local organizations, local bodies, and there we've agreed, and this is the outcome of negotiations and of new programs, where approximately 18% of the amounts of regional programs will be given to policy objective 5. That's approximately 1.5 billion euro. And if we see specifically the social infrastructure that will be financed through policy objective 5, we'll see that again we have a considerable sum of 45 million that's on top of the spending for social infrastructure and the budgets that we saw for policy objective 4. We see here actions that local communities can put forward in this area, whether it has to do for preschool care and education, or vocational training, or infrastructure, health infrastructure and health care equipment, and social care actions and deinstitutionalization actions. So what's also important is these actions that will be implemented through policy objective 5 is to act in complementarity with policy objective 4 and the actions that the European Social Fund Plus will finance. Again, it wouldn't be right to see the policy objective 5 actions completely detached from the actions that will be implemented through the other actions. All actions should be complementary to one another in order to achieve the social inclusion objectives and reduce social exclusion. How do we prioritize these actions? This is something that's very important, and it's something that we've agreed upon with national authorities, and especially as regards the health objective. That's a necessary, a condition, sine qua non condition for implementing the action of health. What is this requirement? What is this condition? It's mapping the needs. And herein lies the contribution of your observatory, and that's where we find your contribution to these policies. Before we see what actions we will implement in the social area, it is vital to know not what we have, not only have a snapshot of what's out there, but this mapping should indicate, should show the gap in the various areas and what are the future needs, taking into account all the information that we have, including the demographic evolution. We should use this mapping as a basis for decision making. This mapping should be the start for any decision making with regard to project prioritizations, where our interventions will focus, which areas the intervention will focus, which social population, which social groups, which special problems we should address. Funds are limited. I've spoken for billions and millions, but needs are maybe huge than the funds that are available. So what are the priorities? So rather, prioritization is a very, very important task. And I would like to reiterate that the observatory enhances our evidence-based information in order to be able to specifically identify the interventions we're going to make in this area. Again, I want to stress the complementarity between actions, and let me give you at this point an examples of how the two funds complement each other. The mobile health teams, the COME, are an example which, on the one hand, ESF comes and funds and supports the staff that operates in the mobile units, whereas ERDF comes and strengthens, boosts infrastructure, vehicles, or the equipment of these units. So mapping in the health sector is an absolutely necessary condition. This is a condition that needs to be fulfilled so as to know what are the medical needs that will have to be met. This was a regulatory condition. All the countries and all the regions must fulfill it. But we've agreed with the Greek authorities and the regional authorities that in health and social care, a requirement to go ahead with relevant action is that we need to have the relevant degrees in education and social care. Yesterday, in the monitoring committee of the Crete program, we saw the outcome of your work. We saw the relevant mapping that you've done for the needs in childcare, and the relevant invitations and calls that will be announced will be based on this mapping. We discussed the criteria that you raised in the previous discussion. Ms. Tromanolaki made a detailed reference to how the region of Crete successfully used the work of the observatory in order to create, to draft the call and introduce the criteria for the relevant actions. The actions that we will prioritize in the years to come are intended for what? We want to address the issue that is caused by the fact that a large segment of the population is forced to have a private spending, to make out of pocket spending in order to meet their needs, medical needs. So, provision of health services aims precisely at that, and primarily at addressing the problems that the most vulnerable groups of the population suffer. Properly, now, let me conclude, because anyway, I would like to show now. This is some information you can see. Ms. Kaufman referred to that beforehand as regards population. We see here again, based on the principles of the European semester, we see that Crete is doing better. But let's take a look at that. What the ERDF has achieved in recent years, some striking examples of actions, of work, of projects financed by ERDF, health center in the municipality of Chani, the daycare center in Archanes, a primary school in Rethymno, and a multidisciplinary training and cultural center for disabled persons here in Heraklion. These are actual projects which show what we achieved through the ERDF the past years, and we hope to have similar successes in the years to come. I will not reiterate the key takeaways and the conclusions. This is what I discussed in our presentation. Keep that, and I believe that all these presentations will be handed out to all participants. Thank you very much. Mr. Padazakos, thank you very much for highlighting the complementarity between the two funds, the ESF and then the ERDF, and the effort to design a more integrated policy, especially on the issues we are discussing here today, and the decisive contribution of regions and the spatial dimension in addressing this issue. Now, moving on to Ms. Kasotaki, who is the Director of Management Authority of the Crete program, who will discuss the Crete program based on what has been discussed so far for this EU Structural Fund on the issue we're discussing on the strategy of social inclusion and combating poverty in the region of Crete.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vlasaki. I'd like to thank the region for the invitation that they addressed to us today to participate in this conference. And let me congratulate you both for the organization of this event, but also for the work that you've done throughout these years. I think that the Observatory of Crete is an observatory which is an iconic one, because we in Crete, what we're doing it well. Yes. So the Observatory for Social Inclusion is quite successful, I should say. And of course, to that have really contributed people who are the staff of it, who have given their love, their passion to reach that point, to reach that level. I remember when we were discussing in Athens the implementation of these new policies through the presence of different mayors and regional governors, and with the then minister on the creation of the community centers and the creation of regional observatories. I was in this turbulent meeting, which was a very difficult meeting of the then minister, Mrs. Fotiu, I think, it was Mrs. Fotiu, with the other mayors. It was an innovative intervention of the totality of the country, which moved on, and it seems that it is quite successful. That is why It shall continue in the future as well, and it will be even deeper. Consequently, I would say, yes, we're here some years later, and we are here to discuss not only about things which are technocratic, but also policies, because the region of Crete wants to shape at the regional level the proper regional policies that later on will be implemented through the different tools that are available to us in the observatory. The observatory is a partner. It's not just a project to us that is financed by us, because it is financed by the regional program. We see it as a structure with which we can partner, and we shall continue to partner in the future as well. It has helped us, as you said, greatly until now, and we've had this will to cooperate in the creation of new things towards the direction that we all need. The previous program has come to an end. We discussed that in the monitoring committee, it is at the end, and the actions that were financed by the ERDF towards the direction of social policy, but also the actions of the European Social Fund have come to an end. Yesterday, we gave some tangible results of what we did, and I believe that there has been a significant project both at the level of infrastructure and when it comes to different soft actions, that is, actions of providing services through the financing of the European Social Fund. It has been very useful. It has been very useful, the results that we were able to draw from the different evaluations that we conducted, both we on regional level, but also the national authorities, the national managing authorities on the activities financed, especially by the European Social Fund here in Crete. We must say that more than 85 infrastructures were supported in their operation, and more than 85,000 people benefited throughout these years. So it was quite significant, the results of the evaluation. And I would like to stress 2 or 3 points, because it is very important for us to know when we are reaching the end and prior to us starting something new, what are the achievements, but also what are the topics that should be tackled as new challenges ahead. I would like to say that social structures, with main being the community centers, which are an innovation, have played a crucial role. But it seems, nevertheless, that quite greatly there have been some bureaucratic procedures that were under their competencies, but due to the pandemic, due to crisis, these bureaucratic procedures became more powerful, and they absorbed greatly the job of people, wiping out to a certain extent different activities to support beneficiaries on another level that we would wish for. This is a topic to be tackled in the future in order to have the best possible operation of these social infrastructures to the benefit of the dwellers and citizens. A second topic highlighted is related to sustainability, the sustainability of these structures in the future, how these structures will be able to work above funding tools. Which ones are the ones in real need, and how at some point they will be detached from funding tools, and they will also enter the more generic sphere of the politics of local authorities, so that they can be supported, empowered to support citizens. This is a great issue. It puzzles us to this day as well. In the discussion that we are having between the European Commission and competent national authorities, and we shall be close to that, we will co-assess it in the future as well. Another point that was highlighted was how social policies are a priority for the agenda of local and regional authorities. For sure, infrastructures are always at the top of the agenda. Social policies, they seem to be a bit behind, but it seems that they should take their place. They should go higher on the agenda, and there must be even further empowered positions and plan on a local and regional level that will face the true problems of citizens. These observatories will give us the data to support this planning and then implement true policies. Our targeting is about infrastructure. This coexistence and this harmonious cooperation between infrastructure and services is a big question mark. We are trying to materialize that through our projects. We have already done so, but we will do it even better in the future. We really want to do that. It's something that we will want. And then I would also like to point on capacity building or capacity. That is the fact that in local and regional authorities, there is no staff the way they should, social services with the necessary capacity, with the necessary dynamic to plan and implement quite demanding activities and complicated ones for the new data. This is an issue, and on that we should focus, because either we should empower these services or we should involve other services which may contribute toward the direction. And this is a target that we do have. And I believe that the involvement of the civic society, of the civil society, through the different procedures will give us a very important framework of proposals. I believe that the observatory in its next phase shall be able to give such a dimension of the bigger involvement of the civil society in the planning of policies, since it has conquered a level of data and since it has conquered some elements that are needed. Now, I believe that through extroversion and partnership with the different citizens and the civil society, it will give us better and bigger wealth. Moreover, what we have faced in the previous programming period was a hesitance of local authorities to deal with some, let's say, difficult target groups, like the Roma population, for instance, or other different groups that should be supported. But there must be other type of approaches. So here it is quite important to see this capacity, the know-how that is available on a local level, but also the political will to approach these issues with bigger intensity. Moving on, this was an introduction of the slides, just to get into the gist of it, how we can move on, how we ended up with the previous period, and how we will move on with the new one, which has already started. We have already started to integrate the first actions, and quite rapidly we shall move on with the identification of all structures that will continue at least until 2025. We should have the evaluation of sustainability of social structures to see which ones will continue off the programs or which ones will continue within the programs and in what way. Now, let us come to our new program. These are numbers that we have seen in the past. We have repeatedly seen them. One program greater than the previous one with a bigger budget almost 150 million or even more than the previous the previous program, which will face through its different actions the 5 policies, the 5 strategic goals set by the cohesion policy, among which, of course, a more social Europe. And before we heard what the previous speaker said, they were quite to the point, I should say. We, in our program, we have allocated an important amount for social policies from the ERDF and the ESF, almost, let's say, that 50 million from the ERDF. Here it seems the policy objective 4 with 79 million euros, but also culture is included in that figure. If I exclude culture, not because it does not contribute in its own way, nor because it doesn't have this direct direction to social policy, almost 50 million from ERDF and 143 million from the social fund. Mrs. Kaufmann alluded to that before. She talked about smaller figures because she mentioned the community, the European contribution, whereas I'm talking about the overall budget. And on that, I assess the national participation, which is added to that, and that is why we're going to see some different figures. In the previous programming period, 82 million was given for ESF, and in the new program, we shall have 146. And this is the overall European contribution, the overall other public expenditures of the speaker, including community and national contribution. So it's not just in absolute numbers that we increase this number, but we increase also the percentage in the program that is from 21%, the previous one, now it turns into 26%. So we see that we have a big burden, a bigger burden of the ESF plus in the new program. As it happens with the ERDF, the same goes with the European Social Fund Plus. There are some restrictions, some targeting in some areas. For example, the 28% of the ESF Plus should be channeled to social inclusion, and 8% of resources of ESF Plus should be channeled to tackling children poverty. These are two topics quite high on the agenda, and that is why they have a quota, as there are similar quotas in the ERDF about the NSRF 21-27. In our program, we have 2 axes that will enhance social inclusion and tackling of poverty. Axis priority number 4 on the ERDF and priority 5 on ESF, with the different amounts that I mentioned to you before. Now, aspirations. Our aspiration, the new program, on the one hand, when it comes to the ERDF, it is to promote digital school and guarantee modern infrastructure in preschool and school education. Mr. Padazatos talked about it. Guarantee accessibility of disabled people to all different educational facilities, either they are of the primary or the secondary or even tertiary education. And yet in the tertiary education, we need to give accessibility to all different labs, so that there can be no person that would want to study in the university and have no access to that. Mrs. Kaufmann described to me a very interesting project that she attended in Thessaloniki, in the University of Thessaloniki, and it was talking about accessibility of the disabled people in universities. So we will aspire to do a similar thing through the ERDF activities. Then offer health services to citizens through proper infrastructure, and as we said, priority is the primary healthcare. And then offer services of welfare and care through proper infrastructure, priority being structures that support the needs of disabled children, teenagers, elder people, and third country nationals. We are paying more attention to the day centers And this time, we will not see the funding of elderly housing, because through the framework of digitalization, we don't have the possibility to finance this type of entities like the houses for the elderly. Now, everything is under specific objectives according to the regulation. So through our actions and through the resources that we have, you see here for each case in education, in health, and in social welfare, you see what we're going to do. We have already communicated that to you. You know that. People do know that. So you see that approximately 59 million euros will be channeled to this direction. Now, when it comes to ESF Plus and the promotion of social inclusion and tackling poverty, we shall aspire to have accessibility of the vulnerable to main ingredients and services, develop services of long-run care, develop services of care for children that will be based on the family and the community, tackling child poverty, the tackling of gender inequality, the universal accessibility of disabled students to educational needs, the universal access to preschool education and care of vulnerable children that live in hardship, or children who are disabled. We need to enhance the equal access of vulnerable people who live under the threshold of poverty into qualitative and affordable health-related services. Then the transfer from institutionalization to the community care. We must guarantee timely access to structures supporting addictions and the enhancement of employability. That is why there is a menu of actions that have been planned towards this direction, so that we can be truly able to support these aspirations of ours and satisfy them. That is why there are the actions for the promotion of employability, among which we can see mainly the enhancement of social entrepreneurship, which we have started to discuss. And I truly believe that quite shortly we shall be able to launch the first call and the mechanism of diagnosing the needs of the labor market, the regional one, that as the Observatory of Poverty supported, we would like to enhance in the new programming period through a new approach, though, that is going to be very different by using the experience of the past. Education without any exclusion, which concentrates a significant amount, 25 billion euros approximately, so that we can be able to support all the people that are facing problems in order to avoid any exclusion from education, keep on with the education with any necessary support. We did that in the past. This will happen in the future as well in a deeper form. Then there are the new institutions about teenagers, that is, for instance, the creative occupation centers for teenagers, and then we have also intervention for disabled people across all levels in education and the participation in sports, culture, the active social life, new activity that did not exist in the past. Now, the older people should familiarize themselves with digital technologies in order for them not to stay illiterate and socially excluded. And overall, we will try to enhance the skills of the different institutions related to social inclusion. Please come to the end. Yes, yes. Social inclusion is another topic. Social inclusion of the Roma population. This time, I believe that we shall be able to mobilize the different elements to support them, and social inclusion of children and the ones with no income. And last but not least, a whole setup of actions to have access to social services and health-related services with a continuation, as we said, for a short time period of all these structures that today we are financing, including a new structure that is the shelters of direct welcome and stay in a short run of children that would be fostered. We are in need of such an institution. Now, I will not elaborate on the other thing. Mr. Pantazatos said that we have the new data about how we're going to define needs, we have new mappings, etc. We talked about priorities. I will not repeat all that. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Let us thank Mrs. Kasotaki. Indeed, we have opened a very good way of communication with the managing authority as an observatory. We hope, and for sure we shall evolve that. We are given the opportunity for us as an observatory to see how our elements can be used in the design and different interventions locally. So through the new program, we shall be able to evolve it even further, evolve this partnership that is. It is very important the fact that Mrs. Kasotaki talked about capacity building and the know-how that all different implementation institutions should have in the new programming period that enhances, of course, the presence of the social dimension in the growth strategy of the region of Crete. Now, let us turn to another important mechanism or a respective observatory will coexist, the Innovation Business Observatory and its contribution to sustainable development in the region of Crete. This is going to be presented by Mrs. Daskalaki Chrissa, who is General Director of Development Planning for the region of Crete. You have the floor, madam.
Good afternoon. I too would like to thank you for inviting me to attend, and thank you, Ms. Vlasaki, and thank you for the excellent cooperation we've had with the Observatory for Social Inclusion, and this starts to show in the entire planning and designing of actions in the region of Crete. With this paper, I'm going to present the fundamental policies of the region of Crete aimed at sustainable development and how our new structure at the Innovation Business Observatory contributes to the implementation of such policies. There are two fundamental policies of the region of Crete that help promote sustainable development, enhance innovation, entrepreneurship, and the creation of high knowledge intensity jobs. The first has to do with strategic and operational planning of the region of Crete, namely the strategy that describes the policy of the regional authority. And the second strategy is a more specialized strategy having to do with promoting innovation, the smart specialization strategy for the region of Crete. The regional authority has a vision for its operational design, where we envision a Crete that's dynamic, sustainable intelligence with common values and social cohesion. At the policy level, we've developed four interdependent policy fields that want to answer to the challenges and tap various opportunities. The first field is quality development. The second has to do with dynamic social cohesion. The third, active environmental management. And the fourth is effective governance. If we were to analyze what each one means, when we talk about quality development, we're talking about strong, stable, sustainable development that increases productivity and leads to socially desirable results, such as improved living standard and reduced poverty. It can be achieved by enhancing specialization of economy, create integrated value chains, adopting circular economy principles in all economic activities, acceleration of energy transition, and the use of new opportunities in blue and green development. The policy for dynamic social cohesion, that's the dynamic social cohesion is the one that addresses the challenges of social marginalization and new inequalities, upgrades health services, and at the same time creates new employment opportunities for young people, reversing the brain drain. Active environmental management focuses on preventing and designing the combating of climate change, the sustainable management of water, developing and exploitation of cultural and natural resources by adopting sustainable models, and creating reliable infrastructure. And the final policy field that has to do with effective governance, which means is the government that is they relies on enhancing abilities and efficiency of public administration, at tapping the experience of networks and groups from civil society, enhancing participation of local society through expanded consultation. I would like to pause here and say that the region of Crete, we have tried and we constantly expand consultation in all areas of our policy design, so that what we are planning, what we are designing, can be better fit with the purpose. When we're preparing the strategic programming of the region of Crete, all the services of the region and the management authority of the region of Crete worked together in order to combine the funding tools that we have available in order to be able to support this policy. And I believe that so far we've done a rather good job at this. Just a couple of words for the smart specialization strategy, a specialized strategy that tries to promote innovation in our region's dynamic sort of specialization. It started in 2012. It was implemented very successfully in the previous programming period, and indeed in 2021, taking into account the implementation of S3 in the previous program period and the new the situation at local, regional, and European level, we reviewed the strategy, and now we have a new strategy which is adapted to the new situation. So in this programming period, we continue to enhance the established areas of specialization of our region: tourism, culture, and agro-food, with clear orientation. And we are adding a new area, that of effective health and well-being, given that this area has had quite high dynamics in our region. We have also introduced two new areas of specialization: digital technologies and sustainable use of resources, which are horizontal catalysts for all areas of specialization. But in order to implement all these policies, we need some structures to support the design and the implementation. And this is under the responsibility of the General Directorate for Development Programming, with its two directorates. I chose to present you today the Innovation Business Observatory, which is a new innovative mechanism. It could be the only observatory in Greece that deals with innovative entrepreneurship, and in essence, it helps implement some policies in this direction. So the Innovation Business Observatory was created with a view to connecting businesses with the research and university institutions of Crete, and map the innovation ecosystem in Greece. We can't talk about designing policies in an area unless we know it, unless we've mapped it, unless we know truly who is our audience. So we mapped the innovation ecosystem, and we are trying to bring the businesses and the universities together, and achieve the exchange of experiences between these two worlds. Now, what are the objectives of the observatory? One of the key objectives of this observatory is the implementation of the smart specialization strategy by supporting a constant business discovery process. In essence, through a long process of consultation, meetings, workshops, we're trying to discover innovation and bring it to the entrepreneurship in this island. Through this process, we're trying to help our operational program so that it will get the results, the outcomes of this consultation, and create the calls for the funding of innovation programs of Policy Objective 1. Through this observatory, we're trying to support entrepreneurship in general. We're trying to inform, mobilize, and support partnerships, to monitor, evaluate, and promote innovation wherever it can be found, increase the competitiveness of businesses and laboratories through actions, and to attract investments and support the development of local economy with a view to creating new jobs, new knowledge-intensive jobs. All these objectives of the observatories are in the general direction of sustainable development. And the Innovation Business Observatory has an information system to manage all the data of businesses and the university work laboratories. We have approximately in our database 3,000 businesses and 90 laboratories that have stated that they want to cooperate with the business in the islands. The details are entered by researchers and businesses or by the team of the observatory. Through our database, we can manage requests, we can record and update information for development and application of innovation, and of course, analyze and provide statistics and reports. So the observatory has a portal, which is also our information hub, ibo.crete.gov.gr. You can see the research register, all the research laboratories are businesses. And there is a recently created mentor registers. You can see all the funding tools that are active at any given moment, and anyone can choose the proper funding tool to support their business. We're trying to help in the networking and the development of partnerships. We're trying to highlight and showcase innovations. And of course, we highlight surveys and research either of the observatory or of other bodies that have a reference to our observatory, statistical data and reports. Every month we issue information leaflets for constant updates, promoting innovative best practices and showcasing the actions of the observatory. We've managed to connect our information system with services of the Digital Governance Ministry. We are now in the pilot phase of this process. So once we are ready for productive operation, users will be authenticated through their TaxisNet codes. This will be finalized very quickly, and we'll be able to get all the main details of businesses through the IAPR and the General Commercial Register in an automated manner without spending man-hours in updating the data in our platforms. We recently activated a new service for businesses and other bodies. This was a request by many areas. In one of the, we often heard by businesses the question, how am I going to find a proper researcher in order to work together and carry out actions together? And the researchers ask exactly the same question. I have a product which I believe can have business use, but how am I going to find the proper business to work together? So we activated this service, and with a very simple process, any interested party submits a request, as you see here. On the one side, we have the details of the person making the request, and on the other, what exactly they ask. Once we receive this request, the observatory team are trying to find the proper match through the database and bring them together and try to help them work together. I believe that this is doing pretty well, and it's going to help implement the new programs of the new programming period and the various programs. The Horizon, the I Create, I Innovate program, and various other endeavors. Now, before I close my presentation, I would like to share with you a few words about the the actions that is being implemented in the observatory, which despite its young age, can showcase a series of actions, and we're very proud of that. I'm not going to go into details because we don't have enough time. I'm just going to give you some ideas, but you can go online, go to the webpage of the observatory and find all the information you need on all the actions that have taken place. The one has to do the enhancement of actions for academic innovations and entrepreneurship. This is I'm going to say a few words more about this. The actions for the optimum leveraging of the potential of Haroupia. Another action together with management authority had to do with the design of business entrepreneurship actions in circular economy. This is a study that will help us launch a call for specialization fields related to circular economy, and the management authority will create a new call. We'll prepare a study for the creation of microcredit fund in the region of Crete to help groups who have not access to the banking system and enable them to be financed with a small amount of money up to 25,000 euros. And finally, the emblematic action from us, the Inno Days. Just a couple of words for the two actions of the ones that I just mentioned, which are emblematic for us and continue in time. The actions of academic innovation and entrepreneurship is a huge cooperation between the observatory with the four universities, the Technical University, the University of Crete, the Hellenic Mediterranean University, and the Technology and Research Institute of Crete, financed by the region of Crete Regional Development Fund. The purpose is to develop the culture of entrepreneurship and enhance entrepreneurship. So through this program, we developed 16 business ideas from groups of scientists and researchers from the 4 participating institutions, which were supported by the register of mentors that we created through these actions to support these teams in their work. There were also entrepreneurship seminars. We managed to present the result in an event organized last November, and we organized an innovation marathon, which was organized during this innovation event last November. We were very surprised by this action. We saw young people working with research and wanting to get their outcomes out there and turn them into a business. And we saw that willingness. And we also saw that the 4 education institutions worked very well together and made us very optimistic in the future of this action and to continue these actions. And finally, the Inno Days. Inno Days were a 3-day event dedicated to a Crete of knowledge and production. It was organized for the first time last November. We thought it was a very successful event. It exceeded our own expectations. It was a very important event which reflects the effort of our region for a successful cooperation between the business and the academic world in how to have good cooperation, have high value-added products, and we managed to continue and establish the Inno Days as an institution. We'll hold them this year as well. It will be held 24, 26 November 2023. We already started the organization of this event, so we'll be ready to welcome everyone. And it's a great challenge because, Inno Days this year must be better than Inno Days last year. So to conclude, this is all our contact details. This is our website, our email, and all the contact phones. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the observatory is supported by the Crete regional program, and we continue in the new programming period. And the team has helped us considerably to carry out all our actions. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Daskalaki, for this presentation in a high specialization area with businesses of high specialization area. And I was wondering what space is created for the population belonging to vulnerable groups for creating new jobs, and what are the prospects that arise there, and if there is any prospects, and if all these transformations possibly create new exclusions, and how we can address that as regards the issues that we are monitoring regarding exclusions. And some populations through all this transformation are left outside, you know, just following the development of events and not being able to be included. So this is how we're going to try how we can coexist and see how we can support these kinds of initiatives. Since we are monitoring the work of the labor market observatory, the study of what the study showed is, if we want to do work with the labor market in Crete, we have to enhance innovation and entrepreneurship in Crete. This is the only way to enhance the competitiveness and extroversion of the businesses and create new jobs. This does not happen overnight. We're going to take things step by step, and we'll be headed toward development and the reduction of poverty. The more the living standard increases, the better the situation gets. I think that this is an issue that will definitely be discussed in the roundtable that will follow. I'd like to thank very much Ms. Kaufman, first of all, Mr. Padazakos, Ms. Kasotaki, and Ms. Daskalaki for the presentations. I don't know if the audience would like to raise some questions, because
we're a bit tired, yes, but it is a discussion that can be fruitful. I don't know. Okay. At this table, the objective was to have an overall discussion, or to try to see the conclusions of the conference and the project of the observatory, with strategies and different perspectives of the region of Crete as a beacon of policy on the island, and how we can truly have some proposals about the new programming period, financing, funding, strategies, perspectives, etc. An overall concern to the project of the observatory is related to how we can improve the living conditions for the dwellers of the island in smaller or bigger entities and the totality of the island. The living conditions are about the income, housing, or dwellings, energy. What in the first session was mentioned through specific speeches on energy poverty and how we can tackle it, education, employability, social protection, and social capital. These are issues that Crete, due to the difficulties that it has, and of course Greece vis-à-vis poverty, it is of paramount importance to face all these questions. We saw that what we need is not to give subsidies, but what we want is to enhance what is important, that is focus on different services in kind, focus on the social capital, employability, and education. And of course, this can be linked to topics related to the environment and spatial planning. So, of course, this can be related to energy as well. Energy, poverty, in what way could we truly support populations that live in poverty, under the threshold of poverty? Let us start with the speakers as they seem on the agenda. Mr. Kambourakis, where are you? We lost Mr. Kambourakis. Okay, so Mr. Papadarakis, we shall start with you. I know that he loves his wife, so he wants to be close to her, says the speaker. Mr. Papadarakis is not here. Where are you, Mr. Papadarakis? We don't have him either. Okay, good. We'll start from you. Hello. Hello. Let me say that it's quite late. It's quite late. But we're all tired. I know. We are before the elections, so this is not very helpful. But Mr. Papa Theodorou had a good remark that this is related to elections as well. What choices, what selections, what options shall we make? I would like to argue. I would like to argue in advance two different comments. I would like to make rather one in relation to the Observatory of Social Inclusion and Social Integration, which indeed, not that much for this organization, but for its all effort echoed in the job presented here today. Indeed, it is a very serious and credible mechanism of the region of Crete. And why is that? Because it has two elements. Element number one, it has concentrated one competency, and the service of Mr. Lesakis at the head. It has a good scientific pool using the universities of Crete, which is a very important element echoed not by Mr. Vaimakis, who is the head only, but through a series of other scientists who were here today. The other element is that this group is performing a field job, not a lab job. They are doing a field job, they're going in situ. That is, they have talked to people, and this is very important. I believe that this is a very significant parameter for the success of this effort. Congratulations again to the whole team and to the service, to Mrs. Lasaka as well, and to all those contributing to this quite good effort. It is quite innovative on the level of this country. The second comment is that I would like to repeat what Mr. Theodorou said. When we were talking about social policies, overall social policy is a development policy. This is very, very important in my view, and I'm saying so opposite to an approach that might exist amongst some, that the political tackling of poverty and social policies is an effort to counterbalance the acute social gap so that we can see a new type of balance. I don't think that social policy is tackled likewise, but we should manage it as a part of a serious growth policy, because only likewise we can face human beings and labor as the main coefficient for growth and as the recipient of these growth policies and the results of growth. I think that it is very important to approach all these issues having that principle in mind. Now, many questions have been said. I don't want to repeat things, says the speaker. I highlight here that in order to trace policies to enhance employment, mitigate poverty, etc., I think that, first of all, we should see horizontal policies that are implemented at the level of society. And I mean that tackling extreme poverty and deprivation is a part of a general policy about society. That is equal access to health-related services, equal and unbiased access to education. Is something that pertains to the whole population. First of all, it creates equal opportunities to these groups or vulnerable groups. So a field, a method to tackle deprivation is to see growth of horizontal policies in main issues of social policies, creating improvement of living conditions and the improvement of the daily routine of all citizens. Having said that, we can see some special policies to enhance some groups. I'm saying so why? A main, when it comes to our own competency, a main mechanism that we can say that it is a field of serious activity, Mr. Zaimaki said that, is social economy. It is a high priority in our region, and there are efforts to develop that field equally. The development of this field, for that field, the field that is of facing poverty and facing this whole issue, has two strands. Point number one is to include these people, integrate these people through social businesses, social enterprises to employment. And this dimension, in my view, is quite problematic for these categories. A person who is deprived, who is facing main and serious material deprivation, it is quite difficult to create social business because this creates capitals, even if this is quite bureaucratic. Now, seeing these people as members of social enterprises is a serious issue that sets some prerequisites. That is why we must combine that with horizontal policies. Yet, it is a way out to integrate these people in social enterprises as employees, as members of this kind of businesses, to have an employment, have contact with society, and be socialized. This is one dimension. The second dimension is that they can create mechanisms of supporting the vulnerable groups, which is another strand, of course, that should be taken into account. Towards the direction we, as a region of Crete, because the main important is this part, in our policies, we have the trace of developing social economy. Ms. Kasotaki, there will be shortly a call to finance current or to create new social businesses. It will be an opportunity to channel our efforts towards the direction. At the same time, we as a region, upon the funding of the public investment program, we are creating a mechanism to support and develop social businesses with the notion of supporting actual social businesses with the creation, the improvement of their social plan, and whatever this might mean, but also encourage and educate people or groups of people who want to create a social business. These tools combined may give a specific push in the field, and they can give opportunities or contribute to tackling problems like acute poverty, etc. In the field of social economy, I wouldn't like to steal the time of Nikos Xylouris, but of course, energy cooperatives can be a part of that. I'm saying so because they can greatly contribute to tackling energy poverty, but Mr. Xylouris is going to elaborate on that. Last but not least, Mrs. Skalaki said it, it's a great initiative to create a fund, the microcredit fund, that will give the possibility to people who might need these 5,000 or these 1,000, 2,000 euros to create a social entrepreneurship. They can be given the chance to have such microcredit. I think, I believe that this will happen. We are in the second phase of the study. I believe that until the end of this year, this fund could have been a reality. Am I right, Chrisa? And give this possibility, which is an important type of support in this effort. That was all. And if anything else, we can come back. Thank you. Off microphone, the lady. The lady's off microphone, unfortunately. Yes, yes. I was given the turn here from the newly married. Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, we are all tired, so to speak. It's a difficult time, but I believe that what we're saying here is very important, and we must have a discussion on the energy poverty, as said by my friend Andonis Papadalakis. Let me tell you about the institutional framework in force centrally in the country on energy communities, which, as we speak, is under change. Since 2018, upon a law voted from the previous government, there is the creation of energy communities with an aim to disseminate energy production to simple citizens and directly or indirectly to tackling energy poverty in the framework of what we name energy democracy. This law was enforced. Energy communities have been created. There are quite many. And as it happens in our country, there is always a way to circumvent the objective for which an institution is taking place, as, for example, energy communities. Then some small groups of people created that a bit more family-like or a bit more personal-like energy communities that had as an objective to enjoy the benefits of the law and then use that for their own interest, financially speaking. Then there was the effort to tackle the issue of the circumvention of the law, and now through some institutional measures, I don't think that we must name them all here, there have been some changes that allow the creation of energy communities, setting a limit of people, 60 persons it is, so that we can avoid this circumvention. Today, as we speak, we are in transition with energy communities, as we know them, because from now on, we see the creation of two types of communities, community of RES and a community of citizens, giving to them the possibility to produce energy, to have self-production of energy, with the possibilities that they have to produce for their own members, sell energy. That is, there are some abilities, some capabilities for production, but in a small energy space. This is what is valid today, as we expect. If we talk about Crete, then the possibilities and the planning of the region that coincides with the ministry
δίνει τη δυνατότητα σε ενεργειακές κοινότητες που έχουν σκοπό να κατανείμουν τον πλούτο ή αν θέλετε την ενέργεια στους πολίτες, δίνει χώρο. Δυστυχώς δεν έχει δοθεί ακόμα ο κατάλληλος χώρος που θα μπορούσαν μέχρι στιγμής να δεσμεύσουν ή να αξιοποιήσουν οι ενεργειακές κοινότητες. Και αν, ας πούμε, πολύ σύντομα σας είπα το πλαίσιο, θα προσπαθήσω εξίσου σύντομα να πω το τι κάνει η περιφέρεια μέσα σε αυτή τη δυνατότητα που δίνει ο νόμος. Η περιφέρεια Κρήτης, αν θέλετε, με απόφαση του Περιφερειάρχη που έχει εγκριθεί, έχει πάρει την σύμφωνη γνώμη, την ομόφωνη απόφαση του Περιφερειακού Συμβουλίου, συμμετέχει σε όλες τις ενεργειακές κοινότητες αυτού του χαρακτήρα, αυτού του τύπου. Να το πω, αυτές που συμμετέχουν οι πολίτες ή με την αυτοπρόσωπη φυσική συμμετοχή ή μέσω των θεσμών, των Δήμων. Και έχουν δημιουργηθεί κοινότητες ή είναι υποδημιουργία αρκετές. Μάλιστα, ένα παράδειγμα που είναι τώρα σε εξέλιξη είναι οι ενεργειακές κοινότητες που έχουν δημιουργηθεί με αναπεριφερειακή ενότητα με τους ΤΟΕΒ του κάθε νομού, για να το καταλαβαίνουμε. Μια ενεργειακή κοινότητα για το Λασίθι, Ηράκλειο, Ρέθυμνο, Χανιά. Και μάλιστα σήμερα είχα μια συζήτηση έτσι για ενημέρωση. Οι δύο ενότητες Ηρακλείου και Χανίων, και Ρεθύμνου, είναι και έτοιμες να έχουν βρει τα χωράφια, τα οικόπεδα για να μπορούν να κάνουν και έργο όταν υπάρχει χρηματοδότηση. Υπάρχει λοιπόν μια απόφαση της Περιφέρειας που λέει ότι στηρίζει ενεργειακές κοινότητες πολιτών με την ευρεία της ή τη στενή έννοια, όπως των Δήμων, για αυτοπαραγωγή, για να καλύψουν τις ενεργειακές ανάγκες των ίδιων των φορέων ή των πολιτών. Καλά, μέχρι εδώ υπάρχει μια δυνατότητα θεσμική παραγωγής ενέργειας για να εξυπηρετήσει άμεσα τους πολίτες, συμμετέχοντας βέβαια, δηλαδή οι πολίτες είναι μέλη των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων με το αντίστοιχο ποσό που χρειάζεται για την παραγωγή του ρεύματος που τους είναι απαραίτητη. Αυτό θα έλεγα ότι είναι η γενικότερη πολιτική που υπάρχει στη χώρα και την ακολουθεί και τη στηρίζει η Περιφέρεια Κρήτης για να αντιμετωπιστεί ένα πρόβλημα που έχει ανακύψει, ειδικά τα τελευταία χρόνια έχει αναδειχθεί σε μείζον, το ενεργειακό. Είναι λοιπόν μια πολιτική, κεντρική πολιτική κατεύθυνση που ξεκίνησε από την προηγούμενη κυβέρνηση, συνεχίζεται με κάποιες αλλαγές σήμερα. Δεν θα κρίνουν αν οι αλλαγές έχουν στο καλύτερο, στο χειρότερο, αυτό είναι το τελευταίο που θα εξετάσει κανείς, αλλά δίνει τη δυνατότητα το πλαίσιο να γίνει και εμείς ως Περιφέρεια το στηρίζουμε και συμμετέχοντας. Αυτό όμως που έχει μια ιδιαίτερη σημασία και αυτό το κάνει η Περιφέρεια με τη δική της συμμετοχή στις ενεργειακές κοινότητες, και θα κάνω μια ειδική αναφορά στην ενεργειακή κοινότητα που είναι αυτό που λέμε ευρείας λαϊκής βάσης, την μηνώα ενεργειακή, που είναι η μεγαλύτερη ίσως που υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή με αυτά τα χαρακτηριστικά, 600 μέλη. Και μην ξεχάσουμε ότι ήταν στη φάση της πανδημίας η ανάπτυξή της, που θα μπορούσε να είναι και θα αυξηθεί πολύ περισσότερο. Συμμετέχοντας λοιπόν η Περιφέρεια σε αυτή την ενεργειακή κοινότητα, να το ξαναπώ, μηνώα ενεργειακή, η οποία μάλλον θα την μετονομάσουμε σύντομα, το ποσοστό συμμετοχής της Περιφέρειας, που είναι αρκετό ή εν πάση περιπτώσει σημαντικό, είναι για την εξυπηρέτηση των ενεργειακών αναγκών του κεντρικού κτίριου της Περιφέρειας, που είναι αν θέλει και μια συμβολική ανταπόδοση, αλλά η δυνατότητα που έχουν αυτές οι ενεργειακές κοινότητες, η Περιφέρεια το κάνει πράξη, είναι σε ειδικές περιπτώσεις ακραίας ενεργειακής φτώχειας. Για παράδειγμα, εκεί στο σεισμό είχαμε σοβαρά θέματα στην περιοχή. Δίνει τη δυνατότητα, ξαναλέω με πολιτική απόφαση, να μην πληρώνουν ρεύμα για ένα μικρό ή μεγαλύτερο διάστημα αυτοί που έχουν καταγραφεί ως ενεργειακά φτωχοί. Δεν ξέρω αν ο όρος είναι σωστός, αλλά κάπως έτσι το καταλαβαίνω. Δηλαδή το ποσοστό που κρατάει η ενεργειακή κοινότητα από τον νόμο, αν θέλετε, για να μπορεί να επιβιώσει από την ενέργεια που παράγεται με βάση την συμμετοχή του καθενός, το αποθεματικό της ενέργειας, ας το πω έτσι, κατανέμεται είτε παροδικά είτε σε μια μονιμότερη βάση σε ανθρώπους που έχουν αδυναμία πληρωμής της ενέργειας την οποία καταναλώνουν. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό είναι μια πολιτική που θα πρέπει να περάσει γενικότερα, και θα πω για τους Δήμους και με αυτό θα κλείσω, σε αυτή την πολιτική που αντιμετωπίζει την ενεργειακή φτώχεια, η οποία μπορεί να εντάθηκε τα τελευταία χρόνια, αλλά πάντα υπήρχε. Υπήρχαν άνθρωποι που δεν μπορούσαν να πληρώσουν το ρεύμα τους, γιατί αντικειμενικά δεν είχαν τη δυνατότητα. Ή δεν είχαν ρεύμα ή κατανάλωναν λιγότερο, είχαν ένα επίπεδο ζωής χαμηλότερο για να μπορούν να, εν πάση περιπτώσει, να ανταπεξέρχονται στοιχειωδώς. Αυτή λοιπόν την συμπτωματική, ευχάριστη συμπτωματική δυνατότητα που δίνει ο νόμος, εμείς ως περιφέρεια την αξιοποιούμε, δίνοντας τη δυνατότητα στις ενεργειακές κοινότητες να μπορούν να αντιμετωπίζουν όχι μόνο περιστασιακά, αλλά και σε οποιαδήποτε δύσκολη στιγμή, σεισμός παραδείγματος χάρη όπως έγινε στο Αρκαλοχώρι, αλλά και σε καθημερινή βάση, τις ενεργειακές ανάγκες των κοινωνικά αδύναμων, αντικειμενικά αδύναμων νοικοκυριών. Και αυτό το κάνουν πράξη, όντως γίνεται. Επίσης, στους Δήμους οι οποίοι έχουν ήδη ξεκινήσει την δημιουργία των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων και είναι στην Κρήτη, πρέπει να είναι 6-7, αν θυμάμαι καλά, στα Χανιά, στον Αποκόρονα, στο Μολεβίζι, στο Μιλοπόταμο, στη Σιτία, μπορεί να ξεχνάω και μάλλον ξεχνάω, συμμετέχουμε ως περιφέρεια, συμμετέχουμε και ουσιαστικά με οικονομική συμμετοχή, ως μέλος, ως μέτοχος, ο όρος δεν είναι δόκιμος, αλλά ως μέλος. Συμμετέχουμε στο Συμβούλιο, στη διαμόρφωση πολιτικής δηλαδή. Εκεί η δυνατότητα που έχουν οι ενεργειακές κοινότητες των Δήμων που αφορούν στις ανάγκες τις ενεργειακές των ίδιων των Δήμων, υπάρχει η δυνατότητα της διάχυσης της παραγωγής της ενέργειας που παράγεται σε ευάλωτα νοικοκυριά. Και αυτό είναι, αν θέλετε, γραμμένο και στο καταστατικό των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων. Ότι ένα ποσοστό από την ενέργεια που μένει στο Δήμο ή θα πρέπει να μένει για διάθεση με όποιο τρόπο κρίνει, θα πρέπει να κατευθύνεται σε αυτούς τις ευάλωτες ομάδες, οι οποίες δεν έχουν κι άλλο τρόπο. Δηλαδή, αν δεν πληρώσει το ρεύμα, το κλείσουν. Κάποια στιγμή θα του κλείσουν το ρεύμα. Έρχεται λοιπόν ο φορέας που τους εκπροσωπεί, ο Δήμος εμπροκειμένου, να αντιμετωπίσει μια πολύ ειδική αλλά πάρα πολύ σοβαρή ανάγκη, με την ευκαιρία του νόμου που προκύπτει, που δίνει τη δυνατότητα της δημιουργίας των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων. Γιατί αν δεν γίνει αυτό, η παραγωγή της ενέργειας από ανανεώσιμες πηγές που έχει μπει για τα καλά στη ζωή μας, τουλάχιστον σε φάση ορίμανσης έργων, θα κατανεμηθεί, θα κατευθυνθεί σε επιχειρήσεις που έχουν τη δυνατότητα να το κάνουν, και πέρα από τα ανταποδοτικά που έχουν υποχρέωση από τον νόμο, που συνήθως είναι ένα ποσοστό επί των εισόδων στους Δήμους, δεν προβλέπεται ούτε από τις ίδιες τις εταιρείες, αλλά ούτε και από τον νόμο μια ανταπόδοση τουλάχιστον στις τοπικές κοινωνίες όπου δραστηριοποιούνται και παράγουν το ρεύμα, να έχουν μια άμεση ανταπόδοση με την χορήγηση, ας το πω, με την παροχή της ενέργειας που παράγουν στις ευάλωτες ομάδες ανθρώπων. Αυτό το κάνει η Περιφέρεια με πρωτοβουλία του ίδιου Περιφερειάρχη, αλλά και οι Δήμοι με την κατεύθυνση που δίνει, με τον τόνο που δίνει η Περιφέρεια, συμμετέχοντας στις ενεργειακές κοινότητες που ήδη έχουν δημιουργηθεί. Και για να σας κάνω και μια ενημέρωση για ένα λεπτό, από 31 του Μάρτη, από 1η Απριλίου, έχει αλλάξει το καθεστώς των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων, οι οποίες έχουν δημιουργηθεί μέχρι τώρα με βάση τον νόμο του 18, και όσες έχουν δημιουργηθεί, όπως είναι για παράδειγμα η μηνών ενεργειακή, έχουν τη δυνατότητα μέχρι 1η Νοέμβρη του τρέχοντος έτους να πάρουν άδειες, ενεργειακό χώρο δηλαδή από τον ΔΔΕ, για να υλοποιήσουν, όταν υλοποιήσουν έργο. Από εκεί και μετά, αν δεν έχουν πάρει άδεια, ό,τι έχουν κάνει μέχρι τότε, αυτό θα μπορούν να λειτουργήσουν. Δηλαδή, η λογική των ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων, όπως ξεκίνησε και έχουν δημιουργηθεί όσες έχουν δημιουργηθεί, έχει διάρκεια ζωής μέχρι 31, σας είπα Νοέμβρη, 31 Οκτώβρη, γιατί από 1η Νοεμβρίου ισχύει το καινούριο καθεστώς. Ευτυχώς η μηνών ενεργειακή έχει κάνει 3 έργα και ετοιμάζει το 4ο, όπου θα πάρει την... Δηλαδή οι νέες κοινότητες θα δημιουργηθούν? Είναι αυτές που είπα, κοινότητα ανανεώσιμης ενέργειας και κοινότητα πολιτών. Η μία θα μπορεί να... Είναι περίπου τα ίδια πράγματα, έχει να κάνει με την πώληση, αν μπορεί να κάνει πώληση, αν μπορεί να κάνει net billing, το virtual net metering δεν μπορεί να το κάνει, ή μπορεί να κάνει αν είναι η καταγωγή. Έχει δηλαδή κάποιους περιορισμούς, αλλά αυτό το χαρακτήρα όπως ψηφίσει το 18 ο νόμος δεν θα τον έχει. Αυτό αφορά την ίδια την ενεργειακή κοινότητα. Την ίδια την κοινότητα. Μάλιστα την περασμένη...
Πώς καλύπτει το κόστος της παραγωγής της ενέργειας που δίνεται δωρεάν?
Έχει... Σωστά. Να πω πρώτα και μετά θα απαντήσω. Την περασμένη Δευτέρα, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, είχαμε διοικητικό συμβούλιο στην εταιρεία, στην ενεργειακή κοινότητα και αποφασίσαμε τη δημιουργία 2 ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων, όχι το μετασχηματισμό, γιατί υπάρχει φυσικό αντικείμενο, και των 2 ενεργειακών κοινοτήτων, για να μπορεί στην ίδια λογική να παράγεται ρεύμα που να αφορά στους μετόχους. Θέλει 30 μέλη τώρα, 30 μέλη. Αυτό είναι μια μικρή κατάρτιση, ίσως θα πρέπει να είναι περισσότερο. Και να έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να κάνουμε και μεγαλύτερα έργα, με την έννοια ότι θα μπορούσε να κάνει ένα ευρυδικό, για παράδειγμα, που να είναι οικολογικά πιο κοντά στην περιβαλλοντική πολιτική, αλλά να έχει και τη δυνατότητα να έχει κάποια έσοδα. Και την επόμενη εβδομάδα θα έχουμε, την παραπάνω εβδομάδα, Γενική Συνέλευση για επικύρωση αυτής της απόφασης. Πώς μπορεί να κάνει κοινωνική πολιτική. Από το ίδιο το καταστατικό δίνει ο νόμος τη δυνατότητα να έχει ένα αποθεματικό ενέργειας, ένα 10% από την παραγόμενη ενέργεια, με βάση την συμφωνία των μελών. Εμείς ως ενεργειακή κοινότητα στο πρώτο έργο είχαμε βάλει 10%, στο δεύτερο πήγε 20%, με τη σύμφωνη γνώμη των μελών. Δηλαδή είχε δώσει ένας πολίτης 3 χιλιάρικα, για παράδειγμα, με βάση τις ανάγκες που είχαμε υπολογίσει στον νοικοκυριό του. Ότι με 3 χιλιάρικα θα παράγονται 5 κιλοβάτ, τα οποία τις αντίστοιχες κιλοβατόρες θα τις χρησιμοποιούσε, το χρόνο τον καλύπτει. Σε κάθε 3 χρόνια γίνεται ένας συμψηφισμός με τη ΔΕΗ, δεν πληρώνει ρεύμα από τώρα και μετά, από τη στιγμή που θα γίνει η σύνδεση, και στα 3 χρόνια γίνεται ένας συμψηφισμός της παραχθήσας ενέργειας και της καταναλωθήσης ενέργειας. Και αν έχει παράξει περισσότερη, πάει υπέρ της, αν θέλετε, της κοινότητας, να το πω υπέρ της αεροπορίας. Το χάνει, δεν έχει τη δυνατότητα να πουληθεί, γιατί δεν πουλάει. Αν έχει καταναλώσει περισσότερο, θα πληρώσει τη διαφορά. Το καλό είναι ότι με μια τέτοια επένδυση η απόσβεση γίνεται στα 3 με 4 χρόνια, ανάλογα με το κόστος του ρεύματος, γιατί αν είναι ακριβότερο το ρεύμα, το κάνει σε 3 χρόνια. Αν είναι πιο φτηνό, σε 5. Παραπάνω 5 δεν υπάρχει πιθανότητα να φτάσει. Και η διάρκεια ζωής των εγκαταστάσεων είναι 20 με 25 χρόνια. Άρα κάνει απόσβεση στα 5 χρόνια και έχει άλλα 20 χρόνια δωρεάν ρεύμα. Επειδή όμως η ενεργειακή κοινότητα έχει ανάγκες για τη συντήρηση των εγκαταστάσεων, για την ασφάλεια των εγκαταστάσεων, τη φύλαξη, γραμματιακές υποστήριξη, μελέτες που μπορεί να κάνει για την ανάπτυξη της εταιρείας, η συμφωνία του Συμβουλίου με τα μέλη είναι ότι το 20% της ενέργειας είναι αποθεματικό για να μπορεί να το χρησιμοποιεί η κοινότητα, και από αυτό κάνει την κοινωνική πολιτική. Ειδικά όμως, σας είπα, για τη μηνιαία ενεργειακή, η συμμετοχή της περιφέρειας ήταν αρκετά σημαντική, και η ανταπόδοση προς την περιφέρεια ήταν και είναι μικρή, γιατί η κατανάλωση στο κεντρικό κτίριο δεν είναι και τόσο μεγάλη. Δηλαδή ένα ποσό δόθηκε για να μην πληρώνει ρεύμα το κεντρικό κτίριο, αλλά υπάρχει ρεύμα που παράγεται σύμφωνα με τη συμμετοχή της περιφέρειας, το οποίο είπε ο Περιφερειάρχης αυτό θα δίνεται. Και δίνεται στους σεισμοπαθείς, για παράδειγμα, 100 οικογένειες είναι, δεν είναι, και άλλες 50 οικογένειες που έχουν να κάνουν με την κοινωνική τους κατάσταση. Με όποια κριτήρια οι κοινωνικές υπηρεσίες, ακριβώς. Υπάρχει λοιπόν ένα αποθεματικό το οποίο μπορεί να χρησιμοποιηθεί για τέτοιου είδους δράσεις, που προφανώς οι εταιρείες που παράγουν το ρεύμα σε μεγαλύτερα μεγέθη και που έχουν σκοπό την πώληση, το κέρδος, δεν έχουν αυτή τη δυνατότητα, σε εισαγωγικά η δυνατότητα την έχουν αντικειμενικά, αλλά δεν είναι αυτός ο σκοπός τους. Ο σκοπός είναι το κέρδος. Τώρα, ίσως εκεί θα έπρεπε και ο νόμος να προβλέπει ότι ένα ποσοστό θα πρέπει να πηγαίνει σε τέτοιες κοινωνικές δράσεις. Μέχρι στιγμής δεν υπάρχει. Αυτή λοιπόν είναι η πολιτική που θεσμικά ισχύει και το τι κάνει η περιφέρεια. Και ευτυχώς που και η περιφέρεια το ήθελε και το θέλει και η ενεργειακή κοινότητα που ήδη δουλεύει είναι σε αυτή τη λογική και πράγματι έχει εξυπηρετήσει και εξυπηρετεί τους τουλάχιστον γεωγραφικά, κοινωνικά αδύναμους, είτε ως επιχειρήσεις, και αυτό έχει γίνει, κυρίως όμως ως νοικοκυριά. Αυτά και ευχαριστώ για την...
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Δεν ήμουν μακριά. Είναι όντως η ώρα περασμένη. Δεν μπορώ να... μετά από τόσους ομιλητές, βέβαια, είναι πολύ δύσκολο να πει κάτι κάποιος καινούριο. Γιατί τα περισσότερα και τα πιο ουσιαστικά έχουν ήδη υποθεί. Από τη μεριά μου και από τον τομέα της αντιπεριφέρειας κοινωνικής πολιτικής θέλω να ευχαριστήσω για άλλη μια φορά όλα τα στελέχη του Περιφερειακού Παρατηρητηρίου Κοινωνικής Ένταξης Περιφέρειας καθώς και τους καθηγητές που συμμετέχουν στις έρευνες και στις μελέτες που εκπονεί το Περιφερειακό Παρατηρητήριο, διότι η δουλειά που κάνουν είναι υπερπολίτιμη για την περιφέρεια Κρήτης και γενικότερα είναι υπερπολίτιμη, ειδικότερα για εμάς, διότι αν θεωρήσουμε ότι η κοινωνία, οι άνθρωποι που απαρτίζουν το κοινωνικό σύνολο βρίσκονται σε ένα δωμάτιο σκοτεινό, τα μέλη του Περιφερειακού Παρατηρητηρίου και η επιστημονική ομάδα που στηρίζει τις έρευνες και τις μελέτες του ανοίγουν το φως σε αυτό το δωμάτιο, είναι το φως μέσα στο δωμάτιο και μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα να διακρίνουμε πώς είναι οι άνθρωποι, τι αντιμετωπίζουν, τι έχει ο καθένας, τι προβλήματα υπάρχουν, διαφωτίζουν δηλαδή την κατάσταση, ρίχνουν φως πάνω στην πραγματική κατάσταση των ανθρώπων, των ομάδων, των πολιτών σε επίπεδο Κρήτης που διεξάγονται αυτές οι έρευνες και μας δίνουν υπερπολίτιμα στοιχεία, κάτι το οποίο έχει υποθεί ήδη βέβαια, αλλά θέλω και πάλι να σας ευχαριστήσω γιατί χωρίς αυτά τα έργα μας και η προσπάθειά μας και ό,τι επιχειρούσαμε και θα επιχειρούσαμε να κάνουμε θα ήταν ναι μεν καλή την πίστη, καλή την προαίρεση, αλλά θα κινούταν κάπως στα τυφλά. Τώρα αυτό δεν ισχύει. Υπάρχει στόχευση, υπάρχει αποτύπωση των αναγκών και οφείλουμε πραγματικά πολλές και βαθιές ευχαριστίες σε όλους τους ανθρώπους που με την εργασία τους και με το έργο τους μας δίνουν αυτή τη δυνατότητα. Υπόθηκαν πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα και από τους συζητητές και από όλους τους ομιλητές. Τι κάνει η Περιφέρεια Κρήτης τώρα στο κομμάτι της κοινωνικής πολιτικής? Θα είμαι πολύ σύντομος, γιατί είναι η ώρα περασμένη. Υλοποιούμε κάθε χρόνο το ετήσιο κοινωνικό πρόγραμμα της Περιφέρειας Κρήτης ανά περιφερειακή ενότητα, υλοποιώντας κατά το πλείστο μέρος στήριξη μέσω των προγραμμάτων αυτών ευάλωτων κοινωνικών ομάδων. Πολύ ενδεικτικά και πολύ σύντομα χρηματοδοτούμε τις μεταφορές οικονομικά ασθενέστερων φοιτητών ατόμων με αναπηρία. Στηρίζουμε τις οικονομικά ασθενείς μητέρες, νέες μητέρες, μέσα από ένα πρόγραμμα που λέει «Την πρίκα του μωρού», δίνοντας κάποια βασικά αγαθά, βασικά υλικά που χρειάζεται μια νέα μητέρα, ώστε να μπορέσει να φροντίσει το παιδί της. Προφανώς έχουμε την υλοποίηση από ευρωπαϊκούς πόρους του γνωστού ΤΕΒΑ με την παροχή τροφίμων σε δικαιούχους. Παράλληλα με τα πολλά συνοδευτικά μέτρα που περιλαμβάνει, ένα εκ των οποίων είναι και η πλατφόρμα του mentoring που ίσως να γνωρίζετε, να έχετε ακούσει πολύ γρήγορα. Να σας πω ότι είναι μια πλατφόρμα που αναπτύχθηκε ως συνοδευτικό μέτρο που στόχευε στην ανάπτυξη δεξιοτήτων με τη βοήθεια μεντόρων, εξού και το mentoring. Ως συνοδευτικό του ΤΕΒΑ ξεκίνησε αυτό. Εμείς το ανοίξαμε σε συνεργασία με το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο που το έχει δημιουργήσει, τόσο στην βελτίωση δεξιοτήτων με τη βοήθεια των μεντόρων, όσο και στην άμεση έβρεση εργασίας και άμεση έβρεση προσωπικού από τη μεριά των επιχειρήσεων. Είναι κάτι το οποίο στοχεύει στην αύξηση της απασχόλησης, γιατί δημιουργώντας ένα προφίλ αυτός που ψάχνει εργασία και ένα προφίλ αυτός που αναζητά προσωπικό, αυτά έρχονται σε σύζευξη ηλεκτρονικά μέσα ενός λογισμικού τεχνητής νοημοσύνης που τρέχει στο background της πλατφόρμας και γίνεται, όταν τα προφίλ αυτά ταιριάζουν, όταν ο ένας έχει αυτό που ψάχνει ο άλλος, γίνεται μια αυτόματη σύζευξη 24 ώρες το 24ωρο, δεν απαιτείται ανθρώπινη παρέμβαση. Ειδοποιούνται τα μέρη ότι εδώ υπάρχει σύμπτωση επιθυμιών και απαιτήσεων, οπότε μπορείτε να έρθετε σε επικοινωνία για τυχόν περαιτέρω συνεργασία, κάτι το οποίο το προωθούμε σε όλους τους Δήμους της Κρήτης. Έχουμε κάνει διάφορες ενέργειες και μέσα από μέσα ενημέρωση, αλλά και με φυσική παρουσία σε παρουσιάσεις που πάμε σε όλους τους Δήμους της Κρήτης, να γνωστοποιήσουμε αυτή τη δυνατότητα που μπορεί να έχει κάποιος που ψάχνει εργασία ή βελτίωση δεξιοτήτων, με τη βοήθεια μεντόρων, τους οποίους πρέπει να τους ευχαριστήσουμε βέβαια γιατί παρέχουν τις υπηρεσίες τους δωρεάν στην πλατφόρμα. Και έτσι είναι μια μικρή συνεισφορά στην πρόθεση της απασχόλησης, γλιτώνοντας χρόνο, κάποιος που ψάχνει προσωπικό ή δουλειά, από το να ψάχνει λίγο έτσι στα πολύ γενικά και αόριστα. Οι αντιστοιχίες είναι όλες στοχευμένες, οπότε κατά συνέπεια, επειδή είναι στοχευμένες, είναι και περισσότερες οι πιθανότητες τελικής συνεργασίας. Πέραν τούτου, τρέχουν και διάφορες προγραμματικές συμβάσεις που αφορούν σε κοινωνικά φαινόμενα, όπως είναι η παραβατικότητα. Μέσω του Ελληνικού Μεσογειακού Πανεπιστημίου υλοποιούνται αυτές οι παρεμβάσεις. Κοινωνικά παντοπολίας, ενότητες, είναι πολλά, αλλά σας είπα εξ αρχής ότι όλα αυτά στο ετήσιο κοινωνικό πρόγραμμα κυρίως έχουν σαν στόχο την στήριξη ευάλωτων κοινωνικών ομάδων. Ο κύριος Παπαδεράκης νωρίτερα και ο κύριος Παπαθεοδόρου βέβαια το έθεσε, για το πώς θα μπορούσαμε να δούμε την κοινωνική πολιτική με άλλο μάτι και τι θα ήταν καλό να κάνουμε στον τομέα της κοινωνικής πολιτικής καλύτερο από αυτά που ήδη γίνονται. Και έβαλε την αναπτυξιακή διάσταση της κοινωνικής πολιτικής, που νομίζω ότι κανένας δεν μπορεί να διαφωνήσει ότι μπορεί να συμβάλλει πραγματικά στην βελτίωση της ποιότητας της ζωής, που πρέπει να πούμε εδώ πέρα ότι είναι και ο απότερος και ουσιαστικός στόχος μέσα από τις δράσεις του τομέα της κοινωνικής πολιτικής και όχι μόνο, όλων των δράσεων, όλων των τομέων της ζωής των ανθρώπων. Ο απότερος στόχος είναι η βελτίωση της ποιότητας της καθημερινότητας, τουλάχιστον. Αυτό έχει να κάνει με την υγεία, έχει να κάνει με την παιδεία, έχει να κάνει με την οικονομία, έχει να κάνει με τον πολιτισμό, έχει να κάνει με πάρα πολλούς τομείς, οι οποίοι δεν είναι, τουλάχιστον έτσι όπως το έχουμε στο μυαλό μας, δεν σχετίζονται καθαρά με τον τομέα της κοινωνικής πολιτικής, αλλά σχετίζονται από μια άλλη άποψη. Η επικρατούσα αντίληψη δεν θα διαφωνήσω ότι είναι η στήριξη ευάλωτων κοινωνικών ομάδων, που θα πρέπει όμως να σημειώσω το εξής, ότι παρόλο που και ακόμη και αν αναπτυξιακά το δει κάποιος, αντί την κοινωνική πολιτική από αναπτυξιακή και έτσι κυρίως σκοπιά, θα βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ στην αντιμετώπιση της φτώχειας, εννοείται, και της απασχόλησης και της βελτίωσης της καθημερινότητας των ανθρώπων, αλλά και πάλι θα υπάρχουν ομάδες, κοινωνικές ομάδες, όπως λόγου χάρη τα άτομα με αναπηρία που έχουν διάφορες δυσκολίες, είτε δυσκολίες κίνησης, είτε δυσκολίες αντίληψης, είτε όρασης. Είναι διάφορες ομάδες που η αναπτυξιακή πολιτική σαφέστατα και θα βοηθήσει και νομίζουμε ότι είναι προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση, αλλά και πάλι θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μέριμνα για τους ανθρώπους που έχουν, πέρα από την οικονομία και πέρα από την δυνατότητά τους και την αγοραστική δύναμη που μπορεί να έχουν, να αποκτήσουν, να χρειάζονται τη στήριξη τόσο σε υποδομές, όσο και σε αντιμετώπιση. Γιατί η δουλειά μας είναι, η υποχρέωσή μας είναι να διαφωτίζουμε από γύρω-γύρω τα φαινόμενα τα κοινωνικά και να δίνουμε έμφαση στην ουσία των πραγμάτων, στις αιτίες δηλαδή που προκαλούν τα αποτελέσματα. Η εκπαίδευση λοιπόν του κόσμου, σεβασμός στο συνάνθρωπο, η σκέψη, η ενσυναίσθηση για τους γύρω μας είναι πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει να πηγαίνουν παράλληλα με τις υποδομές. Πέρα από την δημιουργία υποδομών, που και η κυρία Κασωτάκη μας έκανε μια πολύ καλή αναφορά, τουλάχιστον στο καινούριο επιχειρησιακό πρόγραμμα, τι χρηματοδοτείται και τι θα μπορούσε να χρηματοδοτηθεί και να υλοποιηθεί για να βελτιώσει αυτές τις υποδομές. Θεωρούμε ότι παράλληλα με τις υποδομές θα πρέπει να βλέπουμε και τον άνθρωπο, την ανάπτυξη, την εκπαίδευση, την ανάπτυξη των ανθρώπων. Είναι δύο πράγματα που νομίζουμε ότι πρέπει να πηγαίνουν χέρι-χέρι, την ευαισθητοποίηση σε κοινωνικά ζητήματα και προχωρώντας στην κοινωνική πολιτική, γιατί είναι πολυδιάστατη, η αλήθεια είναι, δεν μπορεί κάποιος να πει ότι η κοινωνική πολιτική είναι μόνο αυτό. Μπορεί να το ανοίξει σε πολλά πεδία και κάθε πεδίο έχει τη δική του ανάλυση, αλλά κοινωνική πολιτική για να μπορέσει να ασκηθεί είτε με αναπτυξιακή λογική, είτε με λογική συμπερίληψη και τα δύο, θεωρούμε ότι προκειμένου να υλοποιηθεί θα πρέπει να έχει και το κατάλληλο προσωπικό που θα υλοποιήσει αυτή την κοινωνική πολιτική. Δηλαδή, οι κοινωνικές υπηρεσίες των Δήμων, που είναι η πρώτη γραμμή της κοινωνικής πολιτικής, που έρχονται σε επαφή με ευάλωτες κοινωνικές ομάδες διαφόρων ειδών, το έχουμε και από το παρατηρητήριο έχει φανεί, το έχουμε συζητήσει και με την Κατερίνα αρκετές φορές και περιμένουμε και την καινούρια κυβέρνηση να σχηματιστεί, να δούμε ποιοι θα είναι στο ανάλογο Υπουργείο, στο σχετικό Υπουργείο, στο αρμόδιο, μισή σωστή λέξη, Υπουργείο, για να θέσουμε αυτά τα ζητήματα. Δεν μπορεί να υλοποιηθεί και να μιλάμε σοβαρά για άσκηση κοινωνικής πολιτικής όταν οι κοινωνικές υπηρεσίες είτε περιορίζονται σε γραφειοκρατικές διεκπεραιώσεις, είτε δεν έχουν καν προσωπικό να κάνουν ούτε αυτό. Χρειάζεται λοιπόν μια άλλη αρχιτεκτονική, καταρχάς κατά την δική μας τη γνώμη, μια άλλη αρχιτεκτονική και μια στελέχωση η οποία θα αποσκοπεί στην παραγωγή έργου. Όχι στελέχωση για τη στελέχωση δηλαδή, αλλά στελέχωση για την παραγωγή έργου. Να μπορέσουμε να απαντήσουμε στις ανάγκες της κοινωνίας, στα προβλήματα τα κοινωνικά. Και εδώ να κάνω ακόμη μια υποσημείωση. Τα περισσότερα, τουλάχιστον στην ελληνική κοινωνία, τα πιο σημαντικά κοινωνικά προβλήματα, συμπεριφορικά προβλήματα, όπως είναι η κακοποίηση, όπως είναι η παραβατικότητα με όλες τις μορφές, νομίζω ότι καταλήγουν στην οικογένεια. Διότι είναι ένας χώρος πολύ ευαίσθητος και ταυτόχρονα ένας χώρος πάρα πολύ κρίσιμος στην ανάπτυξη του ανθρώπου, στην ανάπτυξη των παιδιών, στη διαμόρφωση του χαρακτήρα τους, στην προτεραιοποίηση και στην αξιολόγηση της πραγματικότητας και τη γενική θεώρηση των πραγμάτων. Και εκεί μέσα νομίζω ότι οι κοινωνικές υπηρεσίες ούσες, καλά στελεχωμένες, σωστά δομημένες, καλά στελεχωμένες και με την κατάλληλη νομοθεσία που θα μπορέσει να τους δώσει τη δυνατότητα να στηρίξουν ουσιαστικά τις οικογένειες, θεωρώ ότι ένα μεγάλο μέρος των κοινωνικών αυτών συμπεριφορικών τουλάχιστον προβλημάτων, αν εξαιρέσουμε τις περιπτώσεις κάποιας, ας πούμε, ψυχικής διαταραχής κάποιων ανθρώπων, αλλά ας το θέσουμε αυτό εκτός δειγματικού χώρου, νομίζω ότι μια καθοδήγηση, μια συμβουλευτική, μια στήριξη της οικογένειας θα ήταν πάρα πολύ κρίσιμη στην εκδήλωση αυτών των φαινομένων. Να πάμε δηλαδή να δούμε από κοντά ή δυνατόν την αιτία που προκαλεί το πρόβλημα και να μην περιοριζόμαστε μονάχα σε ευαισθητοποιήσεις ενηλίκων και ανθρώπων που εν τέλει έχουν και κάποιες ευαισθησίες ή τέλος πάντων προβληματίζονται περισσότερο, να πάμε εκεί που υπάρχει το πρόβλημα και να βοηθήσουμε ουσιαστικά εκεί που υπάρχει το πρόβλημα, εφόσον μπορούμε. Να μην μακρηγορήσω άλλο, αν και θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε πάρα πολλά. Να σας ευχαριστήσω και πάλι για την παρουσία, να ευχαριστήσω και πάλι όλους τους ομιλητές, εισηγητές για τις πολύτιμες πληροφορίες που μας έδωσαν. Κατερίνα... Ναι.
Για τους πληθυσμούς που είναι στα πολύ χαμηλά εισοδήματα μέσω του ΤΕΒΑ, αν τελικά μέσα από αυτή τη διαδικασία της σύζευξης άτομα που είναι στα πολύ χαμηλά εισοδήματα κατάφεραν να βρουν εργασία. Και ξέρω ότι αυτή την προσπάθεια την κάνετε, πάτε σε όλους τους δήμους, κάνετε μια προσπάθεια δηλαδή ενημέρωσης, ευαισθητοποίησης, προκειμένου να ενημερώσετε ότι υπάρχει αυτή η δυνατότητα και αν συμμετέχουν και επιχειρήσεις οι τοπικές μέσα σε αυτή τη διαδικασία.
Ναι, εδώ να πούμε δύο πράγματα. Δουλειά έχει γίνει. Αποτελέσματα έχουν βγει και είναι πολύ ενθαρρυντικά και πολύ, αν θέλεις, κολακευτικά για την προσπάθεια που έχει γίνει στον χρόνο που έχει γίνει. Οι αντιστοιχήσεις που έχουν γίνει μεταξύ ανθρώπων που αναζητούν εργασία και επιχειρήσεων που αναζητούν προσωπικό, γιατί στην ουσία ξεκίνησε από τον Οκτώβρη-Νοέμβρη η προσπάθεια μέχρι και τώρα ένα εξάμηνο-οχτάμηνο είναι που έχει γίνει αυτό το άνοιγμα. Ξεκίνησε με τους δικαιούχους του ΤΕΒΑ, αλλά αυτό τώρα αφορά όλο τον κόσμο. Και να πω και κάτι επιπλέον, ότι είναι δωρεάν για όλο τον κόσμο. Δεν υπάρχει καμία συνδρομή, καμία υποχρέωση, καμία απολύτως δέσμευση. Οι αντιστοιχήσεις εργοδοτών και αναζητούντων εργασία έχουν φτάσει με τα τελευταία δεδομένα τις 200. Αυτό είναι αντιστοίχηση, που σημαίνει ότι οι άνθρωποι που όντως βρήκαν εργασία είναι κατά τη λιγότερη από τις αντιστοιχήσεις.
Είναι από τις ομάδες με τα πολύ χαμηλά εισοδήματα.
Είναι και από τις ομάδες με χαμηλά εισοδήματα. Να πούμε εδώ πέρα ότι είναι και επιχειρηματίες προς τιμήν τους, οι οποίοι στη δημιουργία του προφίλ τους υπάρχει ένα κουτάκι ευάλωτων κοινωνικών ομάδων, που αναζητούν ανθρώπους για εργασία από ευάλωτες κοινωνικές ομάδες και έχουν γίνει τέτοιες αντιστοιχήσεις. Έχουν προσληφθεί άνθρωποι από ευάλωτη κοινωνική ομάδα σε επιχειρήσεις. Υπάρχει και αυτή η περίπτωση. Αυτό που παρατηρήσαμε όμως και πρέπει να το πούμε, και είναι κάτι το οποίο θα πρέπει να το διορθώσουμε νομίζω στο μέλλον, στο άμεσο μέλλον, είναι ότι το πλέγμα επιδομάτων ύψους μισθών και απουσίας κάποιων διασταυρώσεων ελέγχων έχει δώσει δυνατότητα σε ένα μικρό αριθμό ατόμων να παρουσιάζονται ως δικαιούχοι του ΤΕΒΑ, αλλά χωρίς να έχουν πραγματικά ανάγκη το ΤΕΒΑ, και αυτό φαίνεται και από εκδηλώσεις που κάνουμε και καλούμε αυτούς τους δικαιούχους για διάφορα συνοδευτικά έργα και πολύ λίγοι εμφανίζονται. Και αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο θα πρέπει με το Υπουργείο να το δούμε πιο ζεστά, πιο κοντά, κατά πόσον η βάση δεδομένων που υπάρχει με τους ανθρώπους που είναι ενταγμένοι έχουν όντως ανάγκη. Γιατί υπάρχει μια μαύρη εργασία που δυστυχώς υπάρχει και πρέπει να το βλέπουμε κατάματα το φαινόμενο και όχι να το αποκρύπτουμε. Μαύρη εργασία σε συνδυασμό με τα επιδόματα, συν ΤΕΒΑ, δίνει σε κάποιους ανθρώπους τη δυνατότητα να πορεύονται κατά αυτόν τον τρόπο. Εμείς να βοηθήσουμε θέλουμε, αλλά κυρίως θέλουμε να βελτιώσουμε τις συνθήκες ζωής και όχι να συντηρούμε μια κακή κατάσταση. Έτσι. Αυτός είναι ο δικός μας ο στόχος.
Ωραία. Για να μην μακρηγορήσουμε, νομίζω να κλείσουμε λίγο την πρώτη συζήτηση, αν δεν υπάρχει ενδιαφέρον να κλείσουμε γενικά το συνέδριο. Νομίζω, ναι, με τον κύριο Ζαϊμάκη που θα κάνει και την αποφώνηση του συνεδρίου.
Ακούγεται έτσι. Καταρχήν να κάνω ένα μικρό σχόλιο σε αυτό που υπόθηκε προηγουμένως για τη μαύρη αγορά. Έχει ένα πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον. Μαύρη αγορά, φοροαπαλλαγές, μια χώρα που δεν έχει καθόλου φορολογική δικαιοσύνη και όμως το ζήτημα αυτό είναι ταμπού στο δημόσιο διάλογο σε αυτή την περίοδο. Κατά τα άλλα, μιλάμε για κοινωνική πολιτική και για μεγάλες αλλαγές κτλ. Λοιπόν, κοιτάξτε, στο τέλος των συνεδρίων πάντα υπάρχουν κάποιες σκέψεις που δημιουργούν ιδέες, αναστοχαστικούς προβληματισμούς. Εγώ θα προσπαθήσω, έχοντας ακούσει όλες αυτές τις εισηγήσεις και τα ερωτήματα που τέθηκαν, να μείνω σε κάποιες διαπιστώσεις και να θέσω κάποιους προβληματισμούς για μελλοντικές δράσεις. Μία πρώτη διαπίστωση είναι ότι όλοι λίγο πολύ αποδεχτήκαμε τη σημασία που έχουν οι στοχευμένες πολιτικές, που είναι ένα μείγμα αναπτυξιακών, λογικών και κοινωνικών πολιτικών, αναπτυξιακών λογικών, όχι με τη λογική του growth, έτσι. Δεν θέλουμε, ας πούμε, υπερτουριστικοποίηση των πόλεων μας, έτσι. Δεν θέλουμε επενδύσεις που θα έρθουν στη Νότιο Κρήτη και αξιοποιώντας τα παραθυράκια των πρόσφατων περιβαλλοντικών νόμων θα μπορέσουν να οικειοποιηθούν και τις παραλίες. Θέλουμε λοιπόν αυτό το μείγμα πολιτικών και θέλουμε ερευνητικά δεδομένα και αναλύσεις. Αυτό υπόθηκε και από συναδέλφους στο εξωτερικό, το πόσο τα αξιοποιούν αυτά τα στοιχεία. Ίσως θα έπρεπε να σκεφτούμε και το πώς θα λειτουργήσει ένα μηχανισμός που θα συνδέει αυτές τις αναλύσεις με πολιτικές και παρεμβάσεις, οι οποίες μετά θα πρέπει να αξιολογηθούν κατά πόσο έχουν επιπτώσεις, θετικές επιπτώσεις στις πραγματικές ζωές των ανθρώπων. Και σε αυτό το ζήτημα υπήρξε ένας υπενιγμός. Επίσης, σε αυτό το συνέδριο είχε ενδιαφέρον ότι συζητήσαμε για κάποιες νέες έννοιες και για κάποια νέα ζητήματα. Για παράδειγμα, να μιλήσουμε με όρους κοινωνικής ευημερίας και να φύγουμε λίγο από τη λογική του ακαθάριστου εθνικού προϊόντος και των εισοδηματικών δικτών, όχι ότι δεν είναι πολύ σημαντική, και να ανοιχτούμε σε θέματα όπως είναι τα κοινωνικά δικαιώματα, η ποιότητα ζωής υπόθηκε των ηλικιωμένων, η αυτονομία των πολιτών, η συμμετοχή στην κοινωνική ζωή, οι έμφυλες διακρίσεις, το ζήτημα ενός πρεκαριάτου που εργάζεται σε ευέλικτες μορφές εργασίας. Τεράστιο θέμα. Καταπολεμούμε την ανεργία, αλλά πώς την καταπολεμάμε. Το ζήτημα, θα το θέσω και αυτό, του φυσικού περιβάλλοντος ως στοιχείο της ποιότητας ζωής, το αποτύπωμα το οικολογικό. Επίσης, τέθηκαν νέες έννοιες στο ζήτημα, όχι νέες έννοιες βέβαια, έτσι, απλά έννοιες που δεν τις έχουμε πολύ συνηθίσει, όπως είναι η στεγαστική ανισότητα. Τονίστηκε μάλιστα ότι αυτό συμβαίνει σε μια εποχή που έχουμε από τη μια αύξηση των εισοδημάτων που είναι εντελώς δυσανάλογη με την αύξηση του κόστους της στέγασης. Και τέθηκε πώς θα πρέπει να επαναφέρουμε το ζήτημα της κατοικίας ως μια κοινωνική αξία και όχι ως ένα εμπορευματικό προϊόν. Επίσης, τέθηκε το ζήτημα της ενεργειακής επάρκειας. Η προσιτή, βιώσιμη και σύγχρονη ενέργεια, όπως μας είπε η κυρία Πετμεζίδου. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ζήτημα, όπως και το ζήτημα της ενεργειακής φτώχειας που πρέπει να μας απασχολήσει. Θα έλεγα, θα μπορούσαμε να βάλουμε και κάποιες άλλες έννοιες κλειδιά, κατά την άποψή μου, όπως είναι οι ψηφιακές ανισότητες, ο ψηφιακός αναλφαβητισμός, και για εκεί υπήρχε μια αναφορά. Αυτά τα θέματα μας πάνε λίγο και στη συζήτηση που ακούσαμε προηγουμένως για τις ενεργειακές κοινότητες και το ρόλο που μπορούν να παίξουν, αλλά επίσης και για κάτι άλλο, για ένα θέμα που ακούγεται στο δημόσιο διάλογο, χωρίς να έχουμε όμως επεξεργασμένες στρατηγικές και ενδιαφέροντα παραδείγματα. Το ζήτημα των προγραμμάτων κοινωνικής κατοικίας, η κοινωνική κατοικία. Και με αφορμή αυτό θα θέσω κάποιους έτσι προβληματισμούς για σκέψεις μελλοντικές και για κοινωνικές πολιτικές που μπορούμε να έχουμε στην περιφέρεια της Κρήτης. Ξέρετε, στα χρόνια της κρίσης είχαμε μια μικρή αλλά ενδιαφέρουσα τάση επανεγκατάστασης κατοίκων από τα αστικά κέντρα σε αγροτικές περιοχές. Το είδαμε και εδώ λίγο στην Κρήτη, σε μικρό ποσοστό. Έχει ενδιαφέρον λοιπόν να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να ενισχύσουμε τέτοιες τάσεις, δημιουργώντας νέες θέσεις εργασίας που θα συνδέονται με τις τοπικές οικονομίες, ή και να καινοτομήσουμε. Σκέφτομαι για παράδειγμα, στην έρευνά μας συναντήσαμε, λιγοστούς βέβαια, ψηφιακούς νομάδες. Ένας κάτοικος, ας πούμε, στο Οροπέδιο, που του άρεσε εκεί αυτός ο υπέροχος τόπος και εργαζόταν εξ αποστάσεως. Και είχε νοικιάσει σπίτι και σκέφτεται να μείνει εδώ κτλ. Μας ενδιαφέρουν τέτοιες πρακτικές. Μας ενδιαφέρει να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να ενσωματώσουμε, για παράδειγμα, απόφοιτους πανεπιστημίων που είναι πάρα πολύ από αγροτικές περιοχές, οι οποίοι όμως δεν έχουν με κάτι να απασχοληθούν στο τόπο τους. Μπορούμε να δούμε λοιπόν τέτοιες πολιτικές απασχόλησεις, αλλά και πολιτικές προς την άλλη κατεύθυνση απασχόλησης εννοώ. Σε αυτούς τους πολίτες που είδαμε ότι είναι στατιστικά ένας πολύ μεγάλος αριθμός, που δεν έχουν καμία ειδίκευση, δεν έχουν και μορφωτικό κεφάλαιο. Δεν πρέπει αυτούς να τους ξεχάσουμε. Άλλες σκέψεις. Υπάρχουν στις αγροτικές κοινότητες ένα παραγωγικό δυναμικό το οποίο δεν αξιοποιείται. Παλιά σχολεία, παλιά κτίρια. Όλο αυτό θα μπορούσε να αξιοποιηθεί και να διαμορφωθεί ένας χώρος νεανικής κοινωνικότητας, πολιτισμικών δραστηριοτήτων, γιατί σας έχουμε πει πολλές φορές ότι το ζήτημα της κοινωνικότητας των νέων είναι μείζον στην αγροτική κοινωνία της Κρήτης. Οι ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές παρεμβάσεις, τις οποίες υπενηχθήκαμε, συζητήσαμε λιγάκι, ιδίως μέσα από αυτά τα προγράμματα τοπικής ανάπτυξης με την πρωτοβουλία τοπικών κοινοτήτων, είναι ένα μείζον ζήτημα. Αυτό όμως προϋποθέτει πολλά πράγματα. Προϋποθέτει ότι θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε μια σαφή στρατηγική για το πώς μπορούμε να αναζωογονήσουμε αυτές τις κοινότητες. Είτε τις παλιές εργατικές κοινότητες της πόλης, τις εργατικές συνοικίες, είτε τις πανέμορφες και με υψηλό οικολογικό κεφάλαιο αγροτικές κοινότητες που μάλιστα είχαν και αυτάρκεια στο παρελθόν. Το Οροπέδιο Λασιθίου είχε κάτι τέτοιο. Εκεί χρειαζόμαστε και κάποια εργαλεία. Ένα στοιχειώδες δίκτυο κοινωνικής προστασίας, βοήθεια για να φτιαχτούν κοινωνικές υποδομές. Τα κέντρα κοινότητας, κατά την άποψή μου, είναι ένας νευραλγικός θεσμός, που όμως πρέπει να γίνουν κέντρα κοινότητας και όχι γραφειοκρατικοί μηχανισμοί που απλά δίνουν επιδόματα. Αυτό θέλει άλλη στελέχωση, θέλει τις δεξιότητες για τις οποίες αναφέρθηκε η κυρία Κασωτάκη, θέλει ένα εξειδικευμένο προσωπικό και πάμε σε ένα άλλο θέμα που είναι η κοινωνική και αλληλέγγυα οικονομία. Είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον να αναρωτηθούμε γιατί σε αυτές τις εντός ή εκτός εισαγωγικών μειονεκτούσες κοινότητες δεν έχει αναπτυχθεί η κοινωνική και αλληλέγγυα οικονομία. Αναπτύσσεται εκεί που υπάρχουν κάποιοι τεχνικοί, που υπάρχει τεχνογνωσία και κάποιοι εμπειρογνώμονες κτλ. Και εκεί που υπάρχουν πραγματικές ανάγκες απουσιάζουν. Μπορούμε λοιπόν να δούμε κάποιες προγράμματα μακροπρόθεσμα που θα εμπεριέχουν και το εκπαιδευτικό στοιχείο, αλλά και την τεχνογνωσία, το πώς μπορούμε να βοηθήσουμε τις τοπικές κοινωνίες τους, ώστε να αναπτύξουν τέτοια ενδιαφέροντα συνεργατικά εγχειρήματα. Εκεί βέβαια αυτό προϋποθέτει και ένα κοινωνικό κεφάλαιο, το οποίο είναι απαραίτητο. Ένα κεφάλαιο συνεργασιών, συνεργειών, δράσεων από τα κάτω και θέλει πολλή δουλειά για να συμβεί κάτι τέτοιο, όπως και αμοιβαία εμπιστοσύνη, το ξεκαθάρισμα ότι η ΚΙΝΣΕΠ είναι κάτι διαφορετικό από τους παλιούς συνεταιρισμούς, γιατί τα έχουμε συνδέσει με πελατειακά δίκτυα, με κρατικές εξαρτήσεις κτλ. Άλλες νοοτροπίες. Γενικά το ζήτημα των νοοτροπιών έχει τεράστια σημασία. Θα μπορούσαμε και άλλες καινοτόμες ιδέες να σκεφτούμε. Στο εξωτερικό, στη Βαρκελόνη και στην Ιταλία, δουλεύουν πάρα πολύ το μοντέλο της κοινωνικής γεωργίας. Είναι ένας συνδυασμός οικολογικής γεωργίας με πολιτικές κοινωνικής ένταξης και καινοτομίας, που βάζουν στην πράξη προγράμματα κοινωνικής επανένταξης, οικολογικές, θεραπευτικές πρακτικές, βλέπουν τη γη ως μια κοινωνική αξία. Είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα. Τα διάβαζα έτσι σε διάφορα κείμενα και μου έκανε εντύπωση που στην Ελλάδα ούτε καν τον όρο δεν χρησιμοποιούμε. Η Κρήτη έχει τέτοιες δυνατότητες για να αναπτυχθούν τέτοιες πρακτικές. Για να μην σας κουράζω, τέτοιες ιδέες που συνδέονται με αυτό που ονομάζουμε πολιτικές των κοινών, πολιτικές που αφορούν την ίδια την κοινωνία, με την ενεργοποίηση και των ίδιων των πολιτών. Είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα, θέλουν όμως οργάνωση, σχεδιασμό και συνέχεια δράσεων σαν αυτές που έχουν ξεκινήσει ή η υλοποίηση κάποιων καινοτόμων ιδεών που προς το παρόν είναι ιδέες.
Ήθελα πριν να το αναφέρω. Το τι θα γίνει, τι θα επιλεγεί να γίνει εν τέλει, πρέπει να πούμε ότι είναι επιλογή, κεντρική επιλογή, καταρχάς του Υπουργείου, της εκάστοτε κυβέρνησης. Είναι μια κεντρική επιλογή και έχει να κάνει με τη στοχοθεσία. Τι στόχο θέτουμε ή τι στόχους θέτουμε και μετά από κάτω είναι τα βήματα που θα μας οδηγήσουν στους στόχους. Είναι κρίσιμο να ξεκαθαρίσουμε μέσα από την κοινωνική πολιτική τουλάχιστον και γενικότερα, αλλά μέσα από την κοινωνική πολιτική, τι στόχο έχουμε, τι θέλουμε να πετύχουμε. Συντήρηση μιας κατάστασης, βελτίωση μιας κατάστασης και μετά να το εξειδικεύσουμε αυτό σε μέτρα, σε δράσεις, σε έργα. Η επανένταξη, η εργασιακή, κοινωνική κτλ. Θα πρέπει να είναι, αλλά αυτά θα να πηγαίνουν μαζί με ένα σύνολο δράσεων και έργων και επιλογών. Δηλαδή δεν μπορούμε να μιλάμε για εργασιακή επανένταξη λέω ένα αυθαίρετο έτσι παράδειγμα, με υψηλά επιδόματα, ας πούμε, χωρίς να ελέγχουμε πολλά, που στην ουσία, και χαμηλούς μισθούς, που στην ουσία δεν δίνουμε κίνητρο για εργασία. Οπότε, λέω ένα παράδειγμα έτσι τραβηγμένο, αλλά το λέω για να δώσω έτσι λίγο φως σε αυτό το κομμάτι, γιατί το θεωρώ πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να ξέρουμε πού στοχεύουμε, κεντρικά που στοχεύουμε. Μετά περιφερειακά, ερχόμαστε τα εθνικά να τα κάνουμε περιφερειακά και να δώσουμε, αλλά ουσιαστικά όμως, μην βαφτίζουμε, μην λέμε ότι έχουμε στόχο την εργασιακή ένταξη, αλλά δεν φροντίζουμε ώστε να υπάρχουν προϋποθέσεις εργασιακής ένταξης, να μιλάμε και να κάνουμε ουσιαστικές παρεμβάσεις. Αυτό.